Our protagonist, Gyohwan, is being harshly and persistently harassed by a jerk in his class at the start of our narrative. We witness the bully sticking a humorous painting on his back one day in class. The bully threatens to beat Gyohwan if he doesn't face forward when he turns around to observe what's happening. Helplessly, our friend turns around. The bully and his pals make fun of him in the meantime. As the bully threatens to beat someone else if they don't create a funnier image, our hero Gyohwan begins to shake with rage. When the bully sees that Gyohwan is shaking, he shouts, "What are you mad? If you're upset, then fight me." Gyohwan grinds his teeth and ignores him. When Gyohwan ignores him, the bully becomes enraged and yells, "You bastard! Come see me later." Gyohwan begins to perspire. However, every time the bully tells him to come visit me later, the same statement brings back painful memories. The bully and his pals would always beat him up in the end. Gyohwan grits his teeth and trembles more as he considers that. He abruptly gets up from his chair. He is asked what's wrong by the teacher. He informs her that he is being bullied and continues, "I get beaten up constantly, 3 times a week. He took about $1,000 from me and I get humiliated with stuff like this, like what's happening now." He shows the drawing to the teacher, but she also starts laughing and says, "This drawing is really funny." The other students burst into laughter, too. The whole classroom is filled with their laughs, piercing the ears of Gyohwan, who stands there in humiliation. Amid the laughter, the teacher asks Gyohwan who is bullying him. He tells her, "It's that bastard, Seongbin." The teacher looks at him coldly and says, "I see. What should I do about it then?" The instructor tells Gyohwan to sit down and continues, "If you ruin the class again, I will." But before she can finish, Gyohwan smiles and says, "I knew it." Gyohwan is startled by what he hears, and the students laugh at him once more. "I knew you'd be like this too." Gyohwan pulls a gun out of his bag and aims it at the teacher in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Before she can even ask what he's doing, Gyohwan fires a shot that hits her directly. Everyone starts panicking, running, trying to escape, but the classroom door is locked. Gyohwan fires again, this time at the one who drew the picture. Then he points the gun at the other students one by one until only the bully remains. Gyohwan starts walking toward him slowly, while the bully tries to run. Gyohwan points the gun at him, while Seongbin begs him with a face full of tears. Unbothered by his begging, Gyohwan him and finishes him off. But then we find out that everything that happened was just a dream. Gyohwan wakes up wishing the dream had been real, but it wasn't a dream. Except the part where he fought back. The bullying he suffers is real. A constant nightmare that haunts him and will keep haunting him. This was just a small glimpse into the life of our friend Gyohwan. Bullying, the suffering, and the loneliness that he now lives in because of it. The scene shifts to a bus heading to camp filled with students. Of course, Gyohwan is among them sitting alone next to the luggage, which seems better company than some of the pigs who appear to be enjoying themselves. We see Gyohwan messaging a girl on his phone talking about his accommodation at the camp, which turns out to be in the same room as the bully. Suddenly, the bully stands up and asks him if he's in the same room. Gyohwan shyly answers, "Yes." Then he asks him again if he can switch rooms with Seongbin. Excitedly, Gyohwan W replies, "Really? Can I?" But the jerk was only messing with him and testing his reaction. And Gyohwan's reaction clearly shows he doesn't want to share a room with him. The bus arrives at the camp. The students get off and start forming lines and preparing for the start. A teacher then tells them their belongings will be searched. After that, the teacher orders them to do some physical exercises. The students start jumping and complaining, but Gyohwan does the exercises perfectly, which angers all the dogs while he lowers his head in shame. The scene shifts to nighttime. Gyohwan is awake catching mosquitoes because the bully told him if he wakes up with even one mosquito bite, he'll kill him. Gyohwan continues catching mosquitoes, but the bully's friends tell him to do it silently. Then we see 4 girls trying to practice because they have a talent show tomorrow. And it looks like we have a female version of the bully in that group. She appears angry and yells at them not to mess things up. A man passes by and asks what they're doing at this hour. They explain, and he tells them to keep the noise down. She gets angry and heads to the bathroom to smoke, worried about the talent show tomorrow and wanting to perform well because she wants the bully to like her. Birds of a feather flock together. Suddenly, while she's in the bathroom, she hears the door open and footsteps of an unknown person. Then she hears a voice from outside. It smells like cigarettes. The bully girl waits for the stranger to leave, but the footsteps return, coming closer, until they reach the stall where she can see someone's shadow and feet. The voice says again, "Is the smell coming from here?" "Hey, is that you, Sujin?" The agitated bully girl responds. "No. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your voice? This isn't funny. Cut it out." The voice comes again, ringing in her ears. "The taste of this smell. I want to savor this flavor." Suddenly, we see strange tendrils appearing from above, rising over the bathroom stall. She looks up and sees a terrifying sight for sure. Then the thing pounces on her. She starts kicking the floor violently. Then, after a few moments, silence again. She stops moving. The next morning, we see a note stuck to the bathroom door. "Closed for repairs. Please use the women's restroom on the 30th floor." Then the scene shifts to the archery training room. We see the bully's friends trying to hit the target, but failing. To the side, there are 3 arrows perfectly hitting the target, apparently shot by Shin Young. The big guy stares at her in admiration. His friend tells him to confess to her, but he can't. They then start talking about a boy named Jongbin described as a model student and the reason they're at this camp. They admit they're unable to disobey his orders. A voice comes from the speaker to inform the students. "Attention everyone, put on your uniforms and gather in the waiting hall." I repeat, talent show teams, gather in the teacher's office as per the papers handed in by administration. "Move. Don't be late." The bully says, "It's time for the talent show," which means the camp is over. Then he adds, "Don't you think it was boring?" Ending it like this feels like punishment, doesn't it? Not even alcohol around. Then he suddenly remembers the supervisor's confiscated bottles of soju from some students. He orders Gyohwan to bring them some bottles from the teacher's lounge. In the lounge, we see the teachers and supervisors playing together. But according to the bully, this teacher is a pervert. So he's going to watch the girls' performance and take the other teachers along to cover his intentions. Back to the bully, he explains to his friend and Gyohwan who where the soju is and orders him to sneak in and bring some bottles. Gyohwan refuses. The bully's friend starts bothering him. Gyohwan gets down on his knees and pleads, "Sunbin, I can't do this. My dad is in the hospital due to illness. He is concerned that I live alone." The bully responds, grinning mockingly, I know you live alone." If he knew I was doing stuff like this, his condition would get worse. Fortunately, we've enjoyed ourselves in the past, but you're overreacting now. You will be apprehended for alcohol theft. How are you going to return to school? By the way, that's such a hassle, he says, grinning evilly. You're overthinking. I mean, I'm worried that your dad's health may deteriorate. Do you not feel afraid? Gyohwan starts to panic while the bully continues. Our damn friendship. Isn't it important, too? Which one matters more, huh? Answer me, or I'll light this mosquito repellent and make you eat it. Which one is more important to you? Our beautiful friendship or your dad? Gyohwan, pitiful and full of fear, speaks through his tears. You guys, your friendship is more important. The bully sends Gyohwan flying with a punch and says, That's right, you bastard. You are nothing but garbage. Your father was sold out by you. Someone like you is destined to be filthy. I'm sorry about your parents. With each thing the bully shouts, Gyohwan, shattered and laying on the ground, feels even more crushed. Gyohwan is left laying there as the bully and his companion leave to see the girl's performance. However, Gyohwan begins speaking with blood streaming from his mouth before they get to the door. He talks to the bully. What do you know? I'm even more sad for your folks. They must be unhappy that a shame like you, Gyohwan, has repeatedly pictured this situation. He confronts Jongbin, but these courageous moments are short-lived since the bully becomes enraged upon hearing Gyohwan's statements. Our friend begins to run, leaps out the window, and makes it to the fence before losing his footing and falling. The bully leaps down to pursue him after threatening him from the window. Fearful of what could happen to him, Gyohwan begins to run. The three females in the talent show group are shown talking about something that appears to be upsetting them as the scene changes. Then one of them begins to remember things. When the bully girl returned from using the restroom, she informed them that she wanted to withdraw from the performance and that they should instead put in a lot of effort together. Haeyoung saw bloodstains on the short girl's back as she was walking away. Given that they are in the same room, the girls question Haeyoung, "What's wrong with Mira?" Haeyoung starts to lose herself in her recollections once more. Mira was laying next to her as she tried to fall asleep in bed. I'm attempting to chat to Mira while I'm asleep, but all of a sudden she starts murmuring strangely. She begins reciting her personal details while remaining still. Her name, residence, phone number, people she likes and dislikes, and then she abruptly announces, "Okay, I've memorized everything." It's obvious from Hayoung's scared look that she heard everything. Hayoung starts sharing what she heard and witnessed with the two females. Shyly, she shuts her eyes and remarks, "That's not all I saw." Mira had a mummy-like appearance, with an odd odor emanating from her. When she opens her eyes after finishing her sentence, she sees Mira's horrifying stare behind the two females. In disbelief, Hayoung freezes. Mira asks her why she is so shocked and offers her a scary smile. Mira is reprimanded by the two females for leaving the upcoming performance. Mira gives a spooky look in response. The performance today will be a big success, so don't worry. The action then moves to a building where students have gathering to watch one another perform. Two supervisors are discussing two first graders who are missing outside, but one of them says it doesn't matter. Returning to Gyohwan, who is fleeing the bullies but gets lost in the jungle, he says, "Let's not ruin this festival," with an odd look. The darkness and odd noises surrounding him make him start to fear, but he makes an effort to remain composed. He advances once more, but encounters a steep precipice. Abruptly, he notices a light through the undergrowth beneath the cliff. Thinking it may be someone who can assist, he makes an effort to get in touch with it. He makes a leisurely descent, but the light fades and eventually goes out. He loses focus, his foot slips, and he starts falling down the slope, thinking to himself, "Is this the end for me? If I had known this would happen, I would have kept my mouth shut." Then a loud crash is heard. We see the bully looking for Gyohwan cursing loudly. Then it starts raining. The scene returns to the building where the talent show is happening. The students are bored with the performance on stage. The host introduces the next group, Mira's group. The students start cheering enthusiastically. Suddenly, the lights go out. The students think it's part of the show. Then Mira appears alone under a spotlight on stage. She's covered in blood and with a lifeless expression. She begins to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I hope you enjoyed that. Now it's time to feast on your brains." We return once again to our friend Gyohwan lying unconscious on the ground. He slowly opens his eyes, then suddenly jumps up gasping for air. He realizes he's alive, and he starts laughing hysterically, saying he survived miraculously after falling off the cliff. While laughing, he turns his head and notices a shotgun lying on the ground and also a flipped and wrecked delivery truck. Gyohwan is confused by the presence of a delivery truck from the Beaver Company in a place like this. He picks up the shotgun and tries to open the truck's doors, but suddenly he hears footsteps behind him. He quickly turns around and sees the bully in front of him. Gyohwan is shocked and falls from the surprise. He tries to pull himself together, grabs the shotgun, and aims it forward, but the bully has disappeared. Gyohwan starts calling out to Songbin, telling him to come out and warning him that he has a weapon. How strange. Songbin Shi's voice comes from behind. Gyohwan turns around again and points the gun at him. Songbin starts questioning the situation. "Why is there a moving truck here? And why is there a shotgun inside it? You're not supposed to find something like this in a truck like that." Bin demands Gyohwan hand over the shotgun, but he refuses. Then Bin starts walking toward him. Gyohwan threatens to shoot if he gets any closer. Songbin keeps walking and says, "Do you think a wet gun will fire? Aside from that, do you even know how to use this thing?" he asks Gyohwan after grabbing the shotgun. "A weapon like this isn't something a loser like you should be holding," Songbin says, obviously provoking Gyohwan. When Gyohwan hears this, he grits his teeth, yanks the shotgun from him, points it at him, loads it, and yells, "This shotgun is mine, you bastard." Then he shoots Songbin in the chest, killing him. Gyohwan goes completely insane and screams as he approaches the bully. "Can you hear me? I own it." Then he fires again. He starts breathing heavily, trying to calm down. He looks at the bully's body on the ground. There's no one there. Gyohwan is shocked. He grabs the shotgun and stares at it as memories start to flood back. In the arcade, Gyohwan was watching his friend play a zombie shooting game. Impressed by the high score he achieved, his friend tells him to try it, too. But Gyohwan says he's never played this kind of game before. Yet, surprisingly, he beats his friend's score. His friend tells him he was totally immersed, like he was really fighting zombies. Gyohwan replies, I was imagining the bullies instead of zombies. After those memories, Gyohwan starts exploring the truck. He finds a box containing 30 bullets. He starts talking to himself. 30 bullets. My class has 29 students. And if I add Ms. Wasi and Kim, that makes 30. After saying that, a crazed look appears on Gwan's face. We return to the building where the talent show is taking place. The lights are dim. The audience is waiting. Suddenly, Mira appears on stage alone, soaked in blood. Her eyes are lifeless, soulless. She steps forward calmly and begins to speak in a chilling voice. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I hope you enjoyed what you saw. And now it's time to feast on your brains. A deadly silence falls over the hall. It's broken by the voice of the host, nervously interrupting. Miss Mira, you were supposed to notify us beforehand if you plan to change the act. She turns to him with a cold side glance and replies indifferently. I'm not interested in your brain. The host tries to comprehend what's happening, but before he can say a word, she grabs his face with a powerful grip and whispers, but that doesn't mean I'll let you live. In an instant, a loud cracking sound is heard. His neck snaps like a dry twig. The audience watches in silence, thinking it's a brilliant piece of acting. But suddenly, Mira leaps into the students. Horrifying tendrils pour out from her body, writhing like snakes until they fully cover her form. Only at that moment do the students realize what they're witnessing is not an act. But sadly, it's already too late. The tendrils begin to twist slowly, then suddenly launch like spears, piercing through 6 students at once. In a split second, they fall dead. At that moment, Shiny Young screams, "Run!" The hall erupts in chaos, screaming voices and everyone rushing to the exit, but the next shock awaits them. The staff themselves are closing the doors and blocking the students from escaping. A trembling student approaches, his voice choking. "Who the heck are you?" One of the staff members smiles and answers, "Who are we?" "Huh. We're monsters." As he speaks, his tongue begins to stretch and grow grotesquely, moving like a living creature. Then it lunges at the student without mercy. Meanwhile, the perverted teacher shouts to the PE instructor, "You train all the time. Do something." The coach grabs a chair and charges at one of the monsters, striking it on the head with full force, leaving the mark of the chair. But the monster doesn't flinch. He just smiles and says in a deep voice, "Our bodies, like yours, are made of protein, but we are not on the same level." Then he raises his massive hand and smashes the teacher's head, bursting it like a watermelon. He turns toward the rest of the students who are frozen in place, staring in terror. Then he gently startles them. In the corner, one of the bully's friends tries to urge the other, "You're strong." In a hoarse voice, the other responds, "Do something." "Strong? Have you noticed what happened to the instructor's head? How on earth am I going to accomplish this?" Mirror's monster form starts approaching the students along with the other camp staff, surrounding them in a circle. Then suddenly, one staff member starts clapping to get the students' attention. He begins to speak. "Listen up, all of you. I want you to calm down. From now on, if you know the answer to the question we ask, you may raise your hand truthfully. Understand?" Then the staff member asks the first question. "First, is there anyone here who's rich?" After a moment, one student raises his hand. The monster asks more questions. "Do you live well? How much is your fortune?" Frightened, the student replies that his grandfather owns one of the biggest construction companies in all of Korea, and his father is a member of the National Assembly. With a smile, the monster says, "Wow, is that so? With all that money and power, you were really born with a silver spoon in your mouth." The boy asks what this question is about. But before he can finish, a tendril shoots out of the monster's forehead, piercing his head and slowly sucking out his brain. Once it's done, the boy collapses and the monster grabs his glasses and puts them on, now looking exactly like the rich student. Then he responds, "Haha, what a stupid question." The pupils get alarmed when they see this, and one of them yells at a staff member, "Please don't kill me. I want to live rich. I'm not wealthy. Even my ability to study is lacking. My mind is garbage. There's nothing good in it." The staff member turns to face him, and a tendril emerges from one of his eyes, twisting in the air. "Yes, seems like you're right." He then kills the student with a single blow. Next, we witness one of the bulky staff members selecting his next victim, spotting a teacher with blonde hair and remarking, "Oh, We've got a foreign guest here. The foreign language instructor must be you. You appear to be in good health. You'll be useful to me. As soon as he says that, he starts moving toward him, raising his huge fist. Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind. Who the hell are you people? It's Xinyang. She steps forward and continues. Let's face it. I know we're not making it out of here alive. That's fine. I'm ready to accept my fate. While speaking, she discreetly pulls a sharp blade from her pocket without anyone noticing and continues. But at the very least, tell us what you are. You're not mindless monsters. It's obvious. So, do us a favor. Tell us who you are. Another monster steps in from the side and mocks her, calling her actions ridiculous. He takes off his hat, and his head begins to morph into someone else. He says, let's say I told you what would change. The monster gets closer and grabs Xinyang's shoulder. Then he continues, there you are, just like you wanted. Feel free to use your little knife. Let's see if you can kill me. The monster continues, you thought you could be a hero, which shocks Xinyang and causes her to tremble even more. Therefore, I must bring you to an end now. Saying that, he grabs Xinyang by the neck with both hands and begins to squeeze tightly. Suddenly, Mira's monster form interrupts him and says she wants to do it instead because the real Mira used to hate her and was jealous of her. The monster tosses Xinyang forward and she falls at the feet of Mira's form. Mira then speaks addressing Xinyang while a tendril begins to emerge from her forehead. You have no idea how much I hate you. The perverted teacher whispers again to the foreign language teacher, asking him to do something, but this time the latter refuses and responds, what? Are you serious? The man who is infatuated with Xinyang was also powerless, terrified of what's going on and frozen. Just before Mira's monster form is about to launch an assault, someone yells from outside the building, shoving the door open and yelling for Bin. Everyone looks around to see who it is. It's Gyohwan looking perplexed. When the main monster asks Mira's gear form who that guy is, she responds that he isn't in her memory. The monster then gives the command for one of the staff monsters to murder him. As Gyohwan approaches, one of the creatures begins to move closer, its long tongue protruding. Gyohwan begins to retreat in terror after being appalled by what he saw. Run. Hurry. Xinyang yells at him abruptly, but the creature is already near enough. It begins to communicate as more tentacles emerge from its body. You also appear weak and foolish. You are nothing more than trash to us, and trash needs to be disposed of. Gyohwan's visage abruptly becomes blank upon hearing those well-known phrases. He snatches up a shotgun, loads it, and points it at the creature. Gyohwan pulls the trigger before the monster can respond. The shotgun shoots green rounds that pierce the monster's body and have an odd effect on its cells. Then its arm and shoulder blow out entirely. The creature yells in agony as pieces of flesh start to fall off the injured part of its body. It's not just him, either. The other creatures are equally taken aback. Is that where did you get it? How? The monster says as he draws his final breath before passing out. Both the monsters and the students look on in shock. When Gyohwan finally understands what he had accomplished, he starts to back away and murmurs, Monster? It's a monster. One of the monsters screams in fear. I remember that thing. It's that weapon. I'm sure of it. Mira's monster form attempts to soothe him down. Keep your composure. There is just one weapon. Xinyang laughs and swings her knife at Mira's form amid this tension and abrupt change in circumstances, but Mira deftly avoids it and retaliates with a tendril assault. Xinyang dodges as well, allowing the tendril to fall to the ground. She then yells, Run. These monsters have no intention of letting us live, scatter in every direction. They have the advantage in numbers. As soon as she is done, everyone begins to flee in all ways. Others went via the entryway where Gyohwan had come from, others toward the windows, and some for the rear door. Gyohwan stares at the beasts without moving. Calling Gyohwan a child with no talents, two monsters begin talking among themselves as they get ready to murder him. In an attempt to get the shotgun, one of them leaps straight at him. To get rid of any students in his path, he throws tendrils in midair. In a panic, Gyohwan swiftly points the shotgun at the monster, but it bangs into the ground before leaping again with agility and shifting course to confound Gyohwan's aim. Gyohwan tracks the monster's movements with his eyes. Abruptly, he spins around and unleashes a direct strike that lands on the monster's arm. The action moves to the staff lounge, where Kim and her boyfriend are speaking on the phone. She claims to have heard gunshots, but she believes it must be in her head because it is not conceivable. The phone abruptly begins to make an odd ringing sound after a few moments of intermittent flirtation. The call then ends. When she attempts to call again, she hears a loud, unsettling ringing instead of her boyfriend's voice, which causes her to hang up. The call failed message appears on the screen. Still, the phone keeps ringing in an odd way. Naturally, Kim is unaware of the situation. We go back to Gyohwan, our friend, who just hurt the monster. The monster yells in agony as its arm begins to snap and shatter in an odd way. As he observes, Gyohwan questions whether he was able to slay the monster. However, in order to prevent the bullet's effects from spreading throughout his body, the monster known as Bully amputates his own arm. At last, Gyohwan understands that there are just too many monsters. Bu then lifts the plump artist and uses him as a shield by extending his remaining arm and grabbing him by the neck. When Gyohwan notices this, he swiftly loads another shot, and the plump artist begins to plead while crying. "Don't shoot, please." But Gyohwan ignores the pleas, aiming straight forward with the same insane expression on his face. He starts to squeeze the trigger. Bu sees this and knows it won't work. He tosses the plump child in Gyohwan's direction. However, the foreign language instructor rushes to rescue the child before the body collides with him. Then he yells to Gyohwan, "Keep shooting. Kill those damn monsters." As soon as he gives the order, Gyohwan fires once again, but Bo leaps high into the air to avoid the bullet. Bo bangs his head into the ceiling and falls back to the ground while Gyohwan swiftly uses his shotgun to monitor the monster's movements. Mirror's monster form concurs with the monster who seems to be their commander when he adds, "I think that's our signal to retreat." Bo agrees as the leader turns to face him and says, "Bo, stop pulling back now. I don't want you to die." He opens his lips, releasing a dense black smoke that permeates the entire structure. The haze begins to dissipate after a short while, and the monsters disappear as visibility reappears. Shinyong starts to wonder where they vanished to. Drops of rain start to fall on her head. She glances up and notices a large hole in the ceiling. She becomes aware of the creature's escape through it at that point. With an angry expression on his face, Gyohwan stands holding the unusual shotgun while everyone looks at him. The scene changes to the bully, who has just managed to make his way back from the jungle. As he makes his way to the tent, he violently insults Gyohwan. As he approaches, he sees that the talent show building's doors are ajar. The performances must have concluded early, he muses. Then he begins to feel weird. It's a really tranquil spot. A mysterious apparition appears behind him while he muses. Everyone is gazing at Gyohwan as they return to the building. The wicked instructor then starts to approach him and start asking him questions. "Where did you obtain the weapon you?" Gyohwan responds. He asks again, "I found it." "Have you found it? Where? And where have you been all this time, now that I think about it?" He is interrupted by Shinyong, who adds, "That's not important right now." The foreign language instructor intervenes and concurs with the Shinyong when the teacher becomes irate. She is correct. A few pupils have passed away. We are being attacked by monsters. We must immediately make a call for assistance. He takes out his phone and attempts to dial 112 while he's talking, but all he gets is a loud buzzing sound. He informs them that the call was unsuccessful. The pervert tries as well, but all he hears is the same terrible buzzing. Before the monsters return, one pupil advises them to evacuate the building. "These things, they aren't human," a terrified teacher exclaims as she approaches one of the monster corpses that have melted into puddles of flesh. Shinyong responds, "You don't need to think that hard since when do humans grow tendrils from their bodies?" She then kneels down and takes a pair of shoes from a boy's corpse, giving them to Gyohwan, who obviously needed them. He gives her his gratitude. Then she begins conversing with him. "We are unable to remain here. It's too risky. This shotgun appears to work well against the creatures. However, I'm not sure what sort it is." Gyohwan agrees with a nod. After throwing him the shoes, she instructs everyone to follow Gyohwan to the teacher's lounge. Claiming the shotgun is too hazardous for someone like Gyohwan, the perverted instructor stops him and attempts to take it away. Gyohwan retreats and declines to give it up. Gyohwan informs him, "This shotgun belongs to me now." The teacher screams at him, claiming he isn't even old enough to serve in the military. Then he asks, "Have you ever even fired a shotgun before?" Gyohwan answers, "I just did moments ago." He continues, pointing the shotgun at the elderly guy while saying, "I'm not giving it to anyone, no matter who they are. And if you try to take it from me, I'll shoot, and I mean it." However, the instructor responds that he is not afraid of such a threat. The plump artist intervenes, saying, "I don't think that was an empty threat. You be honest with me. You really were going to shoot me earlier, weren't you?" The artist asks Gyohwan as they exchange glances for a little while. The elderly man is perplexed. After that, Gyohwan leads the instructors and pupils out of the building. When we get back to the bully, we see that Haeong was the shadow behind him, and she appears utterly distraught. She only murmurs from her quivering mouth in response to the bully's startled question about what's wrong. He asks her once more, "Monsters, why are you here?" She was meant to be performing on stage inside with Mira. Once more, she murmurs incomprehensible phrases. Then she says in a weak voice, "We need to run." Before she can finish her sentence, she collapses into the bully's arms. He notices a large amount of blood on her back. Suddenly, Haeong there begins to mutter again with broken, breathless words. "They're all dead. Everyone's dead. There's a monster that looks like Mirror. They killed everyone. Everyone." The bully has no idea what any of this means. The scene shifts to the bully's friends who seem to be hiding in a dark place discussing everything they've seen so far. They also talk about what Gyohwan did. The moment he entered, he screamed Songbin's name, and they said if Seongbinny had been with them, he would have been shot for sure. Suddenly, someone shines a light on them. It's their bully friend accompanied by Haeong. After a few moments of talking, the bully asks in shock, "What did you just say?" "Gyohwan did what?" The scene shifts to the staff lounge. Miss Kim speaks in disbelief. "Monsters. Both the PE teacher and the pupils were slain. Have all of you lost your minds?" "This isn't funny," Mr. Jaden replies. "It's real." She then asks if they called the police. The old man replies that they tried, but it didn't work. Shinyeong begins searching through the confiscated phones from the students. They all start looking for a phone that might catch any kind of signal, even a weak one. But it's no use. No signal, no internet. That was the case with all the phones. No exceptions. A student asks me, "Kim, is the signal in this area usually this bad?" "Number signals have always been good here," she responds. After examining every phone without success, a student asks the elderly pervert, "What are we going to do now with monsters out there?" "The phones have always worked fine." Shinyeong begins to reflect more deeply. It's not just the lack of signal. It's that weird buzzing sound during calls. Additionally, Mr. Jaden queries, "Mr. Lee, he is correct. You mentioned serving in the military, didn't you?" The old man responds, "Yes, but that was a long time ago." Then he suggests, "Let's stay here and wait for the bus that's supposed to take us back to school." Shinyeong objects, saying that staying here is dangerous because, based on what they saw earlier, the monsters can pass through walls. The old man suggests strengthening the roof and walls to keep the monsters out. Shinyeong responds, "That won't help. If they want to get in, they will." He asks her again, frustrated, "Then what are you saying?" "It's dark and raining outside. Did any teacher come here by car? Not by bus?" Shinyeong then queries. Mr. Jaden answers, "The PE teacher who died brought his car." Suddenly, the room falls into silence. After a while, Shinyeong approaches Gyohwan and begins to ask him, almost pleading, because he's the only one who can do it. What Shinyeong wants from Gyohwan is to go back to the building where the PE teacher was killed and find the keys to his car. The scene shifts again to the bully sitting with Haeong as she starts to explain what happened to her. She tells him that Mira turned into a monster, killed Sujin and Jinhee by stabbing them with her claws, but she managed to escape barely. The bully, however, thinks she's joking and yells at her to stop pissing him off with her nonsense. Haeong starts trembling again and begs him to lower his voice. If the monster hears them, they're finished. The bully decides to take her to where Sejinhwa and Jinhee's bodies are to confirm if she's telling the truth. She tells him they don't need to go there, but the bully insists, forcing her to come with him. As they walk, the bully hears a noise coming from the performance building. He tells Haeong to wait while he takes a quick look. When he reaches the door and steps inside, he sees a terrifying scene. Corpses are scattered everywhere, and in front of him is a strange, horrific body. He begins to recall what Haeong told him, and it finally seems like he's starting to believe her. Suddenly, Haeong Wine screams from behind him. She has also seen the corpses. They are utterly shocked for a time until they hear one of the bodies sigh. The bully runs to the person who is coming out from between the bodies, grabbing him by the shoulder and asking, "What happened here?" The individual slowly starts to explain. The bully yells at him to stay awake rather than closing his eyes, saying, "This must be a dream. It's a dream, right? If I sleep, will it end? Will it end when I sleep?" However, the youngster is unable to stop it. He cries out for his parents to come to his aid, shuts his tearful eyes, and passes away in front of them. Startled, the bully starts looking for supplies for emergencies, but all he finds is a flashlight. Suddenly, he sees a body in front of him. He starts taking the shoes off the body and putting them back on. "What is he doing?" Haeong asks. He replies, "What? They're shoes without an owner now. Anyway, Haeong, you were right. This place is dangerous. Let's get out of here." The scene shifts to the lounge room where the lights have been turned off and the curtains drawn in fear that the monsters might find them. Our protagonist, Gyohwan, is sitting on the floor reloading his shotgun with bullets, while the perverted teacher stares at him. Suddenly, the teacher says that even though they've turned off the lights, he still doesn't feel safe in this place. Then he continues, "If they're chasing the students who escaped the building first, then maybe they don't even know we're here." Upon hearing that, one of the female teachers shouts at him, furious about such thoughts. Then we see Shinyeong ask the foreign language teacher, Jaden, to let them go check the car. He tells her that even if they find the key, they won't be able to drive it. It's a big truck and it's dangerous outside. Then he adds, "As your teacher, I can't allow that." Shinyeong suggests that he come with them. The teacher flinches, scared. Shinyeong continues, "Either way, if we stay here, we'll all die. I can't just wait for them to discover us." Miss Kimmel interrupts, asking what the monsters look like, since she hasn't seen them. One student responds, "They look like normal humans at first, but their skin tears open and tendrils come out." Miss Kima starts reprimanding Shinyeong for talking to the teacher, but the teacher stops her and says, "It's okay." Then he agrees to Shinyeong's cat's proposal, saying he won't let them go alone. Then Shinyeong starts planning. "It will be me, Hwan, and Mr. Jaden." After giving it some thought, Miss Kimmin picks up a permanent black marker. On Mr. Jaden's shoulder, she makes a mark. The others start to comprehend her actions. Ms. Kim is scared when she hears the perverted instructor remark, "I get it now. Those bastards can take on our appearances. It's better if we mark ourselves in case they copy our forms." Shinyeong continues, "But the monsters have to absorb a person's brain before they can take their shape." Then Shinyeong goes on, "To be specific, the monsters retain the memories and emotions of the person whose brain they consumed, which means they'll know about the marks, too. So honestly, there might already be a monster among us." When everyone hears this, suspicion and fear spread like wildfire. When their conversation is over, Shinyeong, Gyohwan, and Mr. Jaden stealthily leave the lounge and go carefully down the corridor. Shinyeong is told by Mr. Jaden that she shouldn't have frightened the others in that way. She expresses regret for her remarks. "What did you expect?" Gyohwan murmurs, "Shinyeong isn't as cooperative as you think. I was actually surprised you agreed to help. From what I know about you, I expected you to just tell me to get lost," Shinyeong says, turning to face Gyohwan. "You're not wrong," Gyohwan responds. "How in the world could I assist any of you? None of you ever cared about me." When Shinyeong asks him to clarify, he responds, "You're one of them, too." Shinyeong starts to become anxious. "In fact, what you did makes me want to call you a traitor." Gyohwan adds, "By the way, I know how to drive. I was still in middle school when I drove my dad to the hospital for the first time." He abruptly aims his shotgun at Shinyeong as soon as he is done talking. "Did you really think I'd care if all of you died? I'm getting out of here alone," he adds with a twisted smile on his face. "Hongwan, can you take a look down that hallway?" Shinyeong asks, trying to arouse Gyohwan from his reverie. Illusions that were nothing more than thoughts. With trepidation, he answered, "Of course." To ensure there were no monsters, he aimed his shotgun toward one of the halls. "No one helped me when I was treated that way. Why did everyone just watch?" he thought to himself abruptly, and recollections of his past started to come to the surface. There is a moment when the bully is dragging him as his classmates talk to each other in the classroom that he deserves it and that there must be a reason for what is happening to him. I was glad they weren't in his shoes. He was hauled out of the classroom by the bully. Then, though, he saw a familiar face. Shinyeong was the one. She appeared to be a buddy from his early years. Since they were small, they have played together. Tearful, beseeching eyes were aimed at Shinyeong. He was hauled away and harassed after she gave him a sidelong glance and disregarded him as if he were nothing more than dust rather than her boyhood buddy. Mr. Jaden said, "Yuan, are you okay?" to jolt Gyohwan out of his reverie. "You looked spaced out." "Are you really okay?" he asked again, to which Gyohwan reluctantly answered, "I'm fine." The three of them left the building, keeping a close eye out for any unexpected assaults. Mr. Jaden told them to follow him when he saw that the rain had ceased. While traveling, Shinyeong questioned Gyohwan about how he obtained the shotgun. He responded to her in the same way. He located it. She questioned him once more about the precise location of his discovery. He hesitated for a moment before telling her everything that had transpired, including how he had discovered the shotgun and the truck close by. Startled, Shinyeong inquired as to what would happen next. Gyohwan began to remember everything. The bully's looks, how he killed him with a shotgun, and how his body mysteriously vanished. A weird green liquid was seeping out of a tree in front of him that had holes in it from the gunfire. Then he turned to face the vehicle and grabbed the ammunition box. The truck's rear doors, which were oddly open and damaged, caught my attention once again. Yuan made an effort to unlock the doors, and eventually succeeded. Then he attempted to look inside, but what he saw startled him. "Go on. What did you find inside the truck?" Shinyeong encouraged him to keep talking as the scene changed to the bully, who was with Haeong. They appeared to be returning to the city. Haeong was ordered by the bully to continue walking until they reached the bridge, after which they would come to a main road. They heard screams in front of them. When the bully swiftly switched on the lights, two kids were rushing in their direction, shouting that a monster is after them and crying for assistance. He swiftly switched off the flashlight when Haeong and the bully were startled. One of the kids was suddenly pushed forcibly to the side after being punctured by a tentacle as he was sprinting. The other student was swiftly stabbed by the monster's tentacle, which twisted in the air before crushing him to the ground. A creature started to emerge from the bushes as the tentacle was still writhing and twisting in the air. It was Mirror, the monster. She glanced in the direction of the bully's previous location, but she couldn't find anything. While the monster roamed about looking for them, Haeong and the bully swiftly hid behind a tree. The bully recognized the creature as he approached the tree and made an effort to be quiet. With a scary expression on her face, the creature abruptly halted and turned to face the tree. Shinyeong asked our buddy Gyohwan once more what he had discovered inside the truck as we went back to him. His memories flashed back to him. Iron capsules with numbers on them and a glass pane with the letters MM on top were inside the vehicle in the dark. Gyohwan, talk. What was inside them? Shinyeong repeated, but before Gyohwan could respond, Mr. Jaden cut them off and instructed Gyohwan to cover him as he entered the building where the talent showcases were often held. The three of them went through the door and into depths. Shinyeong gave Gyohwan a skeptical look as she considered the veracity of what he had stated. It looked strange to see a vehicle among the highlands. It also made no sense to have a shotgun lying next to it. She also recalled that just after he fired the gun with a little delay, she heard nod boom. Shinyeong became aware of the shotgun's peculiarity. Gyohwan approached the door, kicked it open, and aimed the shotgun forward after all those reflections and analyses. Shinyeong was informed by Gyohwan that there were no monsters within. Then, hoping he had the key, Shinyeong hurried near the PE teacher's body and apologized while examining his clothing. She searched for it for a few moments before finding it. With joy, she raised it and displayed it to them. We went back to the creature in the shape of a mirror, who was still gazing at the tree with a horrifying expression on her face. She turned back and began to mumble as she walked away after suddenly grinning and adding, "How annoying." I instructed them to take the children's phones first because of this. What an annoyance. Now, where is she? Was she in the lounge for teachers? In any case, all we have to do is watch out for the child carrying the shotgun, and everything will be okay. The monster was gradually disappearing from Haeong's and the bully's view. The latter was horrified to learn that Haeong's remarks regarding Mira were serious. Haeong was then informed by the bully that they needed to leave quickly. Additionally, They came upon their classmates' bodies on the ground while traveling. 1, 2, 3, and 4 bodies. They were all over the ground. Haeyeon was forced to shut her eyes. The bully, meantime, was standing in front of the corpses with an odd expression on his face and his heartbeat quickening. The bully was startled back to reality when Haeyeon yelled at him, "Seong-bin, what are you doing? Let's go quickly." They then carried on. When Haeyeon confided in the bully that she was afraid, he promised her that they would locate the bridge after they over this incline. But before he could say anything more, he noticed the bridge in front of him. It was demolished. We returned to the teacher, Shinyoung and Gyohwan. Shinyoung inquired about the appearance of the PE teacher's vehicle as they hurried to the parking area. In front of them, Mr. Jaden gestured to a white automobile. Shinyoung swiftly took out the keys, unlocked it from a distance, opened the doors, and they all hurried inside. The car's headlights came on as Mr. Jaden sat in the driver's seat and hit the engine start button. A creature was standing right in front of them. It looked like the monster in the shape of a mirror. The 3 people in the automobile were shocked when they saw it. The creature started talking. "This training camp's last exercise is a test of bravery." She opened her mouth after saying that, and a tentacle quickly protruded. She swung it directly in the direction of the vehicle, slicing through the front windshield and out the rear glass. Luckily, the intended victim, Gyohwan, narrowly avoided it. The teacher quickly depressed the gas pedal, causing the automobile to accelerate and forcefully collide with the monster, launching it skyward. The instructor continued to drive, separating them from the monster. "What kind of teacher runs over a student with a car?" the monster murmured while lying on the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly and strangely got up and started running after the car while yelling, "Sam Jaden, I'm going to report you to the principal." Gyohwan saw this and instructed Shinyoung to open the door right away. Then he aimed his shotgun at her while leaning out of the vehicle. He fired. The monster was hit by several green pellets. She made an effort to avoid them, but a few of them struck her leg, inflicting excruciating pain. Mira, the monster's limb, began to corrode and flash while Shinyoung cried out and begged the instructor to drive away. Then the creature changed her arm and lifted it into the air. Furiously, she said, "I don't even remember this little rat. How dare trash like him do this to me?" After saying that, she slammed her hand down on her leg, severing it at the point of infection before the corrosion could spread. Inside the car, Shinyoung asked Gyohwan if he was sure he hit the monster. He replied that he did hit her, but suddenly Mr. Jaden spotted something in the car's front mirror. The monster chasing after them, running on her 3 limbs while stretching a tentacle from her severed leg, then slamming it to the ground to launch herself high into the air and landing right on top of the car. She then extended multiple long tentacles from her body, preparing for an attack. Mr. Jaden, upon seeing this, suddenly slammed the brakes. This caused the monster to fly off the top of the car and land ahead of it, but she quickly sent her tentacles toward the car's tire and tore it off completely. This caused the car to lose balance, crash into the fence, and flip over the edge. This happened right in front of the building where the perverted old man and the others were waiting for Shinyoung and the teacher to arrive by car. From the window, a student peeked out and saw the monster heading toward the overturned car with a smile on her face. The perverted old man asked the student what was happening. The student told him the car had arrived, but it was destroyed by the monster. Another student tried to peek out the window and saw Mira the monster with her twisted tentacles. He screamed out loud, "There's a monster. A monster followed them here." The first student told him to stop screaming, but it was too late. The monster in Mira's form quickly turned toward the source of the scream, realizing that everyone was hiding inside the building. She then began approaching the window, and everyone inside started panicking and screaming. Moments later, she reached the window and began speaking. "Now, everyone, did any of you try to contact someone?" As she said this, she began pushing on the window glass, causing it to crack. With a terrifying glare, she continued, "Answer me. I had a question for you. You bastards, did you get in touch with anyone?" As she spoke, she continued pressing on the glass, causing it to crack more and more. The scene shifts to a small wooden cabin where the monsters were gathered and checking on the one shot in the arm by the shotgun. He told them it would heal within an hour. Then the monster, who seemed like their leader, said, "It took too long just to collect the phones. Bo, call him." Monster B nodded and began calling someone named 05 on the phone. But as expected, the call didn't go through. All they heard was the same high-pitched ringing as before. The monsters didn't understand what was happening. Bo told them that his phone wasn't picking up any signal. Outside the wooden cabin, there was someone whose bare feet appeared. Inside the cabin, as the monster Bu was telling them about the signal problem, the leader of the monster suddenly turned toward the broken window and looked outside quickly, but there was nothing. Bu asked him what was wrong. He replied, "Didn't you feel it? There was something out there." The injured monster told them it was probably just a wild animal, but the long-haired monster replied, "That wasn't a wild animal." Back to the overturned car, we see Gyohwan, Shin-young, and the teacher lying unconscious. Even while unconscious, Gyohwan seems to be overwhelmed with memories again as we see him recalling something. Gyohwan and his glasses-wearing friend. The friend tells him that the weekend is almost over and continues, "Aren't you scared?" Gyohwan replies in a strained tone, "You'll have to return to school tomorrow." The buddy goes on, "You're being tormented at school, aren't you?" "Was it that obvious?" Gyohwan asks. "It's obvious," the friend says, then asks, "Why didn't you tell me?" Gyohwan responds, "Why should I tell you? You can't help me anyway, crew guy, unless you're good at fighting, are you?" The friend responds, "Do I look like someone who's good at fighting?" After a moment of silence, the glasses-wearing friend goes on, "Well, you don't have to be good at fighting. We're not living in the primitive era. Why not go to the police and file a report against them? Public authorities will handle it, even if it seems ridiculous." Gyohwan responds that his father is gravely ill. With helpless assent, the companion nods. Then Gyohwan begs to play with him tonight. In response, the friend with the glasses says he doesn't mind, but his sister could be at home. Gyohwan E's response makes it clear that undespises him. Abruptly, Gwan's own name is called. It appears to be his instructor. "What is he doing out here at this time?" the teacher asks. Gyohwan says he came to play with his pal as they both bow in greeting. The instructor advises them to enjoy themselves but avoid staying out too late. Gyohwan is asked who the man was by the companion with the spectacles. Gyohwan informs him that it's his Korean language instructor, who most likely lives nearby. Gyohwan says it's not him in response to the friend's question, "Isn't that the teacher you told me doesn't care at all about his students?" Their class is not taught by this instructor. He instructs 4th graders. Gyohwan doesn't respond when the friend advises him to ask for assistance. After giving him a slap on the back, the buddy remarks, "It's just like you said. If it were that easy to solve, bullying wouldn't even exist in schools." Gyohwan, perplexed, claims he is at a loss for what to do. In episode 2 of Maria from the Sky, there's a line that goes, "Jin, a reckless novice swordsman, found himself surrounded by demons. The demons made fun of his weakness, to which he responded, 'The weak have their own way of fighting.'" Then, grinning foolishly, he asks, "You know that quote?" Gyohwan replies flatly, "I only watched the first few episodes because you forced me to." The glasses guy laughs dumbly and says, "Oh, did I?" Gyohwan picks up the story of Jin where his friend left off. Jin gave a passionate speech about the honor of swordsmen, then formally requested a one-on-one duel with the Demon King, but then he threw a smoke bomb Maria had given him and ran away. The glasses guy laughs hard. "Exactly. That scene was amazing. Made my heart race with a faint smile." Gyohwan says, "So, basically, you're telling me to use whatever means necessary to find a solution. That's what it actually means for the weak to fight in their own manner, isn't it?" He pauses, then adds seriously, "But there's a flaw in that quote. It assumes the weak can actually fight in the first place. The way of fighting for the weak, that's nonsense. The weak can't fight because they're weak." After these memories, Gyohwan suddenly woke up to find himself thrown inside a car. At the same time, the monster Mira broke the glass and entered through the window as students and teachers started to flee while Mira, with a terrifying smile, jumped directly toward the exit door where a girl was trying to open it to escape. But at that moment, the monster Mira was behind her, then began speaking calmly. They say humans, when in a terrible situation like a fire, panic so much they can't even open the door. Seeing you, it seems that's true. Humans are really too weak. Saying this, the monster struck the girl with her probe, sending her and the door flying outside the hall. Then she turned to the others and said, "Now run one by one, and please do it quietly." The poor souls froze in place, helpless, unable to move even a little. The monster repeated her words angrily. Didn't you hear me say run? You pathetic lumps of weak protein. Oh, I almost forgot. The sweet potato who screamed loudly before. Was that you? Saying this, she hit the neck of the student who had screamed before with her probe and lifted him high, then continued, I hate sweet potatoes, but I love apple juice. After finishing, she squeezed his neck so hard it broke and threw him to the ground. Everyone was shocked and started screaming for help. The monster mirror began moving around them, her probes multiplying across her body. Suddenly, a voice said, My whole life has always been like a sweet potato. The monster quickly noticed Gyohwan standing outside the window, aiming his shotgun at her, and he continued, But I also love apple juice. You lump of filthy protein, did you hear that? Oh yes, I remember you now, the monster mirror remarked, finally recalling Gyohwan. Gyohwan corrected her, saying, You're that only loser, Han. Juan, no tan. The monster went on haughtily. When you arrived to the talent event earlier, you yelled Songbin's name, right? Because he harassed you. Don't you want to use this weapon to murder him? The corrupt teacher and Ms. Kim became tense as the monster spoke on. Tell me, who among those people helped you when you were bullied by Songbin and his friends? Do you think those bastards would like you if you saved them from me? Do you think your miserable life based on sweet potatoes will suddenly improve magically? Well, if you surrender now, I won't kill you, and I'll let you leave here safely. But just don't attack us, and we won't attack you. I don't know how you got lucky and that shotgun ended up in your hands, but nothing will change just because you have it. However, if you shoot me, I will kill you at any cost. Saying this, the monster became even scarier and continued, Even if you hit me with that shotgun, it will take several seconds for me to die. And in the meantime, I'll use all my remaining strength to kill you. I'm giving you a chance now, Gyohwan. Think wisely. This is your chance for revenge. The old corrupt man shouted from the side. What are you waiting for, Gyohwan? Shoot her quickly. Additionally, Ms. Kim advised him not to pay attention to that monster. The obese painter also yelled that he truly wanted to assist him but that there was nothing he could do about the bullying he endured. Their cries filled the hall, pleading for Gyohwan to swiftly kill the monster. Painful memories began to resurface at this point. As bullies and their buddies pulled him down the hallways, his peers relaxed. He found the box of 30 bullets in the vehicle and sobbed, frustrated that his boyhood buddy had disregarded him. Abruptly, he addressed the creature. That is accurate. I don't have to put my life in danger to keep everyone safe. When the creature heard that, it grinned, and other people's expressions showed shock. A foolish kid. Gyohwan clenched his jaw as he realized the voice was Shiny Young's. Do you really think they'll keep your life if you just back down like that? I can't believe you accepted her offer so easily. Shin Yang said, looming behind him. Shiny Young went on. Gyohwan appeared to finally decide what to do when he heard, No matter how much you hate everyone, monsters remain monsters and humans remain humans. This is your first chance in life. Use it. He then began pressing the trigger. When the creature noticed this, it hurried and sprang through the window, hurling a probe in his direction. In order for the probe to miss Gyohwan, Shinyang swiftly grabbed him by his clothing. As the monster mirror stood directly in front of Shinyang and yelled, Kong Shiny Young, you filthy curious brat. Stop interfering in others' affairs. I will really blow your head off now. The corrupt old man yelled at the others to run away. Suddenly, Shinyang was hit by a bullet from Gyohwan, who was kneeling on the ground and aiming at her. The monster mirror screamed that she had to leave this body as she collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching her head with both hands. Then she began violently raising her head in an attempt to rip it off. Gyohwan was ready to shoot her to kill her. However, Shinyang intervened, informing him that she wanted to check something, so they had to entice her to the shooting range. The creature was tumbling on the ground and had already ripped her head from her body, as Shinyang said. The head was raised again, as probes began to emerge from the neck. Gyohwan was instructed to flee on the count of 3 by Shinyang. They both rushed after 1, 2, 3, and Gyohwan asked Shinyang what crucial item she wanted to examine at that particular moment. She begged him to swiftly give her the shotgun without responding. Naturally, Gyohwan firmly declined. Shinyang then informed him that she wanted to inspect something else instead of a shotgun. The bullets. As the monsters had pursued them and threatened to murder them, they continued to flee. Shinyoung assured Gyohwan that she just needed one bullet and reiterated her request. The scene changed to the still-locked bathroom where Mira was murdered. Her corpse has yet to be discovered. To the monster, looking for Gyohwan and Shiny Young, who went inside the firing range. Shinyoung's voice could be heard from within the target room, where she was carrying a bow and many arrows, after the monster's head had reached the firing range. After making fun of Shinyoung for rushing so far to obtain that weapon, the monster questioned Gyohwan's whereabouts. He fled far away, Shinyoung informed her. Ran away far? Did he abandon you? The monster said, abruptly turning her attention toward a locker as though she had discovered something before carrying on as usual. A cowardly loser. That's all. Oh, I just realized something. Mira went to you that day, remained by your side, and attempted to console you after Songbin and his group humiliated you on the roof. On the inside, though, she was giggling uncontrollably. That day, Mira was ecstatic. But there was something that caught her attention. What motivated you to act in that way that day on the rooftop? However, she didn't realize that till later. You really talk too much, the monster said cynically as Shin moaned while holding her bow, swiftly preparing an arrow and aiming it toward the head. Shinyoung asked with confidence, do you really think you can kill me with a game like this, Shinyoung? The monster started giggling uncontrollably when it heard that even monsters will die if they receive a direct hit to the head. Are you serious? Shinyoung answered. You've passed away. Do you want to wager on it? The creature let forth a mocking cry. Then give it a go. Shinyoung immediately shot the arrow after saying that, and it struck the monster's forehead with amazing accuracy and speed. But the creature remained unconcerned. We never decided on the penalty, but it stated, nice shot. I'll give you that. But as for the bet between us, it seems I'm the winner. So now, Shiny Young, you lost the bet and you must face the punishment. After removing the bow with its tentacles. Let me tell you what I'll pick. I'll take your head away from your body. I'll reattach it after that. After reflecting for a moment, the monster continued, Mira really despised you. You know, as for me, as someone who absorbed Mira's brain, I also hate you deeply. As soon as she said that, the monster charged towards Shinyoung at high speed. At that moment, Gyohwan burst out from one of the lockers and quickly aimed his shotgun at the monster's head. Yet, the monster wasn't surprised at all by his sudden appearance. She said she already knew he was hiding there. Then, she quickly launched a tendril at him while Gyohwan had no chance to fire. Shinyoung began recalling what she had done earlier, before the monster appeared. She had taken the shotgun cartridge and sliced it open with a knife. Shinyoung had told him that the important part was inside the cartridge. Once they opened it, they found small green pellets inside. She asked Gyohwan, the substance you found inside the holes in the tree, was it colored green? And did your hand feel good when you touched it? Gyohwan answered that nothing happened to his hands, that they were fine. Once Shiny Young confirmed that the green pellets were safe, she grabbed one and embedded it into the tip of an arrow. The green substance began to ooze out and coat the arrowhead. With hope in her voice, Shiny Young said, if my theory is correct, then I'll be able to fight these monsters too. Back to the monster. She was smiling as she launched her tendril toward Gyohwan. But suddenly, the monster's forehead began to swell and to form at the exact spot where the arrow had struck. Because of this, she missed her attack on Gyohwan by just a few centimeters. White steam began to rise from her head, and her skull started to deform and corrode in the exact same way it had when she was previously shot with a shotgun. The monster was completely confused. None of it made any sense to her. A moment later, the monster's head exploded into pieces right before Shinyoung's eyes. Shinyoung began to speak. Mire, I'm sorry. Or maybe I should say, the thing that devoured Mira's brain looks like I won the bet. As she said that, she picked up the arrow from the ground, its tip still covered in green substance. The scene shifts to Professor Jaden, who was the last to wake up. He quickly got out of the car and moved towards the building's window to find the monster mirror's decapitated corpse being eaten with white steam rising from it. At the same moment, we see the bully walking with Haeyoung. Suddenly, the bully hears a sound coming from within the forest. He asks Haeyoung if she heard something too, but she denies it. Slowly, Songbin moves towards the sound, which begins to become clearer and seems like two people talking about something. The bully realizes that the voices belong to his friends, Senyuin and Park Chan. Suddenly, he shines a light on them to confirm he was right. They were his friends, hiding in a burrow out of fear of the monsters. Then, they narrated everything that happened in the building to Songbin. The monsters killing the students, Gyohwan's intervention with his shotgun, etc. Meanwhile, the bully couldn't believe what he was hearing. He also tells them that the monsters destroyed the bridge, and they begin to lose hope more and more as the way back became blocked, leaving only the rugged mountain path. One of the bully's friends tells him that Gyohwan wants to kill him. The bully responds that bastard can't kill anyone, but his friend tells him that Gyohwan already shot at the monsters without flinching. The bully replies again that shooting monsters is not the same as shooting humans. The bully's muscular friend also speaks and says, "Well, Bin, what can I tell you? Do you truly believe that Gyohwan, the bastard, considers us to be human?" After saying this, suddenly, Hyong spots something, a light approaching them. Then informs her companions about it. The bald, muscular one stands up joyfully and heads outside, thinking that the police or military have come to rescue them. The bully grabs him by his collar and tells him not to move and says, "You bastard. Why did you assume they came to save us?" The bald one replies that monsters don't use flashlights. The bully turns to his skinny friend and tells him to go check the situation. The latter helplessly crawled on the ground and began to approach the source of the light gradually. The bald, muscular one asks the bully what they would do if this was a real monster. The bully coldly tells him that they should run then, but the bald one didn't forget his skinny friend, asking about his fate if they ran. The bully answers that there's nothing they can do then and continues saying, "Sana, we are in a situation where we must survive against creatures that devour human beings. I sent Chan Hyak because I believed that I would gain more from your existence than from his, who is only a chatterbox." Am I mistaken? The bald one replies that he understands. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the skinny one who has gotten closer to the light and then suddenly disappears. But as he gets closer, he discovers that there's someone, a little girl with red eyes wearing a jacket from the Beaver Company. Then the skinny one calls out to them and informs them that he found a little girl, while the bully and the bald one are frustrated because he revealed their location. Then the three of them come out of the hideout and approach the little girl, each holding a stick to defend themselves. The bald one wonders if the girl is a monster. The skinny one replies that she doesn't look like the monsters. The bald one shouts at him, saying, "Are you stupid? Even so, what does that mean? Did you recognize Mira and the helpers by the word monster imprinted on their foreheads?" The skinny one insists again that she's just a child, and he's sure she's not a monster. The bald, muscular one shouts at him again, saying monsters look like humans, and it doesn't matter whether she's a child or not. The bully then notices that the jacket belongs to the Beaver Company and is too large for the girl. So he asks her, "This jacket isn't yours, is it?" The bald one starts shouting again, insisting that she's a monster, while the skinny one begs him to calm down. Ken keeps staring at the girl, thinking that if she's a monster, he'll die. Then he wonders why he feels this strange sensation, as if he's excited, oddly excited, in a situation where he shouldn't be feeling that way at all. Suddenly, the girl speaks in an eerie voice and says, "I'm not a monster." Then she raises her finger toward the bully and touches his stick, continuing, "The monster is you." The moment the girl spoke in that strange tone, the three of them grew anxious and started backing away from her in fear, now more suspicious than ever that she might be a monster. Suddenly, the girl stares directly into the bully's eyes with her glowing red ones and begins to see some of his memories. The bully, as a child, is standing in front of a hospital bed. A strange expression covers his face as he approaches the bed where someone lies, covered in medical bandages. The person seems to still be alive thanks to the ventilator they're connected to. The young bully reaches toward the person and tries to remove the breathing tube while saying, "If only my brother disappeared." Moments later, the ventilator begins emitting a continuous beeping sound, a signal that the person in the bed, who appears to be Seong Bin's older brother, has just died. The bully snaps back to reality, jolts in shock, and backs away, shouting, "Who are you? Just now. What the devil was that?" The girl begins repeating what young Seongbin had said in his memories. "If only my brother disappeared." Upon hearing those words, Bin is stunned. He immediately swings his stick and strikes the girl hard on the head in front of the frightened gazes of his companions. He continues hitting the girl repeatedly while screaming madly, "Shut up. I wasn't that person. I wasn't the one. It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Moments later, the bully calms down and stops hitting the girl. His stick is dripping with blood. The girl lies motionless on the ground, her head shattered. The bully nudges the girl's body with his stick to make sure she's dead, then sigh in relief. He turns to his friends with a crazed look on his face and says, "You were right. She was a monster, too." The three of them are overcome with horror and dread as a thick stillness descends. The thin buddy swallows uneasily and inquires, "Are you sure she was a monster?" "I told you she was a monster," yells Seongbin, giving him a scary look. "Because if she really was, she wouldn't die so easily." He goes on in a menacing manner. "Wasn't she a monster?" The thin one reluctantly nods. We head back to the building by the archery range and say, Yes, she really was a monster." The lifeless, rotten head of the creature is seen there, spewing a white mist. Next, we witness Shiny Young bandaging Gwan's foot. Gwan responds that he hadn't even realized it until now when she asks, "Did you really run barefoot through the forest? Your feet are in terrible condition." Then, as she wraps his other foot, Shiny Young apologizes for her earlier unsuccessful request. However, she goes on still. "Your idea of letting everyone die, it's wrong." Yuan suddenly stands up and speaks. "Are you serious? All of you were only observing. Nobody at all assisted me." Since she hasn't completed wrapping his foot, Shinyong advises him to take a seat. Gyohwan, however, keeps yelling, "Even you even acted as though you didn't know me. It is not your place to tell me what is good or wrong. I don't care if everyone perishes. Hanyuan, don't forget, even you couldn't stand up to Seongbin. So, don't expect everyone else to be able to stand up to him, either. Not everyone can be strong." Gyohwan stops Shinyong as she abruptly gets up and pushes Gwan against the wall. "However, you were also present. I may have benefited from your assistance. But you didn't, did you?" Shinyong clenches her jaw. She let go of Gwan and said, "You don't know anything, Hanyuan. You idiot. I'm not as strong as you think I am." And with those words, tears begin to fall from her eyes. Memories begin to flash in her mind. Shinyong standing in front of Seongbin and his gang on the school rooftop. The bully starts talking. "Well, what a surprise. I never imagined the strong Kong Shinyong would be friends with that filthy loser. So, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do?" We flash back even further to Gwan's childhood. Back then, Shiny Yong was his only friend. Whenever he struggled, Shinyong would always help him with a warm, innocent smile. But Gwan was always afraid of the day his only friend would disappear. Even in his sleep, nightmares of losing her haunted him. But Shinyong always reassured him, saying she wouldn't go anywhere, that she'd stay with him forever. Of course, those were just the dreams of children. Reality, as always, was something else. One day, as usual, little Gwan was standing outside Shinyong's house, holding his toys, waiting for her to come out. Then, though, there was yelling from within. Her parents got into a furious argument. Naturally, a lot of horrible things are said in situations like that, and specifics are unnecessary. It's sufficient to state that things would end permanently this time. Fear seeped into little Gwan's heart as he remained still beside the door. Abruptly, Shin Yong emerged, tears welling up in her eyes as she ignored Gwan and everyone else. He called her name as he pursued her, but she yelled, "Leave me alone." Gwan halted, taken aback by his lone friend's response. His nightmares seemed to be beginning to come true. When Gwan visited her house the following day, a new renter had moved in. He was informed by the new occupant that the former family had moved out. Ken comprehended. Finally, what he feared most had come to pass. His sole companion, Shine Yong, vanished without a word of farewell. Gwan saw a familiar face while riding the bus one day in middle school, years later.
It was her, Shin Yong, his childhood friend. That's how they met again. She had transferred to Gyohwan school and even ended up in his class. He was truly happy. That childhood smile had returned to him, but it didn't last. Shinyong was still radiant, skilled, and strong as ever. But she had changed. Gwan tried to accept it. One day, he greeted her while she was with her new friends, but she responded coldly, as if she didn't even know who he was. Gyohwan stood frozen. That was when he realized the Shin Yong he once knew would never come back. His childhood friend was gone forever. Back on the rooftop, where Zhang Bin is telling Shin Yong what to do, she tells him to leave Gyohwan alone. Xiong Bin, with clear provocation, says he agrees, but he wants something in return. He wants her to go out with him, but Shin Yong tells him he's not her type. The bully then asks her what her type is. That loser, perhaps. But Shin Yong turns away and starts walking off, telling him she already made things clear. He should leave Gyohwan alone. The bully gets angry and kicks Shin Yong in the leg, knocking her to the ground, then starts speaking. They don't call you strong, Shin Yong, for nothing. You came here on your own without help, but you've overstepped your bounds. And since it's not right for guys to hit girls, ladies, stomp on her. Just don't touch her pretty face. After he says that, the girls begin kicking and stomping her while Mira secretly peeks through. After beating her up, the bully speaks to her again. Do you think we'd go easy on you just because you were popular at school? I also heard you're getting really good grades, but you don't seem all that smart now. You should have brought your friends. Showing up alone wasn't enough. Then again, who would want to help a pathetic outcast like you? But since you made an effort to help him, I'll take that into consideration. So, I won't touch that loser anymore on one condition. He has to man up, stand in front of me, and punch me just once. Later, Shin Yong told Gyohwan everything that happened. Continuing, Seongbin is really mean. He knew you wouldn't be able to fight him, so he made that the condition. Gyohwan seemed really moved by what Shin Yong had told him and by her attempt to help him. She continued speaking. It's not your fault, I got bullied by them. I hate them all. I hate people like you, too. The ones who turned their backs on me the moment I fell. But still, I refuse to become like you. I won't let a small desire for revenge turn me into a heartless bystander. Gyohwan asked Shin Yong why she kept all this from him. If he'd known earlier, he would have acted differently. Shin Yong replies that Seongbin wouldn't have kept his promise even if Gyohwan had punched him. In fact, it would have made things worse. Gyohwan clenches his teeth, saying he'll never forgive him. And as long as he has the gun, he's not afraid of him. Shin Yong tells him that Bin isn't nearly as scary as those monsters and continues, Gyohwan, you fought bravely against those terrifying creatures. Bin is nothing compared to them. You don't need a gun to face a bully like him. Now you can do it with your own strength, just with your fists. At the same moment, Mr. Jaden breaks into the storage room, looking for a weapon to defend himself. After a few moments of searching, he finds a large knife that resembles a sword. He picks it up and lifts it to inspect it. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind. On the school bulletin board, there had been an announcement for joining the fencing club, which involved sword fighting under the supervision of Mr. Junajong, who, by the way, is the same teacher who previously encountered Gyohwan with the glasses guy and is also a character from the Sweet Home manhwa. For those who remember, Mr. Jaden had met him in front of the bulletin board and was asked, "Oh, Mr. Jaden, are you interested in fencing? Faculty and staff are welcome to join the club." Jaden replied that he only came for a cup of coffee. Mr. Jong told him there's no need to be shy, then continued, "Mr. Jaden, you really have a good physique, so it's likely your skills would improve quickly." Jaden repeated that he just came for the coffee. Then Mr. Jong responded, "Haha, Sam Jaden, you're really the shy type." Back to the present, Mr. Jaden now deeply regrets not joining the club back then. Thinking about it now. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from behind. Jaden quickly turns around, pointing his sword at the person. It turns out to be a student from the break room earlier. Mr. Jaden recognizes him and calls him by name, Young Pill. After a moment of staring and suspicion, Jaden lifts his shirt to reveal the mark on his shoulder. The student does the same, lifting his shirt to show his own mark. They both sigh in relief, realizing the other hasn't turned into a monster. Then Mr. Jaden and the student, now armed and armored as much as they could manage, head out. Mr. Jaden asks about the others. The student tells him that everyone got separated. Jaden says they need to find a landline phone to make a call and alert the authorities, but the student tells him that the landlines belong to the staff. And now that they've become monsters, There's no way they'd leave any phones working. They're too afraid we'd alert someone. They start thinking of another solution, and the student suggests they try setting up a beacon on the roof to attract attention from people outside. Back to the bully and his group. They were a few steps behind, whispering among themselves. The skinny one asked about the possibility that the little girl had been a monster. The bald and bulky one responds that her voice was weird and scary. He couldn't even tell if it was male or female. The skinny one agrees with him. The big bald guy asks the skinny one if he trusts Songbin. He replies that he does. Then the big guy says, "Kid may have been a monster or maybe human." But Bin crushed her head without a second's hesitation. The skinny one responds, maybe Zongbin was sure she was a monster and had no choice. Then the bulky bald one says that Xiongban sent him to check the situation first earlier because he considered him useless. The skinny guy didn't believe it, but Haeyoung confirmed it to him. The bald man began speaking and said, "We can't trust Zongbin anymore because the next head he crushes might be one of ours." The scene shifts to a male and female student walking through the forest. The boy is sobbing uncontrollably, mourning the death of his girlfriend who was killed by the monsters. With teary eyes, he says to his companion, "What if she didn't die? What if she's still alive? We need to go back to the building, and maybe she's still there." It seems the boy has entered a phase of denial and is losing his grip on reality. But his companion gently tells him that Zhang is dead and won't be coming back. Her heart was pierced by the monster's tendrils. Hearing this only worsens his mental state. He insists on returning to the building, denying her death. He tells his companion that the failure Gyohwan was shooting at the monsters and maybe, just maybe, they were all killed. The girl tries to calm him down, begging him to stop. Suddenly, the boy goes quiet, then vows with cold resolve that he will avenge Zhang. Soon after, the girl spots a path leading out of the forest. She follows it cautiously, getting closer and closer until she discovers a warehouse and sees lights on inside an adjacent room. She assumes someone might be there who can help them, so she asks the boy to scout the area while she checks the room. Inside, she finds a security office. The lights are on, the air conditioner is running. Then suddenly, she spots a landline phone on the desk. Meanwhile, the boy, while exploring, finds a garage. It seems to belong to the Beaver Company. There's a sign that reads Beaver Sports Mover Center. There are also some instructions and guidelines written on the board. On the side of the lot, there are several large trucks just like the ones Gyohwan found in the forest. Back to the girl picks up the phone. An automated voice answers. "Hello. If you would like to make a call, please enter the daily secure contact code and press the dial button. If you have lost or forgotten the secure daily contact code and need to make an emergency call, please dial emergency code 323 to hear this message again." The girl realizes she can't make a normal call because she doesn't have the security code. So, she dials the emergency number quickly. 323. She raises the receiver again, hearing the line ringing. Then, a voice answers. "This line is for emergency use only. Please state your name and affiliation." She responds quickly. "Hello. We came here for training camp," and before she could finish, the voice cuts in again. "This line is for emergency use only. Please state your name and affiliation." She tries again. "I'm a student from Yongchan High School. We came here for training camp, but then monsters appeared and started killing everyone. I'm telling the truth again." And the same automated message plays. "This line is for emergency use only. Please state your name and affiliation." Finally, the girl realizes it's just an automated responder. Then, she notices a card on the desk. It's an employee ID badge containing a photo, name, and security code. Seems like the person belonged to the company's security team. She recites the name, location, and code into the phone. A chime plays followed by a voice saying, "Verification complete. You are now connected to the emergency hotline. From this point forward, please be advised. First, open the emergency box inside the guard center and retrieve the level 1 key card as well as the personal weapon. The emergency box password is 1365. The emergency personal weapon includes a special ammunition type called Venom with 30 rounds and 1 shotgun. Second, after retrieving the weapon, proceed to the main building. Third, use the level 1 key card to access the elevator and go to evacuation room located on the second basement level to ensure your safety. However, be advised we are not responsible for any dangers encountered during your transition to the evacuation zone. That is all. Now press the star and pound keys at the same time. Once you do this, the call will be logged and a rescue team will be dispatched to your location immediately. Chayoung's face lights up with joy. Just then, her companion enters and tells her nothing unusual was found outside. Chayoung jumps with happiness, shouting that she succeeded and they can now call for help. Her companion is also delighted and steps closer to the phone. Young continues. I don't know the details, but all I need to do is press the star and pound keys, and the rescue team suddenly her companion's hand reaches out and presses the win call button. Before she can press the 2 keys, the call is cut off. Chayoung turns to him in shock. Her companion's face now shows a terrifying expression as he smiles. Over 96% of viewers watch without subscribing, but your support helps us more than you know. A flashback appears showing what happened to Chayoung's companion. He was making sure the place was empty when he found numerous trucks belonging to the Beaver Movers Company. As he wandered near them, he suddenly noticed something. It was a hole in the windshield of one of the trucks, a puncture that looked like it was made by the tendrils of the monsters. He focused his gaze on the truck's front window only to discover the disfigured corpse of a man inside. The student was so terrified that he fell to the ground. Behind him, the shadow of someone appeared and said, "Oh my, poor young Shin. This must be fate." The student quickly turned around to see the monster that had stolen the appearance of the wealthy boy. Continuing, "Haha, was it fate that my lovers had to die by my hands?" As soon as he finished his sentence, he thrust his tendril into the boy's head. That's when we realized he had devoured his brain, which is how he took his form afterward. This is how he surprised Chong and ended the call, which had been her lifeline. The girl, still in shock, couldn't process what was happening. She asked her companion why he had hung up. The monster began to speak. "I didn't know there was one phone left. I thought I had taken care of everything perfectly." As he said that, he smashed the phone on the ground. At that moment, Chayoung finally realized that the person standing before her wasn't her friend, Young Shin. She asked him who he really was and what he had done to her companion. The monster replied that she wouldn't want to know what happened to him. Then he took out the wallet and showed her the picture inside, speaking mockingly. "It must have been hard for you all this time, being stuck in a love triangle like that." Nervously, the girl asked what he meant. The monster replied, "Did you think young Shin didn't know? It was painfully obvious that you liked him. Haha. But unfortunately for you, he only ever saw you as a friend." As soon as he said that, he walked over to the couch and sat down in front of the stunned Chayoung. Then he continued speaking. "We're leaving this place tomorrow. The media will be an absolute nuisance. They'll print headlines like students face tragic end during training camp. What's the truth behind the mysterious massacre? Only a few survived the massacre, but they lost all their memories. Police baffled by the mystery." He said all that and then gave Chayoung a sly look. She screamed in panic and asked, "Why the hell are you doing this? What did we ever do to you?" The monster smiled and replied simply, "Because we're different." Chayoung was shocked by his answer and asked again, "You're killing us just because we're different from you?" He responded coldly, "Why are you surprised? Don't you humans do the same thing, Park Cha? What do you think this place is? Just another branch of Beaver Movers? Huh. I think it's far beyond your comprehension." Chong couldn't understand anything and just stood there frozen watching the monster sitting calmly, who was also silently watching her. After minutes of silence, Chayoung asked him why he hadn't killed her yet. He smiled and said, "Because I don't want to kill you. Number 1 doesn't want humans to know about our existence. But I have a different opinion. I want our presence to be known so that you always tremble with fear knowing that there's an unknown entity hiding among you, wearing your face, hunting you. Isn't just imagining it terrifying?" That's when we learned that the monsters call each other by numbers, and the leader name is number 1. Charing asked again in disbelief whether he was really going to let her live just to spread the news of their existence to the world. The monster nodded while transforming his appearance back into that of the wealthy boy. Then he added, "Just like I said. So now you can leave. As for me, I'll be taking a nap here. Hanging out with other people is exhausting. They always treat me like a coward. Is it cowardly to hide in order to survive?" The monster lay down on the couch, turned his back to Cha Young and warned her, "If I find you still here after I wake up, I'll kill you then." After saying that, silence fell over the hall. It seemed the monster had actually fallen asleep. Cha Young, still holding her phone, remembered the automated message that had given her instructions on the anti-mon weapon and the code for the emergency box. She quickly turned to the emergency box, thinking to herself, "If the gun inside is like the one Haneo one used, I might be able to kill this monster." As she thought that, she stared at the sleeping monster, who was snoring peacefully. After confirming he was asleep, she slowly started creeping toward the emergency box and began typing the password 165. As soon as she completed the code, the box made a clicking sound, indicating it had unlocked. She quickly opened the box, but to her shock, it was empty. Then a voice behind her said, "See, you humans do the exact same thing we do." It was the monster sitting on the couch again, a terrifying look on his face as a tendril emerged from his forehead. It turned out everything had been part of his plan. He had faked being asleep to manipulate the girl. Chong quickly hurled a chair through the window, shattering the glass, and jumped through it to escape. She began running as fast as she could. She saw the road nearby, but told herself to avoid such open areas and decided instead to return to the forest where she could hide. The girl ran with all her strength, panting heavily. Suddenly, something swooped down from the sky and slammed into the ground in front of her. She screamed in terror. It was the corpse of her dear friend. Chaeyoung froze in place, unable to move. Suddenly, she heard the rustling of branches to her side. She turned quickly and saw the bully and his friends emerging from the bushes. Shocked to find her there, the bully spoke, "Aren't you Park Chong from the second-year track team?" Before he could finish, he noticed the corpse behind Chaeyoung and quickly raised his stick toward her, asking, Did you do this?" Chaeyoung opened her mouth to reply, but before she could speak, the bully struck her on the head with his stick. She lost her balance, and the large friend grabbed the bully from behind, yelling, "Songbin, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" The bully didn't respond. He elbowed his friend to break free. Chong, panicking and bleeding from her head, pleaded with the bully. "It wasn't me. It was the monster." The bully shouted back. "The monster did it. What the hell are you talking about? The body's right in front of you." Cha Young screamed again, defending herself, swearing the monster was the one who threw the body there. She cried out in fear, "Songbin, please. This isn't the time for this. The monster is after me. If we don't run, we're all going to die." While she was saying this, the monster was watching them from behind a tree, grinning maliciously. A moment later, the bully asked, "So, Cha Young, where exactly is this monster that was chasing you?" Seeing his expression, Cha Young realized she wouldn't be able to convince him, so she turned and began running away. The bully tried to follow, but his large friend stopped him again, telling him to calm down. "She's not one of the monsters. If she were, she would have attacked us with her tendrils." The bully interrupted. "I don't care. You said it yourself. Monsters can take human form, right? So, if we want to stop them from tricking us, wouldn't it be better to just get rid of any humans who could become them? From now on, anyone who shows up, we treat them as monsters." We return to Cha Young, who was running away, not just from the monster, but from the bully as well. She cursed him silently as she ran. But suddenly, a tendril shot out from behind her and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. It was the glasses-wearing monster, who had caught up to her. He began to speak. "Park Jian, I'm sorry, but you've seen too much. Oh, and just in case you misunderstood, I never intended to let you live from the beginning. Haha. I was just toying with you." As he spoke, he smiled gleefully and tightened the grip of his tendril around her neck, then continued, "I mean, You shouldn't regret the choice I made. So tell me, did anything I said bring you even a little comfort? I really hope it did. So now you can die in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, he started squeezing her neck harder and harder. But suddenly, the tendril exploded strangely in the middle. In front of the stunned and bewildered monster, Cha Young fell to the ground. The monster quickly turned toward the side after hearing someone's footsteps, and there stood a small girl. It was the same girl who had previously been killed by the bully, wearing the exact same jacket from Beaver Movers. The monster noticed the logo on the jacket and muttered, "Was there a survivor from Beaver Movers?" "No, that's impossible. Not while I'm around," he shouted as he launched a tendril at the girl, but she didn't even blink, like nothing was happening. Suddenly, a strange energy emanated from her body, blocking the tendril's strike, like a shield of invisible energy had repelled the attack. Nervously, the monster asked the girl who she was. She answered calmly, "I am Zero." As soon as she said that, one of the monster's tendrils and his arm exploded bizarrely, and the look of shock and pain spread across his face. He looked at her again, and then exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke from his mouth to obstruct her vision. But using this same strange energy, she cleared the smoke around her. Still, the monster had already escaped. She then turned to the unconscious Charang and began to approach her. The scene shifts to the women's bathroom inside the training facility building where we see the teacher trembling in fear inside one of the stalls, and she's not alone. Miss Kim is with her as well, asking whether they should come out now that things seem quiet. Ms. Kim responded that it's safer to remain hidden. Ms. Ha-yun replied that it doesn't feel right. They are teachers. They shouldn't be hiding while their students are left outside. Miss Kim replied again. Let's say you don't know how to swim, and someone is drowning in front of you. What should you do then? Ha-yun didn't answer. So Miss Kim continued. Exactly nothing. Rather than jumping in and adding another drowning victim, you should do nothing. And since we can't fight the monsters anyway, hiding is our only option. That's just reality. Ha-yun tried to speak again, but Ms. Kim hushed her and said she heard something.
It was the sound of footsteps approaching them.
Hyun peeked out and saw Gyohwan holding a shotgun and saying, "I heard something coming from this direction." As soon as he said that, Haun rushed out of the stall and called his name. But Gyohwan pointed the shotgun directly at her. Frightened, she told him she wasn't a monster. She was Ms. Ha-yun. Gyohwan didn't lower the weapon. He kept aiming at her and then called out to Shiny Young, who approached the teacher holding an arrow that appeared to be coated in some green substance. After apologizing in advance, Shiny Young drove the arrow into Ms. Ha-yun's hand, then waited to see what would happen. We then see a flashback. After Shiny Young killed the monster Mira with her arrow, she and Gyohwan agreed on a survival plan. She told him they needed to find the other students and teachers, but Gyohwan seemed hesitant and replied, "Are you crazy? Do you want to play the hero that badly? You're so weird. You were always like this, even when we were kids." Shinyong replied, "Speaking of which, it reminds me of our childhood when you were always getting beaten up and I had to come to your rescue every time." Gyohwan looked at her in confusion as she continued with a smile. "Given how much help you've received, don't you think it's time you return the favor?" Frustrated, Gyohwan turned away and Shinyong asked him with a sly grin, "Han Gyohwan, you like me, don't you?" Gyohwan turned around nervously and stammered, "What? No, you're dreaming." Shinyong replied, "Haha, you're joking, right?" That reaction just made it even more obvious. Gyohwan responded awkwardly, "I don't like you anymore. I hate you now." Shinyong teased him further. "So that means you used to like me." Gyohwan stayed silent, saying nothing, his secret exposed. Shinyong continued more seriously this time. "Gyohwan, I'm sorry for leaving without saying anything. I had a tough time after my parents' divorce." Gyohwan, unsure how to respond, said, "That was years ago. There's no need to." Before he could finish his sentence, they noticed something. A student's corpse in the corner. They approached and discovered it was Yuan's class vice president. Shinyong grabbed her arrow and pointed it at the body, and Gyohwan asked what she was doing. She replied that she was curious whether the green substance would react with humans, too. Gyohwan was confused, and Shinyong clarified If this substance doesn't affect humans, but only reacts with monsters, then we could use it to tell humans and monsters apart. Back to the present, we see that nothing happened to Ms. Ha-Yun's arm, meaning she was human. Shin-young explained what they did with the teacher, telling her they had tested the substance before, and it doesn't react with humans. She had even tested it on herself to confirm. Miss Kim, after hearing this, commented, "If there's a weapon that only works on monsters, doesn't that mean whoever made it already knew about their existence? Who the hell is behind this?" Gyohwan muttered, "It's referring to the Beaver Movers Company." But Miss Kim didn't understand what he meant. Gyohwan asked if they wanted to come with him. Miss Kim asked, "Where?" He replied that they were going to the place where he had found the shotgun. After some time, the four finally arrived at the edge of the cliff, where Gyohwan had previously fallen. Miss Kim looked surprised and asked if he had really fallen from that height. He confirmed it, saying he had seen a flash of light and wanted to go down toward it, but he slipped and rolled all the way down. He then told them they had to take a different path to reach the bottom safely. Ms. Kim began to grow suspicious and thought to herself, "It's impossible for someone to fall from that height without getting injured, not even a scratch." The scene then shifts to Zero, standing and staring at the unconscious Chaeyoung. She raised her hand toward her, and a white light or energy flowed from Zer's body into Chaeyoung, enveloping her completely. We return to Gyohwan, leading the group of 3 toward the truck. He stepped in first, followed by Shin-young. Miss Kim asked Han to keep watch outside before she also entered. Inside the truck, there were cylindrical metal capsules. One of them was punctured, as if something had broken out of it. Ms. Kim was puzzled and asked what these things were. Shin-young replied that they looked like capsules, but they were empty. Ms. Kim seemed disappointed as she had come here hoping to find a weapon to protect herself, only to find empty capsules. Gyohwan noticed the punctured capsule on which the word Zero was written. Neither Gyohwan nor Shin-young understood what it meant. They simply concluded that maybe the monsters had come out of these capsules. Outside, Ms. Ha-Yun spotted a blue cap on the ground. Curious, she walked over to pick it up and wondered why it was there. Suddenly, she saw something nearby that terrified her so much that she dropped the cap and screamed at the top of her lungs. What she saw was the corpse of a grown man. The 3 rushed out of the truck to see what had happened. Ms. Hound told them that a man was dead. Gyohwan approached the corpse, wondering about the man's identity. Could he be the driver of the overturned truck? Suddenly, he spotted a phone in the man's hand. He grabbed it and turned it on quickly. The background image on the phone was of the man with his wife and daughter. Luckily, the phone wasn't locked with a passcode. Shin-young was surprised and commented, "Nobody leaves their phone unlocked like that." Then she added, "Maybe he didn't forget to lock it. Maybe he left it open on purpose." Gyohwan then noticed that the signal was completely gone. He pressed the Recent Apps button and saw that the voice recording app had been the last used. He opened the app and told the others that the man had recorded something before his death. There were only 2 recordings. Gyohwan played the first one, and they heard the man's voice. "My name is Kim Sang-jin. I'm the head of the security team at MMA. I can't use my phone during the mission due to the jamming signal emitted by Zero. Today is my wife's birthday, and I can't even make a call to wish her well. Damn it. They say that monster called Zero has supernatural powers that threaten the survival of humanity. Is it really safe to dissect a creature like that? To me, it just looks like an ordinary child. But are the rumors true? The ones that say it's godlike? In any case, I need to finish my mission and return to my family. I've been away from them for too long." Ms. Kim, hearing this, said, What? What does this even mean?" Gyohwan told them there was another recording. He pressed play, and they were all shocked by the loud screaming that followed. "Those damn idiots from Sector C. When I arrived, Sector C was completely out of control due to the variables. I received an order to transfer Zero from Sector A to Sector C and move the variables from Sector C to Sector A, but it seems I won't be able to complete the mission. I took a hit to the chest from one of the variables. The bleeding won't stop. I barely managed to escape. But the road collapsed from the heavy rain, and the transport truck crashed in the forest. Survival now seems hopeless. So before I die, I want to alert the emergency response team about this situation. The Monster Zero has escaped. It seems the capsule broke during the crash. Zero is free. This is extremely dangerous. So if you find it, the recommendation is to kill it immediately. We return to Chong, who suddenly regains consciousness and is surprised to see a little girl in front of her. The scene then shifts to the glasses-wearing monster slumped against a rock, breathing heavily and missing an arm from the shoulder down. Suddenly, he's called out by Monster Number 1, who calls him by his number 3 and asks what happened. Monster Number 3 replies, "What do you think? It's like you see I'm dying." Number 1 asks again, "Who did this to you?"
Was it that boy?
3 shakes his head and says something strange is happening. Number 1 asks again if it was the people from Beaver Movers who did this to him. The monster with glasses answers, "No, it wasn't them. It's something else. Something I've never seen in my life. Number 1, whatever it is, you must be careful." Number 1 notices that his comrade's wound isn't exploding the way it normally does. He asks him to tell him more about the person who attacked him, but Monster 3 starts laughing and tells him he'll see it for himself later. The other monsters shuddered and trembled after hearing this. Number 1 asked if he had any final words. Monster 3 replied, "Yeah, avenge me." Number 1 promised he would, then drove his tendril into his comrade's head and began absorbing his brain, seeing all of Monster 3's memories. He then withdrew his tendril and was asked by another monster what he saw in those memories. Number 1 recalled and replied, "There are no words to describe it, and yet the closest I can come to describing it is God." The scene returns to Cha Young, staring at the little girl in front of her. She asks her who she is, but suddenly remembers the monster and looks around in panic, asking where it went. Not seeing the monster, she looks back at the silent girl and with a blank expression says, "Don't tell me you're also a monster." The girl tilts her head and begins to speak in her eerie voice, "I am Zero." As soon as Chae Young hears the terrifying voice, she runs away screaming in fear, while the monster Zero remains motionless. Suddenly, Zero turns to see smoke rising from the training camp. The scene cuts to Professor Jaden and a student. We learn they are the ones who started the fire, setting it atop the tallest building in the camp to attract attention from the outside. Professor Jaden tells the student they have to leave before the monsters arrive. The fire is already burning well enough. They start running away quickly from the area. Everyone saw the smoke. Gyohwan and his group, and also Monster Number 1 and his comrades. The injured monster told them the smoke appeared to be coming from the training hall. Number 1 said this wasn't part of the plan. Monster Bu asked if there was anything they could do about it. Number 1 then ordered him, "Number 4, handle the smoke." He then turned to another monster and said, "Number 7, find the students and teachers scattered in the forest and kill them all." Upon hearing this, Number 7 smiled and regenerated his severed arm as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, Number 1 stopped him and told him to leave one of them alive. Number 7 was surprised and asked who. Number 1 recalled the memories he absorbed, especially the bully trying to kill Cha Young and saying he didn't care whether she was a monster or a human. There was a dark aura surrounding the bully, and Monster 3 had noticed it before his death. After recalling this, Number 1 told 7 the identity of the person. "Bring me that boy. He's the only one who's interesting." The scene shifts to the bully, panting heavily as he moved forward, searching for Chong. The skinny friend said, "Chae Young must have gotten far away. She was too fast." The bully didn't seem to hear and just kept walking. But suddenly, he started to stagger and groan in pain. His friends became worried, sensing that something was wrong. Strangely, the bully began to hear voices in his head saying, "Killer, killer, killer." With a pained expression, he wondered where the voice was coming from and begged it to stop. But it continued to echo in his head, "Kill him, kill him." Blood began to drip from his nose, and he looked shocked by what was happening. He began to recall memories. As a child, he watched his older brother with envy, always favored by their father. Songbin had tried repeatedly to prove himself, wanting to earn his father's approval, too. But his father always ignored him and treated his older brother better, like he was nothing. One day, Songbin stood in the middle of the road, hoping to end his life by getting hit by a truck. But his older brother rushed in, pushed him out of the way, and got hit instead. Songbin screamed and cried as he saw his brother thrown into the air and crash to the ground. His brother opened his mouth weakly and smiled. Songbin, be more careful next time. After hearing that, Songbin cried miserably. From out of nowhere, Monster Zero appeared in his memory and asked him, "Does it hurt?" The younger Songbin turned toward the monster and asked who he was. Zero began to speak. "Songbin, your soul is sick." The child didn't understand. The monster continued, "I will save you. After all, I was created to save people like you." Back to reality, we see Songbin collapsed on the ground unconscious. While his friends try to check on him, they begin to question what to do. The larger friend wonders aloud, what happened to him? Did the monster infect him with a virus or something?
Huh.
Young suddenly speaks, her face strange and expression dark. Monsters don't carry any viruses. Something has overtaken Songbin. The two boys notice Hey Young's strange demeanor. The bigger one asks her, "Ha Young, are you?" "No, no way. Are you really one of the monsters?" Another flashback begins. Monster Mara was attacking two girls. She then chased Ha Young, releasing a tendril from her forehead. But suddenly, another tendril shot out and stabbed Ha Young in the back of her head, absorbing her brain. Monster Mira looked annoyed and said, "What the hell? That was my toy." Another female monster appeared from the corner and smiled, pointing at Mira. "Oh, was it your toy?"
Oops, my bad, Mira replied.
"I don't like your sarcastic attitude, but seriously, why you choose a girl with no special traits?" The other monster answered, "Because she was cute, that's all." Mira said, "You really have terrible taste." Back to the present. Ha Young smiled and said, "Hi, I'm Sam Shik. What a brilliant trickster I am, huh?" The two boys were terrified and stepped back as the skinny one screamed, "Leah Young, you were a monster all along." Monster Sam replied, "No need to worry, guys. You're not in trouble right now." She then turned to the unconscious Songbin. She felt something strange from him and said, "What is this? Did something get stuck inside him?" "No, nothing got stuck." "Oh, I get it. It's something you humans have had from the very beginning. And that girl, she awakened it. She's really quite interesting. But does number one know about this?" After finishing, she turned toward the two boys who were ready to defend themselves with sticks. She asked, "Guys, can you keep my identity a secret from Songbin? If you do, I'll let you live." They both nodded quickly, promising to keep the secret. But the monster smiled and continued, "But tell me to fool Songbin. Do I really need both of you?" The two froze in terror as they realized what she meant. The monster continued, smiling. "Hey, Sangkwan Park-chan, please discuss among yourselves. Which one of you gets to live and which one I kill right now?" The scene shifts to monster number one, who is sitting on a massive rock. Recalling the memories of monster number three, specifically the moment he found the girl Che Young calling emergency services, monster number one realized from this memory that the Corporation executives must have noticed what happened and would act quickly. So, they didn't have much time left. We return to Sam Shik, the monster, who was interrogating the two bullies, asking who should die and who should live. When both remained silent, she pressed them harshly. "What? You're not answering? Then should I just kill you both?" The skinny one, terrified, cried out in fear. "Please, I just want to live." Sam Shik asked him why he should be allowed to live instead of his friend. He replied, "I just want to live, that's all." She then turned to the larger boy and asked for his opinion. He replied, "What do you want me to say? Should I beg you to kill my friend instead of me?" At that moment, Sam Shik extended a tendril from her forehead and said, "Then I'll kill you just like you wish." But just as she launched the tendril, it flew past Sangkwan and stabbed into a tree behind him. She laughed and said, "I'm just kidding. You two aren't nice enough to be killed by me or to have your brains sucked out." The skinny one started thanking her, tears streaming down his face, but she continued, "We may have to unite later on because I think we have a common enemy." We then returned to Gyohwan and the rest of the group who were heading toward the source of the fire they had seen earlier. They found it burning on the rooftop of one of the camp buildings. Gyohwan said, "I think someone lit that fire on purpose up there." Shuang added, "Smart, but even so, we don't know if it would have worked." Miss Kim then stepped in, warning that getting closer would be too dangerous since the fire could also alert the monsters, so hiding in the mountains was the safest option. They wouldn't be able to cover the whole area with their small numbers. As they went deeper into the mountains, 2 people were watching them. Suddenly, one of them leapt directly at Gyohwan. Gyohwan tried to aim his rifle, but he was too slow. The person grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. It was the perverted old man who screamed at Gyohwan, "Give me that damn rifle." With him was the fat artist who also ran toward Gyohwan trying to snatch the gun, but Shuyong hit him and told him to calm down. Meanwhile, Gyohwan smashed the perverted old man's jaw with a rifle and sent him flying. The old man fell to the ground, groaning in pain, bleeding from his forehead and crying, "They're all dead. All the kids who escaped with us are dead. Only me and Sunyup survived. I need the rifle. I need it to live. Give it to me." While the old man screamed these desperate words, Sha-Yang suddenly signaled to Gyohwan to look behind him. There was someone approaching.
It was Monster View.
Gyohwan panicked but quickly got up and aimed at the monster. The monster slowly approached, scanning the area around him. Gyohwan thought to himself, "The rifle has 8 bullets left. Shuyong has 2, and the spare box has 13. That's 23 bullets total." Suddenly, as Gyohwan prepared to shoot, the perverted old man grabbed the rifle and struck Gyohwan in the head, knocking him down. He began laughing hysterically, declaring the gun his now. Then he aimed at the monster and fired 2 rounds, but Bu dodged them effortlessly and continued firing, but Bu kept dodging. Then the monster decapitated the old man in one swing and grabbed the rifle in front of everyone. Stunned, he stood before Gyohwan and said, "It's mine now. Hey kid, watch me destroy your only weapon." He began crushing the rifle with immense force until cracks started to form. We then see a flashback of the monster. 2 men in white suits are standing in front of Monster Bu, who is restrained inside a glass chamber filled with green fluid. One of them asked, "So this is one of the variants?" The other replied, "Yes, first time seeing one. Looks human, doesn't it?" The first man said, "It's terrifying how they roam around pretending to be human." Then asked, "So why do they eat human brains?" The other replied, "First, it's necessary for their survival, but some do it just for fun." The first man asked how many there were. The second replied, "Not many. If there were, humanity would already be in deep trouble," he continued. Based on recent discoveries, they can't reproduce. The first man wondered why such dangerous creatures were being studied. The second explained, "These monsters can heal and absorb brains, turning them into information. We're trying to apply this to medical science, digitizing the brain. If we can analyze how their bodies work, we might finally free humanity from the fear of death." The first man moved closer to the monster and asked, "But you still have no idea where these creatures came from?" The other replied, "I heard someone joke that maybe they were a gift from God to stop humanity from going extinct." Monster Bu, fully awake and listening the whole time, was furious inside, thinking, "I hate you humans. I hate you from the depths of my soul." We returned to Bu, who continued breaking the rifle in front of Gyohwan, his only friend. Suddenly, an arrow lodged into Bu's shoulder. But he didn't flinch. He looked up and saw Xiang on a tree branch, disappointment on her face for missing his head. Bu mocked her, calling her attempt laughable, and continued breaking the rifle. Then Bu's expression changed as he heard something behind him. He quickly turned. It was the student who was with Jane singing. Bu was stunned at the idiot standing in front of him while Jaden charged at him from behind. Jaden slashed at Bu's fingers, cutting them off and forcing him to drop the rifle. Gyohwan grabbed it quickly while Jaden gripped Bu's waist and pushed him. But Bu, unfazed, said with disdain, "You're brave." despite being in such a pitiful state, then die. As he said that, his hand transformed into a giant claw, ready to finish off Jaden. But suddenly, Bu's shoulder began to swell, then exploded. Surprised, Bu flung Jaden away. Gyohwan, seeing the chance, aimed and fired. But Bu leapt into the air and dodged the bullet. Then he exhaled black smoke from his mouth, covering the entire area, and the group started coughing and shouting as they searched blindly for him through the choking fog. Gyohwan tried to reassure himself that the monster couldn't see in these conditions either, because if it could, they wouldn't have escaped the last time. The student with the flute began to sing again, calling everyone to come toward his location where there was no smoke. Xiong yelled at him in panic to stop immediately, but it was too late. Monster Bu began sprinting rapidly toward him while Xiong tried to hit him with her arrow, but missed again for the second time. Student Yongbil, seeing this, realized he had no choice but to grab his weapon, thinking to himself that he had never killed anyone before. Monster Bu raised his arm with force to throw a punch toward Yongbil. But Gyohwan quickly turned and aimed his rifle at Monster Bu, then fired, hitting the monster directly in the leg. The scene shifts to Monster 7, who is confused why Bu still hadn't put out the fire. Suddenly, he hears the sound of gunfire coming from Bu's direction. Monster 7 started to worry and remembered an old memory. They were both tied up tightly while hearing loud screaming. Monster Bu spoke. Number 3. No, I mean Sam Shik. That perverted bastard who used to laugh during all the past experiments. Today's experiment seems painful, doesn't it? They say they're testing a weapon that can kill us. Finally, it looks like today's our day to die. Monster 7 replied, saying they were valuable test subjects for humans and wouldn't be killed so easily. Bu responded that he would rather die than be treated in such a humiliating way. Monster 7 told him he was way too emotional for someone his size. Then, Monster Bu asked him, 7, what were you doing before they brought you here? 7 replied that he was just an office worker. Then he asked Bu what he used to do. Bu said he used to be a firefighter. Monster 7 laughed and said, that's pretty funny. You were saving human lives. Weren't you supposed to hunt them? Monster Bu replied that he only did that once, when the person whose body he now inhabits broke in and threatened him. He was a thief trying to rob him. Monster 7 answered sarcastically, I bet that thief was one of the 5 unluckiest criminals on Earth. So, would you still be a firefighter if we somehow escaped from here? Would you go back to saving the good humans? Bu replied, no, humans have taught me the emotion of rage. Now I'll kill them without a second thought. As soon as he finished remembering that memory, Monster 7 rushed toward the sound of the gunshot, worried for his friend. Back to Monster Bu, whose leg was now swelling from the bullet. Shu Yong screamed at Gyohwan when she saw it. You hit him in the leg. Finish him off now. Gyohwan quickly advanced, aiming directly at the monster in front of him. But the monster roared with all his strength, turned his hand into a claw, and sliced off his own injured leg. He then grabbed it and pulled out a tendril from the place where the leg had been severed. Yuan, seeing this, grew nervous and prepared to shoot the monster again. But the monster said, so, you're going to kill me, huh? Go on then, kid.
Try it.
Right after he said that, Gyohwan fired, but the monster jumped, dodging the shot, then spun in midair and threw his severed leg at Gyohwan, hitting him and knocking him backward with force. Monster Bu dashed toward Gyohwan and said, so, what do you think now? Killing me isn't that easy, is it? As he spoke, he raised his fist to finish Gyohwan off. But the teacher jumped in front of him and pushed Gyohwan out of the way right before the monster's blow landed. The teacher stood in Gwan's place and took the punch herself, flying through the air and crashing into a tree. The monster, seeing this, said, how could this weak lump of protein do something so reckless? Gyohwan, witnessing this, screamed at the top of his lungs and fired at Monster Bu. But the monster easily dodged and turned his gaze toward Gyohwan. Then the monster began to leave while Gyohwan shouted for him not to run and to finish the fight. Xiong yelled at Gyohwan from a tree, telling him not to chase the monster. Hearing this, Gyohwan looked down at Ms. Hai Yun, who was lying on the ground as Ms. Kim tried desperately to wake her up. Suddenly, Teacher Hai Yun spoke. Looks like I ended up being a corpse soaked in water. Just like you said earlier, Miss Kim screamed with desperation and anger mixed. Why did you do that? You were supposed to stay still. Why the hell did you do that? Han answered. I just felt like I had to do it. Because I'm a teacher. With that, Han died right in front of Ms. Kim's shocked face as Kim started screaming in hysteria. Gyohwan saw all this and froze in place, completely shocked. His eyes emptied out as he recalled a memory. Even though Ms. Hye-yun didn't know him or teach him, she always greeted him with a smile. They were practically strangers. And yet, Halen sacrificed herself to save him. This ignited Gyohwan's rage. He grabbed his rifle and turned toward the direction where Monster Bu had escaped as Shi-young screamed at him not to go. But he answered her saying, I'm not going to think or hesitate. I won't forgive him. Right after saying that, he ran off in the direction of the monster's escape, leaving Seong stunned. She jumped down from the tree and tried to follow him, but Young grabbed her shoulder to stop her. She screamed at him to let go, but he replied, There's nothing you can do alone. Then he turned and asked teacher Jaden, Sir, are you coming with us? Jaden didn't reply. He gave a military salute, then ran ahead to catch up with Gyohwan. We returned to Gyohwan, running fast. He spotted the purple liquid left behind by the monster, then took out his ammo box and reloaded his weapon. He began walking slowly, following the monster's trail. And we see the monster limping, clearly in pain, saying, this really hurts. It's going to take a long time to heal. That damn kid and his rifle. This time, I'll make sure to kill him, without a doubt. As he muttered to himself in anger, suddenly he noticed a girl ahead with red eyes and a blue jacket. It was Zero. He stared at her for a moment, then asked who she was. The girl calmly answered, I'm Zero. Before she could finish her sentence, Monster Bu launched a tendril that pierced straight through her chest. He said to her, It's you, the one who killed number 3. What the hell are you? There was never anyone like you in the facility. Zero, blood dripping from her mouth, patted the monster's tendril and said to him, Nothing. You don't have anything. Monster Bu was stunned by her strange reply, and Zero continued patting the tendril. But suddenly, Monster Bu noticed something from the side. It was Gyohwan aiming his rifle right at him. Then he fired. This time the bullet hit Bu directly in his right side. In a burst of pain, the monster's body exploded, leaving only his which rolled to the ground. Zero, still patting the tendril, suddenly pulled it out of her chest and collapsed to the ground. Yuan was surprised to see a girl her age in a place like this. He approached her to check on her and said, Hey, little girl, are you okay? Hang in there a bit, little girl. Can you hear me? While he was shouting at her to wake up, he noticed the beaver driver's emblem on her jacket. Then he started recalling the audio recording he had previously heard on the security guard's phone, the one they found dead. He remembered one sentence exactly. It looks like an ordinary child, but is the rumor that it's godlike?
True.
Zero has escaped. Zero's release is extremely dangerous. If found, lethal force is recommended immediately. Recalling this, Gyohwan aimed his eyes at the girl lying on the ground and said to himself, Could this child be Zero? While he was still thinking, he saw the blood pouring from her chest. Suddenly, he lifted her from the ground and screamed at her to hang in there. He scolded himself for even considering that this little girl might be a monster. Then he started thinking about what he could do to save her. But before he could continue thinking, a tendril stabbed him from behind.
It was Monster Bu.
He had extended a tendril from his remaining head and stabbed Gyohwan before dying. As the monster pulled the tendril out of Gwan's chest, blood gushed out like a waterfall. Gyohwan began to sway from side to side, and then collapsed alongside Zero. The scene shifts to Shu-young and the others as they search for Gwan in the place where Bu was previously killed, but we discover that he has vanished strangely. Only Bu's remains and the blood of Zero and Gwan remain there. Shu-young started calling out Gwan's name loudly, while Jaden told her to lower her voice, so the monsters wouldn't hear them. Shu-young began to feel a mix of anger and worry toward Gwan for not listening to her. Suddenly, Jung-il approached the blood on the ground and said, This blood, maybe it's from Gyohwan. He might be. Xiong cut him off, furious, telling him to shut up and stop being pessimistic. We return to Gyohwan, who is dreaming again. This time, he's falling into the depths of the water, drowning, kicking helplessly. Just as he was about to give up, he saw the same girl he had tried to save earlier approaching him. But suddenly he woke up from the dream. He checked his injury, but strangely there was nothing. He said to himself, "I'm sure I had a hole in my chest." Just as he finished that sentence, he turned to his side and saw Zero sitting there staring at him. Gyohwan was stunned and jumped back in panic. He quickly grabbed his rifle and aimed it at her while she continued to stare motionless. Gyohwan stood up, still aiming at Zero, and asked, "I'm sure there was a hole in my chest. Did you heal me?" The girl nodded slowly in confirmation. Gyohwan remembered again the sentence. Her power is godlike. He lowered his weapon and sat beside the wall, asking her again why she saved him, but this time she didn't answer. Seeing this, Gyohwan asked her, "You can't speak." This time, Zero answered, "Because you helped me too." Gyohwan was surprised by her strange voice and asked with confusion, "Hey, was your tongue cut in half or something? It's hard to understand what you're saying." "Zero, you're different from those tendril monsters, right?" Again, Zero nodded in agreement. Gyohwan asked again, "I'm just asking to be sure. The person who owned the jacket you're wearing, did you kill him?" Zero shook her head in denial. Gyohwan continued saying he asked because that person had said she was extremely dangerous. Then he added, "But to me, you don't seem dangerous."
So why would he say that about you?
Maybe because the power you healed me with is supernatural. But while he was speaking, he suddenly remembered Teacher Kim and her severe injury from the monster. He cried out, pleading to Zero, asking her to help save his teacher. He begged her, but Zero said, "Too late." Gyohwan was confused by her response and asked her how she knew that. Zero replied, "I can feel it. She's already dead." Gyohwan returned to where he was and sat down hopelessly. Then he started to speak aloud, wondering why Teacher Han did what she did. She had no reason to risk her life to save him. As Gyohwan spoke to himself, he noticed Z trembling. He asked her if she was cold. She nodded again. Then he pulled a torn blanket out of his bag and wrapped it around her. Zero, with a childlike mind, stuck her finger through one of the holes and started wiggling it as if playing. Gyohwan sat next to her again, thinking once more about his father. He took out his phone to check if the signal had returned, but it was still gone. Then he wondered what his friend would say if he told him about all these strange things. Suddenly, Gyohwan turned towards Zero and asked her how old she was, but she was already fast asleep. Gyohwan remembered again the sentence. If found, lethal force is recommended immediately. He then looked at her bare, injured feet and remembered how Shu Yang had once treated his wounds. So, he took out some bandages and began wrapping her feet, saying that she'd feel better once he was done. But Zero was still sound asleep, snoring loudly. Gyohwan wondered aloud if something like this girl could really be called a monster. Moments later, Gyohwan finished bandaging Zer's feet. Suddenly and strangely, he heard notification sounds coming from his phone. He grabbed it quickly and checked it. The signal was back. A bunch of his friends' messages had arrived at once, asking when he was coming back and telling him his sister wouldn't be home, so he should come over to play games together. Seeing this, Gyohwan immediately called emergency services. Then he heard a voice say, "This is 112 emergency. What's your situation?" Upon hearing this, Gyohwan spoke quickly. "Hello, please help me. I'm in wait. Where was this place?" I don't know the exact location, but anyway, I'm a student from Youngcheon Middle School, and we were on a training camp here. Then suddenly, these monsters appeared and started killing everyone. They're disguised as camp counselors. The person on the line paused briefly, obviously in disbelief, then replied, "So, you're saying the camp counselors are monsters?" Gyohwan responded, "No, to be exact, they only pretend to be, and they're killing people with tendrils that come out of their bodies." "Those monsters? They're attacking us. Please find us quickly." Then he heard the voice ask, "Are you alone right now? Are there any teachers around you? If one of them is near, Can you let me speak with them? Yuan replied that he was alone. The voice continued. So, you're saying you're at a training camp and there are no teachers around. Then where did they all go? Yuan replied again that everyone had scattered when the monsters attacked. The voice responded skeptically. So, what you're saying is monsters appeared at the training camp and they're trying to kill everyone, right? All right. We'll take the appropriate measures so we can send someone quickly. Yuan asked how long it would take for help to arrive. The voice on the other end replied that a storm was about to hit the area, and since the camp was located in the mountains, it would take some time. The call ended, and Yuan started to doubt whether anyone was really coming. It seemed like the responder didn't believe him at all. He immediately called his friend through a video call, and after a few moments, his friend appeared on the screen and said, "Are you serious? A video call at this hour? Didn't you say you were at a training camp?" Ken quickly replied, "Hey, dude. You know I'm not the type to joke around, right? So, I need you to listen to what I'm about to say." "Seriously?" His friend replied mockingly. "Oh, are you saying I'm not serious, unlike you?"
Fine.
"What is it?" Gyohwan then began explaining the situation. "Monsters showed up at the training camp. They're attacking us. They look like humans, but they shoot tendrils out of their bodies. I swear I'm not messing with you. I really need your help. Aren't alcohol and drugs banned in camps these days?" That was his friend's response. Of course, even a friend wouldn't easily believe a story like this. Gyohwan yelled at him, saying he was telling the truth. Then he turned the camera to show him the rifle and told him he had already killed 2 monsters with it. He added that there hadn't been any signal on his phone or any other phone until just now, and that's why he called immediately. His friend with no other choice asked, "Can I just ask you 2 questions first? 1. Do they host midnight survival games at your camp?" Yuan replied, "No," his friend continued.
2.
"Did the guys who bully you put you up to this lame prank?" Again, Gyohwan answered, "No." Then his friend said, "All right, I'll believe you. Did you call the cops?" Gyohwan told him what happened and said he wasn't sure if they believed him. His friend asked, "You didn't mention the monster stuff when you called them, right?" Of course. Poor Gyohwan, in his limited wisdom, had told them about the tendrils and everything. His friend called him an idiot and continued, "Okay, even if the report is insane, they'll still send someone to check it out.
So don't worry.
And since I believe you, I'll go along with this for now. So, tell me, where are you?" Yuan replied that he didn't know. His friend said, "You don't even know where the camp is." "Fine. I'll check the school's website for the location." At that exact moment, Zero opened her eyes. She had just woken up. Suddenly, the video call glitched and cut off. The signal had disappeared again. Gyohwan turned around after hearing footsteps behind him. It was Zero, walking toward him with cold red eyes. Suddenly, Gyohwan remembered something. He recalled the audio recording and specifically the sentence, "Today is my wife's birthday, and I can't even call her to wish her." And just like that, he realized Zero had been the one causing the signal disruption all along. At the same time, we see a police car speeding toward the camp. Inside, a male officer and a female officer were having a conversation. The officer asked, "What did you just say?" "Monsters and armed air forces." The female officer respectfully replied, "Yes, sir. We received 2 reports. One said monsters have appeared at a training camp. The other was from someone claiming a friend of his is at the same camp and that he saw armed air forces in the area." Of course, the second report came from Gyohwan's friend. Unlike Gyohwan, he gave a more believable excuse than talking about monsters with tendrils. The officer didn't believe either report and looked frustrated. The female officer continued, "Because of the second report, the nearest military unit was alerted as well. But we'll still be the first ones on the scene. I know both reports sound ridiculous, but seriously, what the hell is going on?" The officer replied with understanding. "I know, but we don't have enough information, so I don't think we should let our guard down." Suddenly, they saw a fire on top of a building in the camp. The female officer commented on how massive the fire was and said it was headed straight toward the camp. She continued, "Something strange is really going on over there." As she spoke, she suddenly shouted at her captain to stop the car. He slammed the brakes hard. The car came to a stop just in time before falling off a destroyed bridge. They both jumped out of the car. They tried to use the radio to call HQ and report the broken bridge, but no use. The signal was jammed. The female officer tried her phone, too, but there was no signal at all. Suddenly, while the male officer was trying to make sense of what was happening, he looked across the bridge and saw someone approaching. It was Number 1. The officer asked, "What happened to the bridge?" Number 1 replied that he didn't know. This was the first time he'd seen it like this, too. The officer then asked who he was and whether he worked at the training camp nearby. Number 1 said, "Yes," the officer continued. "Is something going on at the camp? We got a report about it." Number 1 replied coldly, "Nothing's going on except the bridge collapsing." "But what exactly were you told this time?" The female officer answered, "Well, we were informed that the camp counselors are." Her captain quickly cut her off. She asked him what was wrong. He whispered, "The report says the counselors are the monsters. Look at his clothes. Doesn't he look like a camp counselor?" The female officer understood immediately, and her captain finished the sentence for her. "We were told there was a fire in the area, so we're worried something serious might be happening." Number 1 told them nothing serious was going on. They were just burning garbage. But the officer insisted that they still needed to confirm things personally. Number 1 got angry. A tendril burst out from his forehead and grabbed the officer by the neck. Then he spoke coldly. "Don't worry. The report will say the police rushed to investigate immediately after receiving the call." Without realizing that the bridge leading to the camp had collapsed, they fell into the deep river below. As he finished speaking, the officer took his last breath and collapsed to the ground. The female officer witnessing this rushed toward the car, but Number 1 jumped on top of it and smashed it. Terrified, the officer fired her stun gun at the monster. But Number 1 caught the electric dart without even flinching and then said, "I hate your kind, but what irony. Without you, we'd be in trouble. Because of your food, your technology, your art, you've earned my admiration and my resentment.
But there are too many of you.
So, let's reduce the number by maybe 70%. With a wicked smile, he killed the female officer with a tendril from behind. We returned to Gyohwan, who was staring at Zero. He had finally realized she was the one causing the phone signal interference all along. He told her this to confirm his suspicion, but Zero asked in confusion, "Was I doing that?" Gyohwan told her that it was always when she was asleep that the signal came back. Then he added, "Well, how about you go back to sleep, huh? And if that's too hard, I'll knock you out myself." Zero, startled, replied nervously, "Calm down." Gyohwan then asked her if she could fix her voice. It sounded like both a man and a woman speaking at once, and it was creepy. Suddenly, Z touched the rifle and began speaking to Gyohwan telepathically. She asked, "So, what about now? Is this better?"
Gyohwan was shocked.
Zero continued, "Han Gyohwan, you have a wounded soul. You poor thing. Are all of you humans this miserable?" Gyohwan, dumbfounded, replied that he didn't really know what every human feels. Zero went on to say that everyone in and also Sun Ungbin were all wounded. Hearing the bully's name, Gyohwan's expression changed. Zero noticed and asked, "Your emotions suddenly shifted to intense anger. So, you hate him, don't you?" Gyohwan shouted in rage. "Of course I do. Do you have any idea what he did to me all these years? There's nothing tragic about that base." Zero cut him off, saying, "But I felt sorry for Sun Ungbin, too. To me, you're all the same." Gyohwan froze in place, unable to comprehend what she just said. Z continued, asking, "Do you want me to save you and save all of you, too? That's what I was created for." Gyohwan kept listening, confused, and asked her, "How? And from what would she save them?" Zero answered, "I'll kill you all. I can do that." When Gyohwan heard what Zero had said, he remembered himself in the past when he used to boil with rage and was haunted by thoughts of killing everyone in his class. But that compared to what he had just heard from this creature standing before him, who calmly stated that she could annihilate all of humanity, was something completely different. Because Zero, it was clear she wasn't joking. There was no hesitation or pretense in her expression or tone. At that moment, Gyohwan realized that something dangerous, something terrifying was about to happen in the future. We return to number 1, who had just finished cleaning up the crime scene. He threw the car down to make it seem like an accident. 2 police officers falling off the bridge because they didn't notice it had collapsed. Then he focused his gaze on the smoke rising from the camp, wondering what monster bee was doing that kept him from putting out the fire. Back to the bully, who had just woken up. His friend was surprised and asked how he was feeling. The bully, confused, asked what had happened to him, and the big guy answered that he had a nosebleed and fainted. Sam Shik, whose identity the bully still didn't know, spoke with fake cheerfulness. Songbin, I'm really glad you finally regained consciousness. The skinny one and the big guy were terrified by how well she acted. And she continued speaking. We've wasted too much time.
We need to get out of here fast.
I feel like a storm is coming. The bully agreed, and they resumed their path through the mountain. The big guy started thinking about what the monster had told them earlier, that they'd need to unite their forces. Then he added that maybe something was controlling Songbin. Suddenly, something interrupted his thoughts. Songbin had stopped after hearing a rustling sound coming from ahead. Once again, the bully ordered his skinny friend to go check it out, using him as a scapegoat. The skinny one grumbled about the situation, but he had no choice. He started approaching the source of the sound step by step. And when he got there, he was shocked to see Shinyong pointing her bow at him and calling out, Park Chan-hook, you're still alive? The skinny one was surprised and confused by the question while Shinyong cautiously asked him if he was a monster. The skinny one shouted emotionally in reply, I'm not a monster. But Shinyong didn't believe him. So she walked up behind him, grabbed him, and ordered him to take her to his friends while still pointing the arrow at his neck. As she started walking, she said sarcastically to the bully and the others, Good to see you all alive. Songbin sang Kwan, and then she suddenly stopped. She had forgotten Haeong, Unk's name, but Hong reminded her, smiling naturally. The skinny one yelled at Shinyong in pain, Get that arrow off me. It hurts. She replied coldly and pulled it away. But as soon as he thanked her, she suddenly stabbed it into his arm. The skinny one started screaming in pain as his friends watched in shock and confusion. Then the bully shouted angrily at Shinyong. What the hell are you doing? Shinyong replied calmly. I'm checking whether Park Chan-hak is a monster or not. The arrowhead I'm using contains a substance that can kill monsters. Upon hearing that, Samchik realized she was in danger. Shinyong continued, Have you seen Gyohwan? The bully responded heatedly. Why the hell would you be looking for that bastard here? Shinyong answered mockingly. You're right. Since you're still alive, that means you haven't met him yet. Then Jaden stepped in gently, saying, Please cooperate with us, so we can check each of you individually. But the bully refused outright, shocking Professor Jaden. Then Songbin added suspiciously, What if you're the monsters? This could just be a trick to kill us. Yongbeel shouted angrily at him for how he was speaking to Professor Jaden. But the bully arrogantly replied, Professor, who gives a damn about that in this situation? What's weird is that you dare speak to me like that. Do you want me to break your skull? Yongbeel challenged him. I'm not afraid of a bully. I faced real monsters. Then he raised his whistle with a trembling hand and said nervously, Want me to break your head with this? Shiny Young stepped in again, calmly, asking them to cooperate. But the big guy stepped toward her, saying, All right, but could you go easy on me? As soon as he took a step forward, the bully violently stopped him and shouted furiously, If any of you listen to this, I'll kill you. At that moment, Professor Jaden started seeing the dark side of his students for the first time. So, he whispered to Yongbeel and asked what was going on with Songbin. Yongbeel replied that Songbin had always been like that. He was known for being a bully and a delinquent. The professor was shocked and said in disbelief, Are you serious? But Songbin was a model student. The bully asked the big guy again to step back, but suddenly the big guy continued walking towards Shinyong as the bully glared at him in anger. When the big guy reached Shinyong, he asked, Shinyong, can you really kill monsters with that arrow? Shinyong said yes, but the big guy asked her for proof. So, She explained that she had extracted the material from Gyohwan's bullets and that the substance destroys monster cells as soon as it enters their bodies. The big guy was convinced. Then he held Shin-young by the shoulder as if he were about to confess something, but he hesitated. What he was trying to say was that Lee Ha-young was a monster. Suddenly, he imagined a scene of the monster attacking them and killing Shin-young with its tentacle, and then killing Song-bin, and the skinny one, too. He saw her looking at him with a terrifying gaze, sending a tentacle toward him, as well to kill him. Of course, that was all just a scenario playing out in the big guy's imagination. He snapped out of it to the sound of Shin-young asking him what he was going to say. Sang-kwon felt a sudden tension and began thinking deeply. If he told Shin-young the truth about Ha-young being a monster, hiding in their companion's form, and that she had survived the first arrow shot, this could be the end for everyone. He also thought about how the monster hadn't shown any intent to kill them yet. She had spared them and didn't seem interested in hurting anyone, so he thought it might be better not to anger the monster unnecessarily and make things worse. In the end, the big guy decided to stay silent and pretend he didn't know anything in order to protect everyone's lives. Seeing the skinny one, it also looked like he was thinking exactly the same thing. So, the big guy nervously changed the topic and told Shin-young, well, I just wanted to say I'm really jealous that you have that weapon. Shiny-young was surprised by his reaction and his confused look. Then she coldly commented, "You're really a weirdo." Watching the two act so foolishly, Samshik sighed in relief, while Professor Jaden continued speaking. Hey guys, wouldn't it be better if we worked together and looked for a way out of here instead of acting separately? But the bully immediately cut him off with a sharp tone, rejecting his offer, saying, "You're suspicious of us, and we're suspicious of you, too. You could be monsters. So, there's no reason for us to cooperate with someone who wanted to stab us in the arms with arrows first." Then he turned to the skinny and the big one and ordered them to return with him. And before the big guy passed by Shin-young, he paused for a few seconds and stared at her silently, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Then turned his face away and left without saying a word. After that, confusion appeared clearly on Shin-young's face, and she told her companions that there was something strange about Sang-kwon's behavior. He was considered Song-bin's right hand, and it was impossible for him to disobey his orders, no matter how dangerous. Then Shin-young continued speaking. But just a while ago, he approached us despite Song-bin ordering him not to. But what's even stranger is that he only did it to tell me he was jealous that I possessed this weapon. Young Pil agreed with what she said while he began to remember something. Back to the past, when Professor Jaden and the guy with the flute were on their way to light a fire, they found the corpses of 2 female students ahead of them. And a little farther away was another girl's body. And yes, as we know, it was Hang. Thus, Young Pil was deep in thought as he felt that the girl who was with the bully looked familiar to him, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember when or where exactly. After that, both groups left, each taking a different path. We returned to Monster Number 7, who had just arrived at the location where Monster Bao was. All he found were the melted remains of his corpse. But as soon as Monster Number 7 spoke, Monster B replied strangely. He wasn't fully dead yet. Monster 7 asked what had happened, and the latter told him that he had encountered Zero, the absolute monster. Monster 7 asked him if his current state was because of that godlike monster. Monster B replied that his condition now was due to that boy with the shotgun, but told him he had already taken care of it and dealt with him after piercing his chest with one of his tendrils. Then he followed with some final words when I made contact with that absolute monster. He said something strange to me, something that kept echoing in my head without me understanding it. He said, "You possess nothing." I thought a lot about his words, but I couldn't figure out what he meant. Nothing came to mind that were truly lacking. Afterward, Monster 7 asked him which path the absolute monster took, but Monster B told him to see for himself, most likely by absorbing his memory. Monster 7 agreed, and the two bid farewell to each other. Then we see Monster 7, tracking the trail of blood. He knew he was on the right path and swore to himself, "I'll make sure to find you and tear you to shreds, you so-called god." We returned to Gyohwan, standing before Zero as he nervously said, "Zero, you're killing everyone. You shouldn't do that." Zero was surprised by this while continuing to speak telepathically, saying, "Why shouldn't I? Isn't this what you want?" Jan shouted back, saying, "No one wanted that." Then continued, "Okay, Zero. Look, there was a saying from ancient times. What was it again? Oh, I remember. It goes, life might be tiring, but it's better than being 6 feet under." Suddenly, Zero interrupted him and told him to stop. After a moment, she said, "They are here." As soon as she said that, Gyohwan heard a voice saying, "I'm sure tentacle number 4 pierced your chest. Could this be the god's power?" Gyohwan then turned around and saw the monster extending his tendrils into the cave entrance as the cave ceiling began to crack. The monster said, "Then how about I just bury you all alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gyohwan fired a quick shot at the monster. But it didn't hit directly. Instead, it struck a rock the monster had placed in the bullet's path. The monster mocked Gyohwan, saying it was a good try. Then he threw the rock forcefully at Gyohwan, who couldn't react in time. But suddenly, the rock stopped midair as if it had hit an invisible wall. Of course, this was Zero's doing. The monster was shocked while Zero raised her hand and sent him flying, slamming him painfully into the ground. The cave began collapsing onto Gyohwan, who quickly grabbed his bag, held Zer's hand, and started running toward the exit. But he stumbled and rolled out of the cave. Gyohwan stood up slowly and turned to see the cave had completely collapsed over Zero. Only her hand was visible. Monster 7 began clapping enthusiastically, and Gyohwan was puzzled by this. As the monster said, "Well done. If you hadn't grabbed her hand and tried to pull her out, she could have escaped on her own. All right. Can I ask this little girl something?" Upon hearing this, Gyohwan pointed his shotgun at the monster and said, "If you come any closer this time, I'll blow off both your arms." Monster 7 instantly vanished from his spot, starting to move sideways while Gyohwan kept tracking him with his gun. But this time, the monster successfully misled Gyohwan by moving one tendril in one direction while moving in the opposite one. And just before Gyohwan could realize what was happening, the monster launched his tendril. But Gyohwan blocked the strike with his shotgun and fell to the ground. Monster 7 was stunned and said, "Oh, you actually stopped it. I've made my decision about you. I'm going to eat your brain." But just before he lunged at him, an arrow was shot quickly and pierced the monster's shoulder. Shinyong and the others rushed to rescue Gyohwan. While the monster stood in shock, his shoulder suddenly swelled and exploded. Ironically, it was the same arm he had been injured in before. Seeing this, he bolted away from them while Shinyong finally reached Gyohwan, hugging him and checking on him. After that, Gyohwan approached Zero to try and help her, but the rocks were too heavy. Jaden tried to help, too, but Shinyong stopped them, saying, "Gyohwan, didn't you hear the recording? Once you find it, kill it immediately." As she said this, she raised her arrow, attempting to stab Zero. Gyohwan grabbed her hand before she could do so, then said that Zero was just a little girl, and beside that, she had saved him. Shinyong asked him to explain further, and Gyohwan replied by saying that Zero had an extraordinary healing ability. She could heal even fatal injuries. When the monster's tendril pierced his chest, it was Zero who saved him and healed the wound as if nothing had happened. The flute guy was stunned while Gyohwan continued that Zero possessed even more powers like telekinesis. After hearing that, Shinyong said that Zero would be of help to them with such abilities. Gyohwan was happy to hear that, but Shinyong continued, "That is if we consider her on our side and not an enemy." Looking at what was said in the recording, it's clear that Zero is dangerous. Possibly more dangerous than we imagine. So, Gyohwan, we can't let her live. Suddenly, as Shinyong said that, the rocks above Zero flew upward as she rose and stood before the 4 of them. Then, she raised her hand and pointed it at Shinyong, a terrifying expression on her face. Gyohwan quickly stood in front of Shinyong, shouting at Zero that Shinyong was his friend and that she mustn't harm her. Z, with a blank expression, didn't make a move, and Gyohwan continued saying that Shinyong simply didn't understand, that she misunderstood. She was a good person, and he could vouch for that. Shinyong peeked from the side, aiming her bow at Zero, saying to Gyohwan that his fear of Zero proved that she was a dangerous monster. And just before Shinyong could release her arrow, Zero recalled the scene of the bullets that torture her. So she sent Shinyong flying from behind Gwan, slamming into a tree and vomiting blood. Seeing this, Gwan rushed toward her to check if she was okay, while Professor Jaden turned toward Zero, calling her a monster as he raised his sword to strike her. But suddenly, both his arms were cut off, and he screamed in agony. The skinny one also leapt at her to strike with his metal pipe, but Zero broke both his legs at the knees. Gwan, who was trying to check on Shinyong, heard the screams of the two and turned to see Professor Jaden with his arms severed and Young Pil with broken legs. He then grabbed his shotgun and aimed it at Zero, who was walking toward him, pleading with her not to do this. Zero didn't care and walked closer to Gwan's shotgun, placing her forehead against the muzzle. Seeing that, Gwan couldn't bring himself to shoot her. He lowered his gun and said, "Zero, I don't want to shoot you, even though you have terrifying, incredible power. With that same power, you saved me twice. I'll never forget that. So please, I'm begging you, Zero. Help me so that I'll never forget you." Upon hearing that, memories began to surface in Zero's mind. We see a flashback of Zero. One day, he opened his eyes and found himself sitting on the ground, completely naked. And here, we discover that Zero is a boy, not a girl. Zero was sitting in a dark alley, confused and disoriented. He stood up and started walking naked in the street among people. He noticed people staring at him in confusion, and so he wondered if it was because of the fabric they were wearing and whether he should do the same. But Zero didn't know where to get such fabric, so he just kept walking. Suddenly, someone put a robe on him. He turned to find a woman saying, "I don't know what happened to you, but you look cold, boy." Zero stared at the woman and felt the kindness in what she had done, but he noticed something strange. He noticed that the woman's soul was sick. We then see the woman bathing Zero in her home and offering him food and clothes. But she noticed that Zero didn't speak even when she asked him about his parents or school. Still, she continued treating him well to the point that Zero found himself wondering, how could someone this kind have such a sick soul? Later, the woman's husband returned. He started violently yelling at her because she brought another child into the house, fed him, and clothed him. Then he demanded she give him money if she had enough to spend on stray children. The woman refused to do what her husband asked. He struck her and threw her to the floor violently. Then he turned to Zero, staring at him with disgust before saying, "Damn it, where'd you pick up this filthy street rat?" Zero stared back in silence, but his gaze irritated the man, and he stepped toward him violently, as if about to hit him, too. The woman intervened to stop him, but he shoved her aside and resumed beating her mercilessly, all in front of Zero's eyes. Zero didn't move, but he noticed something strange. The man's soul was also sick. Suddenly, Zero stood in front of the man and raised his hand with the intention to help, of course. But in the next moment, with an invisible force, the man's head exploded and he dropped dead to the ground. The woman froze in shock, then started crying and screaming as she looked at her dead husband, forgetting all the abuse and insults she had just suffered. Then she turned to Zero, screaming at him furiously and calling him a monster. Zero, the child she had cared for just moments ago, was now someone she feared and loathed, her eyes brimming with tears of anger and sorrow. Zero stood there, stunned, unable to understand what was happening. He had thought that what he did was just helping her. He stood there briefly as the woman who fed and clothed him screamed, then turned and ran out of the house, lost once more. Later, we see Zero sitting quietly on a park swing, gently swaying as his eyes stared at the ground, lost in thought. He seemed aimless, adrift. Suddenly, a group of delinquent-looking young men approached him, their expressions full of mischief and suspicion. One of them asked, trying to sound friendly, "Hey, kid, got nowhere to go? Ran away from home?" Zero didn't answer. He remained silent, swinging gently, as if the words hadn't reached his ears. Or perhaps he couldn't speak to respond. Another boy smiled slightly and said, "Why don't you come with us? We'll feed you and give you a place to sleep. But of course, you'll have to work for it." Their tone wasn't friendly, despite their efforts to pretend. It was clear to all of us that the work they spoke of wasn't honest. But Zero, the innocent boy, still trying to understand the world, couldn't help but follow them, thinking he'd finally found food and a place to stay. Of course, Zero later found himself in a soft bed, but with this strange man. Naturally, I don't need to explain what happened. The one who truly needed an explanation was Zero, who was exploited without even understanding what was happening. All because of those bastards who led him there and handed him over to someone who paid them to fulfill his desires. One day, we see Zero inside a house that looked like a brothel. One of the prostitutes grabbed him by the hair violently, slammed him to the floor, and began beating him mercilessly while he looked at the other women who just stood by watching with indifference. He thought to himself, "The souls of every human I've met so far have all been sick." Next, we see the three men who first encountered Zero standing at the door. The door is covered in blood, and it's clear Zero had killed all the prostitutes inside. Zero finally realized the reason for his existence. So all he said was that he felt pity for everyone before eliminating the three as well. One day we see agents in black suits surrounding the door of a studio. Suddenly they break in and see someone moving toward them from the darkness. Tendrils emerging from his body. But strangely this monster was injured and pleading for help. The suited agents recognized the monster and called him a mutant. Their leader shouted that they needed to capture him alive. So, they all opened fire on him and brought him down. The leader asked them to turn on the light, and they were shocked by what they saw. A child standing in the middle of many monster corpses. Of course, it was Zero, his hair now longer. The commander quickly contacted headquarters and informed them that they had found a child who had taken down many variants all by himself. The scene shifts to the knee bar where two men quietly entered the place. The bartender greeted them in a cheerful tone. "Visitors from District C. To what do I owe the honor of this visit?" The man in the black suit replied with a faint smile.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
"You seem to be in better shape than ever. Anyway, I heard a very special catch recently arrived here, didn't it?" The bartender chuckled a bit, then said, "Oh, so the rumors reached you, too. Well, I don't know all the details, but I believe what you heard is true." As soon as he finished speaking, he calmly reached under the counter and pressed a hidden button, and in a moment, the wall behind him slid open silently, revealing a concealed elevator with doors parting to each side. We then see Zero inside a glass chamber floating in a thick green liquid. This place was one of the facilities branches where he was used as a lab rat and subjected to a series of harsh experiments. At the end of each experiment, a girl would enter and bring him some snacks. She was the only one in the lab who showed him any kindness and treated him like a child, not just a test subject. But over time, Zero realized that her soul too was sick. And because she had been kind to him, he stopped her once, held her hand, and decided to give her something. What he chose to give her was salvation. One day, while that girl, your mission, was preparing Zero's psychological report, blood began to drip from her nose. Strangely and suddenly, as days passed, it kept happening. Each time, an unexplained nosebleed until it became clear her body was gradually collapsing. Until one day, she couldn't take it anymore. The same nosebleed came again, and she suddenly collapsed to the floor amid the screams of her coworkers and their desperate calls for an ambulance. Days later, rumors began to spread among the facility staff. Everyone learned that Mission had taken medical leave, but what caused concern was that no one had been able to contact her by any means despite repeated attempts. So, the bartender advised someone to go check on her himself. That person arrived at Mission's home and rang the doorbell, but there was no response. Strangely, the tracker on her phone clearly showed that she was still inside the house. He didn't hesitate for long and decided to break in, calling her name as he walked slowly through the hallway. As he moved deeper into the house, we noticed something. Mission had a son named Joan, but it seems he died long ago. Suddenly, the man heard a strange sound coming from the deceased child's room. He slowly approached the door, his hands trembling, and cautiously opened it. What he saw inside made him stare in shock. At the center of the room was a strange mass of flesh that looked like a giant egg the size of a human. It emanated a bizarre presence. It was pulsating as if it were alive. What Zero gave her was salvation, by giving her the world she desired. Zero genuinely wished her happiness. Gyohwan saw all these memories that Zero showed him, and he said, "No, this isn't happiness." Shin screamed at Gyohwan, asking what he was doing. But Gyohwan wasn't in this world anymore. He was inside his memories with Zero, speaking to him. It may be hard for you to understand, but I think everyone gets sick eventually. And yet, if someone is sick, isn't it better to live with the illness rather than chase a fake happiness? Zero couldn't grasp what false happiness meant, so Gyohwan tried to explain it to him, but he found it difficult. Then finally, he found a good example to explain himself, of course. He said, "Well, take me for example. I hate my life because day after day, I get bullied, and my father who used to protect me is sick, too. In the end, the only thing I ever wanted was for my miserable life to end." Zero asked, "Is that the reason your soul is sick?" Gyohwan nodded, then continued. "But the strange thing is, despite that desire, I never once tried to end my life. Isn't that odd?" Z replied that it was indeed strange. So, Gyohwan continued, "I think I prefer revenge over death." Zero asked him if he wanted revenge against Songbin. Gyohwan replied, "Yes." And today, fighting those monsters made it even clearer. Now, Songbin seems like nothing compared to them. Zero asked if Gyohwan would really take revenge. Gyohwan answered, "Of course. When I get the chance, I'll smash his cold face with this fist of mine." Gyohwan continued, "Anyone can have a sick heart, but that doesn't mean their life is worthless. Even sick people have their own dreams, and there's always a chance they'll wake up one day free of the illness. So, Zero, you don't need to give people exaggerated happiness because it's fake. It's not real happiness. People will find happiness for themselves or die trying. And maybe that's what gives happiness its value. So, does what I'm saying make sense to you?" Zero said he understood. Then Gyohwan asked him again,
Really?
"So, does that mean you won't hurt anyone anymore?" Zero nodded again and said he understood that what he had been giving was nothing but false happiness. So Gyohwan asked Zero to help his friends. And of course, Zero agreed. He healed Shiny Young Unk's injury, restored the professor's arms to their original state, and fixed Young Peel's broken legs. Gyohwan thanked Zero with a smile and sincere words. But Zero looked at him and his voice echoed in Gwan's mind as he said, "So, what is the purpose of my existence if it isn't to save humanity?" Gyohwan walked up to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and spoke calmly and confidently. "Zero, you didn't just appear in this world out of nowhere. You were born just like anyone else. And besides, who really cares about the reason for their existence?
People don't even think about that.
They just live their lives. So, you two just live and enjoy life." Zero was silent for a moment, then lifted his eyes and asked in that same voice echoing in Gyohwan's mind, "Hanyuan, can you be my friend? Can you enjoy life with me?" Gyohwan was a little surprised by the question, but smiled and said, "Of course, I'll be your friend, and we'll enjoy life together." Zero smiled. But at that very moment, a massive tendril pierced through his chest from behind. Right before Gyohwan's stunned eyes, before he could even process what was happening, Zero's entire body was torn apart into pieces right in front of him. Gyohwan stood frozen in shock, then looked up to see who was behind the attack. It was monster number 1. He walked forward slowly and looked at Gyohwan, saying, "So, you're still alive after all this time?" As he spoke, a huge tendril emerged from his arm, branching into multiple tendrils, spreading out like the limbs of a giant tree. It was clear this monster was nothing like the others. We don't know whether he was always like this, or if it was due to absorbing the brains of his fellow monsters. Monster number 1 then said to Gyohwan, "Your false destiny with that god is now dead." As he stared at him with terrifying superior eyes. The scene shifts to Ms. Kim and the chubby painter who asked her about the reason for Mr. Jaden and the others being late. Miss Kim replied that she didn't know, but he continued talking, asking her if they should run away instead of waiting since the place was terrifying. The teacher, annoyed by his endless questions, yelled at him to stop bothering her, saying she didn't know what they should do. The chubby man grew tense and replied, "But aren't you a teacher?" The teacher became even angrier and snapped back, "Are you an idiot? What good is it being a teacher in this situation? Should I kill them with a math equation or what?" She continued, her tone filled with both anger and despair. "I told them we should go somewhere else, but they didn't listen to me." Suddenly, she started kicking the perverted old man while shouting angrily, "That's right. This bald bastard is the one who made me bring them here. This is all because of this bald pervert. If something happens to me, he's the one to blame." Seeing her like this, the chubby painter grabbed her and tried to calm her down. Suddenly, they heard a sound coming from the bushes, which made them panic, thinking it was some monster. But what appeared before them was Cha Young, the girl who had been chased earlier by monster number 3. The scene then shifts to several military trucks driving down the road toward the camp, where we see some soldiers talking among themselves about the state of emergency that had been reported by a boy so early in the morning. Suddenly, the unit commander received a call from the president, who told him to turn back because the reported appearance of communist forces was nothing but a hoax. We return to Zero lying on the ground covered in blood as we see the different parts of his body breaking apart little by little. Then we see Zero's severed head. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and a white glow begins to form his body again. Moments later, his body is fully restored, returning to its original state, now completely naked. He then turned toward Gyohwan and said, "Gyohwan, run away." Right after saying this, he raised his hand toward monster number 1 and sent an invisible force at him, hitting the target. But number 1 didn't move from his spot, having anchored his feet into the ground with root-like tendrils. He laughed mockingly and said to Zero, "Is that all you can do?" As he spoke, he spread his tendrils deeper under the ground. Seeing this, Zero shouted once again at Gyohwan to get away immediately. But before Wan could act, multiple tendrils burst out from beneath their feet. Luckily, they weren't hurt, except for Young Peel, who was injured. Mr. Jaden supported Young Peel and helped him walk, and they rushed away from the monster. Gyohwan froze in place, staring at Zero. But Zero raised his hand toward him without looking back, as if in a farewell gesture. And so Gyohwan followed the others, fleeing the area. The battle between Zero and monster number 1 continued with the latter attacking fiercely with his tendrils, but Zero blocked them with an invisible barrier. The scene shifts to an unknown man, seemingly a member of the organization responsible for this entire situation. Speaking on the phone, he said, "Yes, it seems the story has been believed by both the military and the police. So, we need to take control of the situation as quickly as possible." After he said this, the call ended and a soldier came up to him reporting, "Area C remains as it was, and it seems the shelter has completely collapsed." The leader replied, "Those stupid bastard."
Fine.
Once all members of Alpha Team cross the bridge and enter Area C, I want them to close off the area and burn it to the ground. The soldier agreed. Then another approached saying, "Here, sir. Detailed information on the staff of Young Chan's school who came for the training camp." The leader looked at the data, muttering to himself, "I wonder how many of them survived." While we see the remaining survivors continuing their escape from the monsters, the leader continued, "There's no time, so Bravo Team must work until sunrise. Their job is to eliminate all survivors involved in this incident." We returned to Zero, still fighting monster number 1 who was underground attacking with his dense tendrils. Suddenly, Zero pointed his hand toward the tendrils and crushed the entire area, then lifted the soil, mixed with the monster and its tendrils up into the air, forming a massive sphere. Zero kept applying intense pressure on the sphere, shrinking its size and trapping monster number 1 inside. Then suddenly, he slammed it to the ground with tremendous force. Moments later, cracks began to form in the sphere until it exploded and monster number 1 emerged. Standing on his tendrils, he spoke mockingly. You're really stupid for being a god. Even though you have divine powers, you still want to make friends with those foolish humans. I think it's better for you to be my friend instead. Zero pointed at monster number 1 and said, "You don't have one like them. I mean a soul." Right after saying this, monster number 1's arm exploded with a flick of Zero's finger. But Zero was surprised when the monster didn't seem much affected, quickly regenerating the arm. Monster number 1 began speaking. "Well, actually I have a secret. Even my comrades don't know that the number of my own kind I've absorbed far exceeds the number of humans I've absorbed. Thanks to that, my abilities are many times greater than the rest of my kind." Before he could finish, Zero waved his hand again, exploding the monster's arm once more. But number 1 seemed unfazed. Then suddenly, 2 masses of purple flesh appeared on both sides of Zero, from which numerous tendrils emerged, shooting directly at him from both directions. Zero blocked the attacks from both sides, but seemed to be struggling to hold them off. Seeing this, number 1 smirked wickedly as the tendril on his forehead began to extend, intending to strike Zero while he was busy holding back the previous attack. But suddenly, Unk's arrow cut through the air toward monster number 1. He dodged it easily, but was shocked to see Gyohwan and Shinyoung running toward him, clearly puzzled as to why these kids had returned. We see flashes of Gyohwan's memories when the 4 of them had been trying to get away from the monster earlier. Gyohwan suddenly stopped as his nose began to bleed. He then collapsed to his knees, muttering to himself, "It seems it's already begun, just like I saw earlier in Unk's memories. Does this mean I'll become one of those strange things?" Shinyoung overheard and asked him to explain clearly. But Gyohwan didn't give details, only saying that he had to go back to help Zero because Zero was the only one who could stop what was happening to him. Then Gyohwan struggled to his feet and said, "Zero must never die." Back in the present, Gyohwan fired his rifle at the 2 masses of purple flesh, blowing them apart completely and saving Zero. Seeing this, number 1 shouted angrily at Gyohwan, saying he'd had enough of him and his damned gun. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a bullet-like tendril toward Gyohwan, but an invisible wall stopped it before it could reach him. Of course, this was Zero's doing. Seeing this, Gyohwan quickly rushed toward the monster, aimed his rifle at him, and fired directly, hitting him in the stomach. In response, number 1 sent a tendril toward Gyohwan, stabbing him before he could react. At the same time, the monster's stomach swelled and then exploded, its remains scattering to the ground. Shinyoung rushed to the injured Gyohwan to check on him, while Zero approached and raised his hand toward him, covering him in a flash of light that instantly healed his wound. Gyohwan no longer felt pain. He stood up, touched the spot where he'd been injured, and found it completely healed. He then said to Shinyoung, "See, I told you Zero is our ally." Shinyoung smiled and apologized to Zero, saying she had misunderstood. She then offered him her jacket and thanked him for helping them. Zero stared at her for a moment, then smiled and said, "You are welcome." Gyohwan then told them they should regroup with the other 2, Jaden and Jangbil, and ask Zero to heal the latter's injured leg. Zero agreed, and they continued walking away from the monster's corpse. Yes, I know you're all thinking the same thing. Why did they just leave the monster without making sure it was completely dead? They should have destroyed its body until it turned to dust. And indeed, moments later, we see the monster's tendrils separating from its body and burrowing underground. Then suddenly, the ground began to crack and the monster's hand emerged. The scene shifts to monster number 7, who had just extinguished the fire with a fire extinguisher when he heard thunder. It seemed Sam Schick's words about an approaching storm were true. Monster number 7 spotted a cigarette on the ground, picked it up, lit it, and then sat at the edge of the building, smoking while holding his phone and staring at a group photo of himself and his fellow monsters. He was staring specifically at number 3 and number 4, muttering angrily to himself that he would avenge them against the one with the gun. As he spoke, a laser appeared on his head from the side. The moment he turned toward the source, a bullet pierced his forehead directly. His last words were only, "One there," here before his head exploded and he fell. We return to the bully, who was watching in shock along with his friends as soldiers were leading two students in front of them. The skinny one was happy thinking they had come to rescue them. The bully stopped the skinny one from speaking, telling him that something was wrong. As soon as he said that, one of the soldiers shot the two students, killing them instantly. Then he said, "Student number 26, Sunwoo from Class A. Student number 12, Young Cyan Lee from Class A, successfully eliminated." Seeing this, the bully and his two friends were terrified, realizing that they were now facing not only the monsters, but also humans. The skinny one couldn't hold himself back and screamed, but the bully silenced him. A soldier heard that and turned toward the source of the sound. His comrade asked him what was wrong, and the soldier replied that he had heard a sound coming from within the grass. Then he began to approach them little by little. Hang turned to the skinny one and said, "You loudmouth. My apologies." As soon as she said that, she shoved him toward the soldier, making him fall to the ground, then started running away from the soldiers. The bully and the big guy, seeing her run, immediately followed her. We return to the skinny one, who now had a soldier aiming at him while he begged to be spared. The soldier checked his phone and confirmed the student's identity, saying, "Class A student number 21, Park Chan-hook." After confirming his identity, the two soldiers advanced toward him while the skinny one backed away. The soldier took out a strange device and pointed it at the terrified skinny one. The device made a beeping sound and indicated that the skinny one was clean. The soldier said this while the skinny one, surprised, replied, "Clean? That's what the device says, right? Then that's good, isn't it? Everyone who comes into contact with the monsters gets infected, right? And I'm not infected. So those two were infected. That's why you killed them." The skinny one began to realize he was talking nonsense because the soldier's expression made it clear he was going to kill him whether he was clean or not. So he started pleading and crying for his life. But the soldier was simply following orders. So he had no choice but to shoot him dead. We returned to the bully, who was running at full speed while the big guy told him to stop. They had already run a long distance and had probably gotten far enough from the soldiers to shake them off. Samchik agreed with the big guy, but then he yelled at her, asking why she had pushed Chan-hook toward the soldiers. The bully also came closer to Samchik and asked her the same question, to which she innocently replied, "Well, if I hadn't done that, we'd all be dead right now." The bully was surprised by her coldness, then asked her, Have you always been this type of person?" This time the big guy answered, "Yeah, she's always been like that because from the start she's a monster." Samchik tensed, then smiled and said, "Well, big guy, you might not look it, but you've got a tartar mouth too. Don't you realize that if you tell Songbin about this, I'll have no choice but to kill you?" As soon as she said this, she sent out a tentacle toward the big guy, grabbing his neck and squeezing it. Then she turned to the bully and said, "Well, Songbin, I want you to tell me what I should do with this tartar trash." The bully stepped back in shock, asking Samchik, since when she had been a monster? She answered that she had been a monster since the moment he met her, then repeated her question. "So now tell me, how should I kill him? By the way, I don't like getting messy with blood, so how about I just snap his neck?" The bully stopped her as if he had realized something and said, "You said a little while ago, if you tell Songbin about this, I'll have no choice but to kill you.
What did you mean by that?
Is there a special reason you're hiding your identity from me?" Samchik didn't answer. She just looked surprised by his question while her friend stood frozen in the situation. Seeing this, the bully shouted with a smile, "I get it. You have no intention of killing me, right?" Hearing this, Samchik released the big guy, then began speaking. "You seem pretty confident, huh? Well, Songbin, there's something awakening in your body. Something that we don't have." The bully didn't understand at all, but Samchik continued. "Well, I'm not exactly sure what it is, so I'm very curious to see what will happen when it fully matures inside you. And so, until then, I'll protect you." The bully and the big guy were both terrified by what they heard. But Samchik went on, "However, there's one condition. In order for me to protect you, you have to kill this bastard with your own hands." As she said this, she pointed her finger at the big guy, who looked terrified at what he heard. The bully was tense, But Samshik repeated her words to him with a terrifying expression. The bully asked her why she wanted him killed, and Samshik told him she simply couldn't stand him. The bully refused, telling her that if she wanted the big guy dead, she should just kill him herself. Samshik smirked slightly and said that killing him easily wouldn't be fun. So, she ordered the bully again to do it himself, and quickly. The big guy shouted at Songbin not to listen to her, but the bully replied, "You heard her? It looks like I have no choice but to kill you. Besides, I know you've always hated me inside, and I bet you've imagined this situation before, so let's do it." As soon as he said this, the bully grabbed his stick, and a strange look formed on his face. Suddenly, the bully rushed toward the big guy, trying to hit him with his stick. But the big guy caught his hands to stop him. The bully muttered to the big guy, "Run." The big guy didn't understand, so the bully repeated, "I said run, you idiot.
Go now."
As soon as he said that, he quickly turned towards Sumik and hit her in the face, knocking her to the ground. Then he pounced on her and started beating her with a stick like a madman, shouting, "No one orders me around, and no one calls me a pathetic fool." But suddenly, Samshik kicked the bully off of her. She then approached him, grabbed him tightly by the neck, and lifted him into the air while he choked and coughed violently. She said to him, "You're overestimating yourself.
You've crossed the line."
"Fine, I'll kill you, too." As she said this, she squeezed harder, his neck swelling and sweating strangely. Seeing this, Samshik pressed even harder, but noticed that he was resisting in an odd way, thinking to herself that maybe Songbin was also enhancing his body like they did. Thinking this, she threw him to the ground and said, "This is great. I wonder what will happen if I absorb your brain right now." As she said this, she screamed wildly, saying she didn't know whether to absorb him now or wait until whatever was inside him matured further. Suddenly, monster number 1 appeared behind her and said, "It's been a long time, Samchik, or should I call you number 3? Here we learn that Samchik was also called number 3, just like the monster with glasses earlier. Hearing this, Samchik quickly turned around to find number 1, who continued, "Were you playing around by yourself again? Looks like you're having fun." Samchik replied that what she was doing now wasn't important, pointing to Songbin lying on the ground and saying, "Can't you feel it? There's something inside this bastard. I can feel another entity within him that has its own will. Whoever did this to him must be a great being, like a god, maybe." Monster number 1 cut her off, then extended a tentacle from his forehead and stabbed it into Samchik's forehead, saying, "No need to explain. I will see for myself." As he said this, he began to slowly absorb her brain. Samchik asked him what he was doing, and number 1 replied that he was compensating for the damage she had caused him. He had no choice but to absorb her. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his tentacle and let her fall to the ground dead. While Songbin still sat there in shock, watching a monster kill another monster right in front of him. Number 1 spoke to Songbin. "Songbin, you don't need to be this surprised. Don't you humans do the same thing?" Songbin was shocked that the monster knew his name. He still didn't know that monsters absorbed brains, and also the information within them. Number 1 approached Songbin and continued speaking. "By the way, the boy you always try to torment is also in a state of soul awakening like you, but you seem to be in a more advanced stage of awakening than him. He also has a gun, which makes him extremely annoying. So, Songbin, I'll devour your brain first instead of his." The moment he said this, he extended his tentacle from his forehead again, a terrifying look spreading across his face. The scene shifts to Yongpil, where Zero was healing his wound. Afterwards, he stood up to check if his leg was fine, thanking Zero and telling him that he had a great name. Shiny Young then attempted to tell Zero about Gyohwan's problem and his nosebleed, but Gyohwan stopped her, saying he would talk to himself later, as they shouldn't pressure Zero any further. Suddenly, raindrops began to pour down heavily, and thunder roared like a wild predator. At that moment, Jaden spotted a cave and signaled them to follow him quickly. They reached the cave and took shelter inside. Seeing the heavy rain, Shinyong told everyone it was impossible to escape and take the steep mountain path in such a storm. Zero, curious, approached Young Pill while staring at his flute. Young Pill said to Zero, It's a flute. Is this your first time seeing one? Do you want me to play you some of my music? Shin-young stopped him and told him not to blow into that flute unless he wanted to meet monsters again. Young Pil told Shin-young there was no problem since the sound of the rain was so loud. Seeing the curiosity and admiration in Unk's eyes, Shin-young had no other choice but to let him play. And so, with the sound of the pouring rain, Young Pil played the flute. When he finished, Zero praised him and Young Pil said that the song was from the drama Mary from the Sky. Gyohwan recognized the song and said that someone he knew was obsessed with that drama. Upon hearing this, Youngpi said he was happy to meet someone who knew the drama, and he extended his hand to shake Gyohwan's. Gyohwan introduced himself. Young Pil said he already knew his name. The whole school knew that Songbin bullied him. Young Pil said these words casually, then apologized, saying he was sorry for not helping him. Gyohwan told him it was fine since they weren't even in the same class to begin with. Teacher Jaden then told them they should sleep and that he would keep watch so they could rest a bit after all the events they'd gone through. We then see the three of them sleeping while Gyohwan seems to be dreaming again. In his dream, he sees Zero floating above him while a voice speaks to Zero saying, "You, the one who can choose. It's time to choose. What will you do with the desires of those with 6 souls?" Gyohwan then sees Zero standing before planet Earth. Suddenly, he wakes up to find all his companions transformed into giant eggs, or rather inside cocoons, while Zero slowly approaches him. Gyohwan shouts at Zero, asking him what he's doing since everyone has turned into cocoons. Zero calms Gyohwan, telling him he won't let that happen because he promised him. Then suddenly Gyohwan sees his friends again. But this time they look normal and are no longer inside cocoons. After that he asks Zero again what will happen to him and whether he will turn into a cocoon. Zero replies, "Yes, but a soul that is already awakened can't go back to sleep." This means that Gyohwan's soul has awakened and he won't enter a cocoon-like hibernation as happened to Mission, the girl who had shown kindness to Zero earlier. Gyohwan then asks what will happen to him and Zero answers, "Now you will become extraordinary. But you must be careful because if sick desires overtake your consciousness, you will no longer be the you-know." We return to the bully who stopped number 1's tentacle before it pierced his forehead. The monster was surprised and muttered, "This is interesting." As for Songbin, who was holding the tentacle with his bare hand, strange veins began appearing on his face, and his eyes bulged as if something inside him was going out of control. We go back to Gyohwan, who asked in confusion what Zero meant by, "You will no longer be yourself." Zero began his explanation, saying that 6 souls have dark desires, and those desires lead to the body's erosion. Gyohwan didn't understand, so Zero continued, "Originally, you were supposed to decompose inside the cocoon, but now that's no longer possible." Gyohwan realized from Zero's words that he would never be normal again. So he asked, "Zero, why did you awaken my soul? Did you have to do that to save me? Is it the same for Shiny Young and Jaden and Jongpil too? Will they become like me?" Zero answered, "No," saying they would be fine. Then Gyohwan shouted, "So, why the hell am I the only one this will happen to?" Suddenly, Gyohwan began seeing scenes from earlier, when he had slipped down the slope and was lying on the ground while Zero stood beside him and began speaking. "When I first saw you, I realized right away that your soul was severely sick. And so Zero saved him. And while doing so, he saw Gyohwan's memories and dark dreams." Zero continued, "Han Gyohwan, while I was healing you, I noticed that you had been a monster. So, I wanted to save you. That's all. Of course, we already know what saving meant for Zero before." He continued, "But when I met you again, and you tried to save me, I noticed you were a little different. That's when I realized that the important thing wasn't whether someone had a sick soul or not, but what they would become in the future. Just because someone becomes a monster doesn't mean I can predict what's in store for them. This means that depending on a person's feelings, they could become either an out-of-control evil monster or a person with extraordinary abilities who can control themselves." And so we see that when Zero heard the voice telling him it was time to choose, he said that he wanted to give them a chance. This means he would give humans the opportunity to choose what they would become, whether monsters or beings with extraordinary abilities based on the desires buried within them, such as love, hatred, and so on. This is exactly what happens in the Manhwa Sweethome, where we see humans turning into monsters because their desires take control of them. We return to the bully, who struck the monster's tentacle with his bare hand and severed it. Number 1 was surprised and asked, "How do you feel now?" Songbin replied that he felt like he could slaughter anyone and anything. He then started laughing maniacally in front of Number 1, who said, "Well, then try slaughtering me." Hearing this, Songbin charged at the monster at high speed. But suddenly, the monster's tentacles burst out from the ground, grabbing the bully and stopping his movements while he shouted angrily. Number 1 then said, "Your durability and physical power have greatly increased. But that doesn't mean you can kill me, and now I will gratefully absorb your brain." Hearing this, the bully screamed helplessly. But suddenly, Number 1 froze as a laser appeared on his head. He realized that the organization soldiers had finally arrived. Before the bullet could hit his head, he dodged it just in time and focused his gaze on the direction from which the shot had come. Then he suddenly leaped, landing directly behind the soldier who had fired at him. The soldier quickly turned and began shooting at Number 1. But to no avail, the monster noticed that the bullets didn't contain the venom toxin capable of killing them and assumed that perhaps they hadn't been able to prepare venom rounds due to lack of time. And so Number 1 was able to take down the soldier with ease and return to where the bully had been, only to find that he was gone. The latter had cut off the messages and fled afterwards. Monster Number 1, seeing this, smiled and said to himself, "Songbin, it seems you're a very lucky boy." We then returned to Gyohwan, who was cleaning his rifle when Shiny Young approached him and asked how many bullets he had left. He told her that there were 3 bullets in the rifle while 5 were in the box, meaning he had 8 bullets in total. And since he would be loading the 5 bullets from the box into the rifle, they would have no bullets left afterwards. Then they noticed that Jaden, who had told them he would guard them while they rested, had also fallen asleep and was snoring loudly. While they let him get his rest as well, Yongpil spoke, hoping that their other teammates were safe. But Shinyong understood that he was more worried about Chaeyoung, and she told him so. Meanwhile, Gyohwan asked more about this girl. So, Shiny Young explained, "I'm talking about Park Cha, the one with green hair who studies in Class B, and she's the school's track champion. Young Pil has a crush on her." Young Pil denied it, so Shiny Young continued, saying that unfortunately, Chaeyoung liked someone else. Jung Pil felt embarrassed hearing this, but said that Chong would be fine because she's a skilled runner and could easily escape from the monsters. Suddenly, Zero stood up and said, "Yeah, you're right." Everyone was surprised by this, and Young Pil asked, "Zero, have you met Chaeyoung before?" He replied, "Yes, the one with green hair. She's still alive." The scene then shifts to Ms. Kim and the fat guy as they followed Chaeyoung, who was leading them toward the headquarters of the Beaver Company, which she had visited before. But Chaeyoung noticed many footprints on the ground, and wondered to herself whether these footprints had been there before, or if they were new. Suddenly, Ms. Kim spotted many trucks lined up and said that she had seen one of these trucks before, overturned and destroyed inside the forest. We then see soldiers surrounding the truck in the forest, as well as the corpse of a dead security guard. Meanwhile, their commander was inside the truck looking at a punctured capsule when one of the soldiers told him things were bad at this rate. The commander ordered someone to give him Zero's data. He then began reading it, titled Museum Monster, with a picture of Zero and his details and traits below it. After that, he clicked on Special Notes, and a video of Zero appeared with a voice saying Case 078, first ability telekinesis, confirmed ability to lift any number of objects up to 15 tons within a radius of 10 m. Ready 3, 2, 1 launch. Second ability force field prevents sniper rifles from hitting the target, then destroys them. Third ability, regeneration. Regeneration occurs at the part level rather than through restorative cells. And the regeneration speed is very fast as well. It appears more like he summons his damaged body parts from somewhere else. Fourth ability, interference. All radio waves within a radius of 5 kilometers are blocked. Does not affect landlines. The interference effect disappeared when the subject Zero slept. This confirms that interference is only possible when he is awake. Fifth ability, cocoon production, affects humans, causing them to turn into cocoons. The person inside the cocoon retains consciousness, but has no movement. The cocoon's shell is extremely durable and cannot be dissected without advanced cutting equipment. Since there is no control group, the time required for the transformation cannot be measured. Both the principle and cause of the occurrence are unknown. The unit commander continued reading Zero's abilities. Sixth ability, telepathy, can link consciousness through direct or indirect contact, but analysis is inaccurate due to the small number of cases. Seventh ability, voice. His vocal cord structure differs from humans, and the unique way he speaks causes a split sound. In the case of telepathy, however, his voice is heard as natural. Final analysis. The test subject has a hostile relationship with the mutates, and the venom Neopons are effective against him. We return to Cha Young and the others who found an open warehouse door and entered. Then they noticed an elevator in front of them with a keypad beside it. It seemed they needed a card or secret code to open it. Charong took the security guard's card she had found earlier, turned it over, and discovered she could use it to open the elevator. But suddenly, Ms. Kim noticed that the elevator was moving, meaning someone was coming toward them. The three of them, hearing this and seeing the elevator, were shocked. Back to Yang Peel, who asked Zero if he was sure that Chong was alive. Z confirmed it while Gyohwan explained to them that Zero could tell whether people were alive or dead, as he had done before when he told him about Ms. Hai Yun's death. Shinyong asked Zero if he could also determine people's locations. He nodded in response. Shinyong then asked him if he could sense the locations of monsters, but Zero replied, "I can't because they have no souls." Young Pil hurried to wake up Mr. Jaden, telling him they needed to hurry and rescue the rest of their teammates. We returned to the elevator from which 3 soldiers emerged, but Cha Young and the others had hidden behind boxes. As soon as Ms. Kim saw the soldiers, she was overjoyed and rushed toward them, shouting for them to help her. But they raised their weapons toward her, and she began introducing herself as a teacher at Youngchan School. One soldier took out a scanning device and aimed it at her. The device emitted a beeping sound and the word clean. Miss Kim was puzzled by this, but the soldier told her it was a necessary procedure. She then began shouting that there were monsters in the camp and etc. Then called for the fat guy and Cha Young to come out of hiding, and that's what happened. The two came out and approached the soldiers. We returned to the bully, who was running quickly through the forest when he realized he no longer felt tired or out of breath like before. Suddenly, he extended his arm and struck a tree in front of him, almost completely destroying its trunk. Seeing his newfound strength, the bully began laughing hysterically. But someone was behind him. It was his brother whom he had killed earlier who said, "Song Bin, you can't." Upon seeing him, the bully's inferiority complex reappeared, and he began speaking.
What do you mean I can't?
Look, I'm the one who did this. Can you do this, big brother? No matter how talented you are, you could never do this. If Dad sees this, he won't be able to ignore me anymore. Anyway, you're not even my big brother because you're nothing but an illusion made by my imagination. I don't feel guilty anymore. So, stop bothering me and disappear. As soon as he said that, the bully stabbed his chest with his hand, and the image of his brother began to vanish before his eyes. We returned to the soldiers who were escorting the three when Cha Young asked one of them, "Wait, sir. I heard the shelter is on the 2nd floor. Isn't this the 4th floor? You're from an organization called Dublum, right?" The soldier turned toward her sharply and said, "Shut up and follow us quietly." Then we see the fat guy looking tense, noticing that the soldiers were leading them toward the incinerator. He told Ms. Kim, who in turn looked at the sign on the wall that read incinerator. At the same time, we see Gyohwan and the others standing in front of the warehouse that Chaeyong and the others had entered. Gyohwan asked Zero, "You said you sent 6 people here, right?" Zero confirmed while Shinyong said that those 6 must all be people since Zero couldn't sense monsters, but that didn't mean there were none inside. So, she told them not to let their guard down. They then headed toward the warehouse. A heated battle is approaching, and this time it's not against monsters, but against humans. What will happen? We return to the soldiers who were escorting Miss Kim and the others at that moment. Miss Kim noticed they had reached the crematorium's door. So she asked one of the soldiers where they were taking them. But the soldier didn't answer her question. So she began screaming in fear, repeating her question. Suddenly the soldier turned and struck her with his weapon, making her fall to the ground while the fat one rushed to check on her. Choyoung shouted at the soldier, but he quickly raised his weapon and aimed it at Miss Kim. At that moment, the fat one leapt at him, grabbed him around the waist, and yelled at Charoong to run because there was something suspicious about the soldiers. Seeing this, Charoong quickly turned and ran from the place while the soldier struck the fat one with his weapon, making him collapse as well. The soldier then hurried to fire at Charoong, hitting her in the back. But it is revealed that the bullets are green venom bullets, which are effective against monsters. Miss Kim was stunned by what she saw, but Chayoung did not fall despite her injury. She kept moving until she disappeared into the corridors. The soldier cursed himself, shouting, "Damn it! I accidentally used venom bullets. What a waste." At that moment, Miss Kim screamed at him, "What the hell do you think you're doing? We're not monsters. Why are you doing this to us?" The soldier turned toward her, aiming his weapon as he said, "If you don't stay quiet, you won't even need to go to the crematorium. You'll die right here on this spot." We then see Chayoung panting and in pain as she walked with difficulty, bleeding. Suddenly, as she moved forward, she collapsed hard to the ground. The soldier switched his magazine to regular bullets, then advanced quickly toward Chong, aiming his weapon at her. Seeing him approach, Choyoung began crawling toward the elevator, crying and begging to be saved. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened and Zero stood before her, his face expressionless. Chayoung recognized him since she had met him earlier during her chase with monster number 3. The soldier, upon seeing Zero, quickly fired bullets at him, but Zero blocked them with ease. He then launched an attack toward the soldier, but the latter dodged it and disappeared into the corner. The others exited the elevator to check on Chayoung. Jong Pil asked Zero to heal Chayoung since she had been shot. A white glow surrounded Chayoung and her wounds were completely healed, leaving her visibly shocked. Young Pil spoke to her saying, "Oh, you're surprised. Well, don't be. He's our healer. His name is Zero." Shinyong then asked Chayoung what had happened and why the soldier was chasing her. Chayoung answered, "Those bastard soldiers are trying to kill us. Ms. Kim and Sign Yup are in danger, too." The moment they heard this, Gyohwan, Zero, and the others rushed quickly to Ms. Kim's location. Upon reaching Ms. Kim and the fat one, they found soldiers aiming their weapons at them, ready to fire, while Ms. Kim and the fat one lay on the ground in fear. Professor Jaden quickly retreated to take cover behind a wall while the soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets at him. Seeing the situation, Jaden shouted out for Zero, who emerged and stopped the bullets with an invisible barrier. The soldiers, realizing what had just happened, knew they couldn't win against Zero. One of them ordered the others to retreat quickly. As soon as they heard the order, one soldier ran off immediately, while another stayed behind to cover their retreat until they were out of Zero's sight. The soldier, once his comrades had retreated, pulled out a grenade and threw it toward Miss Kim and the fat one, exploiting the situation to escape. When Miss Kim's eyes fell on the grenade, lying near the fat one, she froze for a moment. But then, an image of Miss Hea Yun appeared in her mind. Seeing the fat one staring at the grenade in terror, trembling, she bit her lip in anger and despair. Then she rushed forward and threw her body over the grenade, trying to absorb the explosion and protect him. The three who saw this were shocked by her sacrifice. Even she herself seemed stunned by what she had done, as if she hadn't realized how she could act in such a way, completely unlike her usual self. Suddenly, the grenade exploded with a massive blast. We return to the bully's large friend, who also heard the explosion of the grenade. Surprised, he thought about how insane this place was, cursing whoever had caused him to come to this damned camp, which seemed to be Sunung Bin. As he was thinking this, Sunung Bin suddenly appeared before him. The large one was startled while the bully spoke. "What's wrong?" sang Kwan. "I helped you escape, but you look upset with me." Hearing this, the large one grew tense, about to speak and explain himself. But Sunbin cut him off, pointing somewhere as he said, "You'd better keep your voice down. If they hear you, you'll end up dead." The large one immediately turned to where Sunbin had pointed, spotting many soldiers moving quickly toward someplace. Seeing this, he quickly crouched to avoid being seen, then asked his friend, "Damn those soldiers. They're everywhere."
But Sunbin, how did you even see them? They're so far away.
Sunbin didn't answer, and the large one continued, "Come to think of it, what happened to Hong?" "No, I mean that crazy monster." Sunbin didn't answer again, instead telling him to leave the matter for later. Then he added, "What we need to do now is kill those bastard soldiers. Then we must take their weapons." We return to Miss Kim, who apparently hadn't died. We see that before waking she dreamed of a conversation with Miss Hae Yun, who told her she had done well by saving one of her students. Hearing this, Miss Kim smiled, remembering what she had once said, that someone who can't swim shouldn't jump into the water to save a drowning person, because they'd only drown, too. But what Miss Kim had just done contradicted her earlier words. The moment she opened her eyes, she was surprised to still be alive, wondering what had happened. But Professor Jaden interrupted, saying, "My deepest respect, Miss Kim. It's truly amazing that you'd sacrifice your body for your students." Miss Kim still looked bewildered, asking again how she had been saved when she was certain the grenade had exploded. Shinyong answered her, explaining that Zero was the one who saved her. After Miss Kim had thrown herself over the grenade, Zero had immediately pulled her away with his invisible power, then flung the grenade far away, where it exploded without harming the fat one. Thus, Shinyong recounted everything that had happened to Miss Kim. Then, the fat one stepped forward to thank her, saying, "I never imagined you'd do something like that for me. Thank you so much, Miss Kim." Hearing this, Miss Kim blushed and grew flustered, then replied that it had been her duty. We returned to the bully, who said that they should kill the soldiers and seize their weapons. The big one had not expected such words from his companion, and when he looked carefully at the bully's features, he found them terrifying and strange. The big one stepped back in fear, which the bully noticed, then continued speaking. "What? Are you afraid of me? Do you think I'm a monster? Fine. If you suspect I'm a monster, why don't you go to those bastard soldiers and scream for help? But I'm sure they'll put a bullet in your head instead of helping you." The bully then pointed toward a certain tree in front of them and continued, "All right, Sang-kwan. Do you see that broken tree over there? Go there quietly, then scream out loud once you arrive." The big one could not comprehend it because of how strange it sounded. But the bully gave him no time to process it and ordered him to hurry. Helpless, the big one began walking slowly toward the broken tree, thinking to himself about what Sun Eungbin was planning and also wondering whether he should escape or obey his companion's command. But suddenly, he cursed under his breath and shouted loudly, making the soldiers hear him and turn toward him. The big one continued shouting, "I'm here down here. Please help me." As soon as they heard this, the soldiers rushed toward the big one. One of them took out a detector device to check whether the person in front of them was a monster or not. But while the soldier was scanning Sang-kwan, something strange happened. One of the soldiers suddenly vanished, as though an unseen force had silently attacked him. Of course, this could only be the work of the bully. One soldier felt that something was off and alerted his comrade. The moment the latter turned to check, he was shocked to find Sun Bin standing right behind his comrade. In a split second, with a single decisive strike, the bully severed the soldier's head from his body with his bare hands. Only then did the remaining soldiers realize they had fallen into a trap, but their realization came too late. Before any of them could shoot him, Sun Eungbin had already leapt upon them and wiped them all out in an instant. Not taking a single bullet, the big one, seeing this horrifying scene, his friend, the one he had always hung around with massacring a group of armed soldiers in such a brutal and gruesome way, froze in place, thinking to himself, "What the hell? Has Sun Eungbin truly become a monster?" The moment the thought struck him, he quickly turned and began running away. The bully, noticing his escape, picked up a weapon from the ground, aimed it at him, and shouted, "Are you running from me again, Sang-kwan?" And as the bully said this, he pulled the trigger. A bullet tore through the air, grazing Sang-kwan's shoulder, but he did not stop running. The bully did not bother to chase him. Instead, he crouched among the scattered belongings of the soldiers and began searching until he found distinctive green-colored ammunition filled with strange bullets. Songbin picked one up and pressed his fingers against its slimy green coating. The substance seeped into his skin, and he immediately threw it away in disgust, but only moments later, a burning pain overwhelmed his hand. His skin was corroding as though a powerful acid was melting it. Songbin panicked and screamed from the agony. Then he spotted a nearby pool of water and rushed to it, plunging his hand in quickly to wash the green substance away. As soon as it was removed, the burns began to heal before his eyes, the skin regenerating until his hand was whole again, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the bully realized these bullets were not normal. He felt terrified at the thought of what could have happened if the soldiers had struck him with one earlier. Yet despite this, he recalled monster number 1 who had attacked him before. Then he began laughing hysterically like a madman, muttering to himself with malice, "Yes, I can use these bullets to kill that filthy bastard." We return to the Company warehouse where we see Gyohwan and his companions exploring the corridors which were filled with the corpses of company employees. Everyone felt dread, disgust, and fear at the horrifying sight. But even so, they eventually reached their destination, the elevator. Chaeyoung then stepped forward and opened the elevator with the card she had found earlier, and they returned to the first floor where they sat down to rest from their exhaustion and repeated shocks. We then see Chaeyoung speaking to Zero saying, "You're Zero, aren't you? Well, I'm sorry for running away back then. You were the one who saved me at that time, right? So, this is the second time you've saved my life. Thank you so much." Hearing this, Zero smiled happily, without saying a word. Professor Jaden then told them that the place seemed safe, but the soldiers could return at any moment. The fat one replied that those soldiers hadn't distinguished between monsters and humans, but killed anyone they found in front of them without mercy, so they surely weren't an ordinary army. Shinyoung agreed with his conclusion, saying, "You're right. What kind of soldiers kill students? I don't know how many of them there are, but what I do know is that the situation is now worse than when only the monsters were the threat." Upon hearing this, Chong lowered her head, then apologized to everyone, saying, "I'm sorry. I'm the one who told the army to come. I used the phone in the security office, but I never thought they would send an army bent on exterminating us." Young Peel, her secret admirer, spoke to comfort her, saying, "Of course. How could you have known this would happen? Charong, you don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong." Professor Jaden and the others also said the same thing, agreeing with Young Pil-Unk's words. Gyohwan then spoke, "I think Company is a corporation that deals with monsters and conducts experiments on them. That's why they're chasing us, afraid we'll expose them." Shinyoung asked, "But we're just civilians. How can they shoot us like this?" "At first, I thought they were firing at Chaeyoung because she was a monster," Gyohwan replied. "Impossible for Chaeyoung to be a monster. I know that because Zero healed her." Miss Kim asked about Zero-Unk's identity, the one who could do such extraordinary things. Gyohwan answered, saying he was a friend. Everyone was surprised by his reply, and even Zero himself looked astonished. But Shinyoung responded, "Zero is a friend, but only for now. No one knows what might happen in the future." Suddenly, Zero stepped forward toward Gyohwan and grabbed his hand, saying, "I can feel it." Gyohwan didn't understand, so Zero continued, "I feel desire consuming him." As Zero spoke, visions appeared in Gyohwan's mind. Scenes of a person chasing 3 students, then killing them one after another. The killer was none other than the bully, Sunbin. Seeing this, Gyohwan grew furious and shouted at Zero, demanding an explanation for the visions he had just seen. Z said, This is what happens to an awakened one when desire takes over. He becomes a lost soul. Gyohwan was shaken by what he heard, while Shinyoung asked him why he was suddenly sweating and so nervous. Gyohwan answered, "It's Sunbin. He's become a monster." Shinyoung grew flustered and then asked, "Shangbin has become a monster. Then did the monsters get to him?" Gyohwan replied, "No, it's not like you said. I think Xiangbin has become a monster himself." Shinyoung did not understand what Gyohwan meant. He continued, saying that Xiangbin was wandering around nearby, killing the surviving students. When the others heard this, they couldn't believe it. But Gyohwan confirmed it to them, saying they had to hurry and stop Bin before he killed more innocent people. After that, Gyohwan turned to Zero, asking for his help in finding Xiangbin. Zero agreed and accompanied him toward the bully. Shinyoung quickly followed Gyohwan, then stopped him and shouted, "Gyohwan, wait. You're not planning to kill him, are you? You must promise me you're not going there to kill him." Gyohwan replied, saying not to worry. When he met that bully, all he would do was give him a good beating. Shinyoung felt reassured, then told him that she too would go to help restrain Xiangbin. The scene then shifts to the 3 soldiers who had previously escaped from Zero. They began discussing among themselves, saying they needed to inform their comrades that they had found Zero. But one soldier told them that the radios weren't working, meaning they couldn't inform the others unless they went to headquarters directly to report to the commander. Suddenly, while the soldiers were talking about their shock at Zer's powers, which they had only heard rumors about before, a voice spoke to them, saying, "Yes, just like you. I was also surprised when I saw his abilities. But don't worry about him. I'll take care of him." The one who spoke was none other than Monster Number, one who advanced toward the 3 soldiers with steady steps. When the soldiers saw him, they immediately aimed their weapons at him, shouting to one another that he was a variant. Number 1 glared at them with terrifying eyes, then said, "Yes, I'm variant, but not like the others you've dealt with." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground behind the soldiers began to crack quietly, and from it emerged numerous tentacles that pierced them all, killing them instantly before Monster Number 1's empty gaze. After that, he advanced toward the emergency exit the soldiers had just come through, saying to himself that Zero would surely be inside. We return to the bully, Songbin, who noticed that the rain had stopped falling. He raised his blood-stained hand, trembling strangely, and asked himself, "What is this feeling? Am I afraid? Is this because I killed people?" Suddenly, while he was lost in thought, Shinyoung spoke from behind him. "Are you the one who did all this?" The bully turned to Shinyoung and said, "Oh, strong Shinyoung. So, you're still alive?" Shinyoung repeated her question. "I asked you a question. Are you the one who killed all these people?" Xiangbin arrogantly replied that yes, he was the one who killed them. Shinyoung was shocked by this, then continued her questioning. "Then what about those who were with you? What happened to them? Did you kill them, too?" The bully replied that Sangkwan had run away. Ha-yun had turned into a monster and was killed by another monster with curly hair. Shinyoung recognized the monster Xiangbin meant since she had encountered it before. The bully continued, "Oh, I almost forgot. There was also Jae-hook. The soldiers killed him." Shin then aimed her bow at the bully, ordering him not to move. But Xiangbin ignored her words and stepped closer, speaking. "Why should I stop? Is it because I'm a monster?" Shinyoung warned him not to take another step, but the bully didn't seem to care about her words. Then he noticed the green substance on the arrowhead, stopped advancing, and asked, "Shinyoung, have you ever killed someone before?" Shinyoung did not understand the meaning of the question. The bully then continued advancing toward her, speaking mockingly. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Shinyoung then said, "Fine. Gyohwan was right about you." The bully was surprised to hear Gyohwan's name, then asked, "Gyohwan, what did that loser say?" Shinyoung replied, "He said you turned into a monster, and it seems that's true." The bully continued walking toward Shinyoung and replied, "Haha, but wasn't I always a monster in Gyohwan's eyes?" Suddenly, Gyohwan responded from behind the bully, aiming at him. "Yes, you've always been a monster to me." The bully turned behind him and said, "Oh, it's you. Looks like I haven't seen you in a while. Maybe that's because it's been such a long night, hasn't it? Well, I heard about you. Apparently, you told everyone you were looking for me to kill me, and you've been killing monsters left and right with that rifle. So, did you outcasts all gather together to kill me?" Gyohwan replied, "No, we're not going to kill you because if we did, we'd be breaking our promise with Zero." Seongbin didn't understand what Gyohwan was talking about, nor did he even know who Zero was. So Zero took it upon himself to introduce himself. The bully upon seeing him spoke, "Oh, that's right. I can feel it. You're the one who gave me this power. And then I crushed your head. But somehow you're still alive. So are you some kind of god?" Gyohwan interrupted the bully's words, saying, "Sabin, don't give in to your desires. You'll completely lose yourself if you keep going like this." The bully arrogantly replied, "Oh, now you're advising me, Gyohwan. You must think you've become strong. Maybe that rifle you're carrying is what's making you so conceited." As soon as he said that, the bully threw down his backpack and pulled out a weapon, then said, "Well, I've got a weapon too, but it looks like mine is scarier than yours." Shiny Young, seeing the weapon, asked Seongbin, Could it be that you even killed the soldiers?" The bully replied arrogantly, "Yes, I did that all by myself with my own hands." "So, you're welcome, bastards." After saying this, he looked into Gyohwan's eyes and said, "Oh, Gyohwan, what's with that disgusting look of pity in your eyes? Would you mind not looking directly at me? Lower your gaze, you piece of trash." Gyohwan did not move his eyes away from the bullies, then replied, "I won't do that. You're the one who should drop the rifle, you idiot." The bully began laughing mockingly, saying, "Haha, I'm really amazed, man. If only Sangkwan and Chan Hyuk were here to see this. Haha, they would have really enjoyed watching this. But you two, how long are you going to just stand there without shooting me?" Suddenly, after finishing his words, he immediately fired several shots at Gyohwan. But he was shocked by something. Shocked that the bullets hadn't reached Gyohwan as they were blocked by an invisible barrier created by Zero. The bully, seeing this, thought to himself in astonishment, "What the hell is happening? Is it this kid who blocked my bullets?" Shinyong then shouted at Songbin, "Drop the weapon immediately, Seongbin. You can't win against us anyway." The bully's expression changed to shock. He picked up his bag from the ground and then ran toward the forest, fleeing from them. Shiny Young, seeing the bully escape, aimed her bow and shot an arrow at him. At the same moment, the bully also fired several shots at her. Unfortunately, the bullets struck her with precision, and one of them hit the center of her chest. As for the arrow, it did not hit the bully, but only wounded his leg. Shinyong fell to the ground from her wound while Gyohwan rushed to her, worried, saying, "Shinyong, are you okay?" The fool was watching the girl before him, wounded by gunfire, and asked if she was okay. And that was exactly Shinyong's reply. Gyohwan turned to Zero, asking him to heal Shinyong's wounds. Z, of course, agreed. Then we see the bully running away, but he suddenly stopped, writhing in pain from the arrow wound filled with venom in his leg. Despite the pain, the bully began praising himself for his accurate shot that fatally wounded Shiny Young. Suddenly, while the bully was thinking about this, he heard rustling behind him and quickly fired at it, but there was nothing there. A few moments later, he again heard rustling behind him and fired several shots toward the sound, but to no avail. There was no one. With those wasted shots, the bully's ammo was depleted. So, he tried to reload his weapon. Suddenly, Gyohwan lunged at him from behind and grabbed him, but the bully's reaction was faster, shoving Gyohwan and knocking him far away. The bully then spoke, "You've grown up a lot, Gyohwan. You really know how to leap at me, and that reminds me of something we never finished. But unfortunately, we don't have mosquito repellent here." Gyohwan replied sarcastically. "Well, that's really unfortunate. I was actually looking forward to knowing the taste of that mosquito repellent." Hearing Gyohwan's sarcasm, the bully transformed his arm into something more monstrous and then charged at Gyohwan, saying, "Oh, Looks like you've learned how to talk back sarcastically. Well, congratulations. You're a real man now. As soon as he finished his words, the bully reached Gyohwan and swung his monstrous arm at him. Gyohwan quickly retreated, dodging Songbin's attack. The bully was surprised and said, "Oh, you dodged my attack. Looks like your reflexes have improved, but don't get too happy. That won't be enough to kill me." Gyohwan replied to the bully, saying he didn't want to kill him. But Songbin mockingly responded, "Are you sure you didn't mean you can't instead of you don't want to? Do you think a person's character can change in less than a day?" Saying this, the bully threw his weapon to the ground and continued, "Well, if you defeat me, I'll kneel down and apologize for everything I did to you." Hearing this, Gyohwan was astonished while the bully continued, "Come on, let's fight with our fists like men." Gyohwan threw down his rifle, too. Then both of them removed their bags and prepared for battle. The bully mockingly told Gyohwan to prove himself, that he had changed, that he wasn't relying on the rifle to show how strong he was. Back to Gyohwan, who raised his fists to fight the bully. But the latter laughed mockingly, saying, "Haha, look at your stance. You've never punched anyone before, have you?" Gyohwan replied, "And you must be proud of being a professional at it, huh?" The bully laughed. "Ha, you've really learned how to talk back." "Well, I was joking earlier, but this time I'll kill you, and I'm serious about it." Hearing the bully's threat, Gyohwan grew nervous. The bully began advancing slowly toward him, while our hero, still burdened by his past memories, instinctively stepped back. As the bully crept forward, he asked, "I really don't understand people like you. You've been through all this, and you're still afraid of fighting. Well, then I guess I'll run a little experiment on you. I'll measure how much you can endure against me." Hearing this, Gyohwan's expression suddenly changed, and scenes from the past rushed through his mind. How he had been bullied in every way, how he had been humiliated by everyone back then. Remembering this, Gyohwan looked as though he had lost his mind. His hands trembled as he said, "Experiment? Are you saying all of that was just an experiment?" Songbin replied, "Yes, and I hope you enjoyed it, too, because honestly, I found it enjoyable." Hearing this, Gyohwan lunged at the bully and swung his fist at him, but the latter easily dodged it, saying, "I know you weren't bad with the rifle, but when it comes to your fists, you're really terrible at it." The bully immediately swung his fist and punched Gyohwan in the face, sending him flying and crashing to the ground several times. But quickly, Gyohwan regained his balance and stood on his feet again. Seeing Gyohwan endure his attack, the bully said, "Well, seeing that you withstood it, it looks like you're also slowly moving away from being human." Gyohwan charged at the bully again, shouting, "Don't compare me to a monster like you. I'm nothing like you." Before Gyohwan could land his punch, the bully slapped him across the face. Gyohwan seemed stunned by all of this. The bully then drove a punch into Gyohwan's stomach so hard that he doubled over on the ground, then said, "Little boy, haven't you learned your lesson yet? You should have just used the rifle. All you had to do was pull the trigger. But throwing fists, that's not something fit for a loser like you." As soon as he said this, the bully kicked Gyohwan, sending him flying again. Gyohwan tried to get up once more, and then noticed his rifle nearby. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in his mind. "The weak have their own way of fighting." It was a quote his friend had taken from the drama Mary from Heaven. At the time, Gyohwan had objected, saying the quote was somewhat wrong because it was based on the idea that a person could fight at all, while the weak were weak precisely because they couldn't fight in the first place. The boy with glasses had replied to him then, "Well, that's your problem. You never even confirmed if you're truly weak. As for me, I confirmed it because I went through the process and I knew I was weak. But at least I tried and made sure. You, on the other hand, don't even have the courage to do that. So that proves you're really weak. Yes, you're very weak. Weak to the core." Gyohwan told his friend he was being harsher than usual with him. But his friend continued, "Well, don't worry. A day will surely come when you'll have no choice but to fight. And then you'll know for sure whether you're weak or whether you were wrong about yourself." Remembering this, Gyohwan stood on his feet, reminding himself that he had to try and also confirm it. After all, he had been fighting monsters without fear. As Gyohwan was thinking this, the bully rushed quickly toward him to attack. But Gyohwan suddenly raised his fist and punched the bully in the face, sending him flying this time. Then he said to himself that at last he realized he wasn't weak as he thought. He simply hadn't tried at all. We then returned to Zero, who raised his hand to heal the dying Shinyong, but unexpectedly, he couldn't do it. Shinyong was shocked and asked, "Zero, what's going on? Don't tell me you lost your powers." And so, an unknown fate awaits Shinyong with Zero's healing ability gone. And also, a fierce battle that has finally begun between the bully and his victim. So, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more episodes and see you in the next one. Shiny Young, who was lying on the ground, had already surrendered to her fate, and she turned to Zero and said, "I understand. Your energy is gone. It's okay. I'm sorry, Zero. I always doubted you. Who would have thought I'd die like this? Huh. Do you think my relationship with my father will get better if I die? I hope so." Zero remained silent throughout, then bent down, touched Shiny Young, Unk's arm, and pulled her consciousness into a white space. Afterward, Z asked Shiny Young if she wanted to live, then continued, "But for you to live, someone must die for you. If you still wish to live, I can help you as thanks for lending me your clothes." Shinyong wondered to herself, does he mean he wants to kill someone to refresh his energy? Before answering, "I really want to live." Zero replied in an emotionless tone, "I expected that." But Shinyong cut him off, tears in her eyes, saying, "But if someone else is to die for me to live, then my life is meaningless." Zero answered tersely, "Understood." Then he removed his hand and began to walk away. Shinyong called to him in a trembling voice, "Zero, where are you going?" "Not that way." Gyohwan went the other direction. "Zero." At that moment, Shinyong Unk's eyelids closed over her tears. We then see Zero place his hand on a tree in front of him and begin apologizing, saying, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Suddenly, a flash of light exploded through the forest, and the trees shimmered, and Shiny Young woke up to find Zero standing in front of her. Shinyong asked in astonishment, "Zero? But how?" Zero replied, "I took many lives to save you. I hope I was not wrong, King Shinyong." We returned to the other side on the first floor of the Company warehouse where the rest of the group was resting. Suddenly, sirens blared through the facility and loudspeakers broadcast warnings. A variant has been detected in the facility. All security personnel, please act according to the designated protocol. Chaeyong screamed in terror. What does that mean? What does a detected variant mean? Young Bill answered in a trembling voice. A monster. It means a monster has entered the place. At that moment, Number 1 appears, passing through a corridor filled with researchers' corpses, heading toward the security room. At the same time, Professor Jaden said, trying to calm things down, "Everyone calm down. The monster doesn't know we're here." But suddenly, Number 1's probes penetrated the security room door and showed him surveillance camera footage, including the room where Professor Jaden and the others were. Number 1 muttered coldly, "Good. I can question them." Back with the group, Miss Kim screamed in panic. "What do we do now? Neither Zero nor Gyohwan are here." Professor Jaden, trying to think quickly, said, "How about we move the furniture and block the entrance?" But Yongbil replied angrily, "Do you think we're dealing with zombies? That won't help even in a million years. We better run right now." Suddenly, the hall's ceiling collapsed on their heads, and Number 1 emerged from the rubble, saying, "Today, I've lost many colleagues. I am sad. I will give you no more chances. Now, where is that governor? Where is Zero?" Miss Kim replied in terror. "Zero isn't here," Number 1 asked her coldly. "Where did he go?" She answered in panic. I don't know." At that moment, Fatty's head exploded amid the group's horror. Number 1 shouted angrily, "That is not the answer I wanted." Back in the forest, Zero and Shinyong were still running through the woods toward Gyohwan. While Shinyong was still worried about Gyohwan fighting the bully alone, Zero suddenly stopped and looked astonished. Shinyong asked anxiously, "Zero, what's wrong?" Zero replied, "Just now, someone died?" Shinyong asked, "Died?
Who died?"
We're turned to the room with Fatty's corpse and his terrified companions. And the person responsible for all this, still standing in the room with a crazed look on his face, number one asked, "Now, where is Zero?" The scene then cuts to Gyohwan, punching the bully hard, knocking him to the ground, surprising even himself. The bully on the ground began cursing madly. "Gyohwan, you damned loser. You loser." He grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at Gyohwan, then stood up and shouted, "I'll slit your throat." But Gyohwan grabbed his arm in a sudden movement and crushed it, and the bully began to scream. Back to number one and the others, trembling around Fatty's corpse. Number one addressed them. "All of you are terrifyingly silent. I understand. You want to die, right?" He continued. "I see. It seems you are not close enough to him to lie for his sake while you tremble in fear like this. You really don't know where he is, do you?" Ms. Kim, trembling with fear, stole a brief glance at Fatty's corpse, which made her remember how he had thanked her when she tried to save him from the bomb. Ms. Kim gathered her courage and stepped forward to number one, saying, "Zero." He went to Fine Bin. He said he could locate people. Number one was astonished, thinking to himself, "Amazing. He even has the ability to locate people." "Yes, he truly is the governor," Ms. Kim pleaded. "We've told you everything already, so please let us live," number one asked coldly. "Did I say I'd let you live if you told me?" Ms. Kim screamed in shock. "You treacherous coward?" Number one replied. "Coward?" Swan Kim, first year, Class A. Private tutor at Youngshan High School, nicknamed the Lazy One. "You wasted your days indifferent to your work. You're probably the reason for your poor relationship with your students." Miss Kim was stunned by his words. But he continued, "You don't care about anyone because you hate taking responsibility. The most hated teacher by far. It seems you don't deserve the title teacher. One of my friends consumed Haeong, and I consumed her. So I have Haeong Unk's memories, and I can feel what she felt when Haeong constantly felt lonely. When Jan was bullied by Seongbin and his friends, and when Shinyong was bullied by Mira, tell me, what did you do about that, coward? Who among us is the coward? Mrs. Kim?" Ms. Kim defended herself. "I saved a student today. I risked my life, but number one wasn't convinced, and he said, 'Oh, is that so? Then what about saving everyone here as well?'" Miss Kim responded in surprise. "What?" Number one replied, enjoying it. "Swan Kim, if you sacrifice yourself, I will let everyone here live. But if you don't, I will let you live and kill the others. What will you choose? I'm not a heartless monster. I am a much better being compared to you. I am a man of my word. Now choose. Will you live as a coward or die a true teacher?" Silence filled the hall. Then Professor Jaden spoke, Miss Kim. But she interrupted him. "Jaden, can I borrow that for a second?" Then pointed to his sword. Miss Kim took the sword from Jaden and began to laugh. "Haha, I think it's time. Time for me to jump into the water." Then, to everyone's astonishment, she jumped and attacked number one. Number one said, "It seems I was mistaken. My apologies." In an instant, his probes tore Miss Kim's body apart. Number one looked at her body for a long moment and then walked toward the exit, passing among the frightened group, saying, "Don't be afraid, boy. I told you I am a man of my word." As he walked toward the open elevator, he spoke without turning. "You know, maybe Miss Kim is better off, because you humans, you have no future." Professor Jaden asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean by that?" In another scene, we see a person typing on a keyboard inside a dark room. And outside the door, a middle-aged woman set a tray with a cup of water and some sandwiches in front of the door. Then spoke, "Did you stay up all night again? At least eat something. You'll wear yourself out." The sound of the keys stopped. Then she continued, "I left you some sandwiches with me for you to eat, Hyan." We return to number one, who is still addressing the group, saying, "As you see, there are many of them in this world. I speak to the sick in the forest. Shinyon was still running with Zero through the thick trees while the branches around them swayed with the wind. Shinyon shouted, "Damn, I lost my focus." Then turned to Zero and asked, "Zero, did someone else die?" Zero answered, "Yes, it's Suyeon." Shinyon was startled by his words and screamed, "Sue, Miss Kim." But Zero, instead of answering her, stopped her with his hand, saying, "It's him." Shiny Young responded quickly, still not comprehending. At that moment, footsteps were heard. Number 1 walking among the trees, slowly approaching the tree behind which Zero and Shinyon were hiding. Shinyon watched him from behind the trunk, thinking to herself, Zer's powers aren't whole anymore. We can't face him right now. Suddenly, Number 1 turned toward the tree they were hiding behind, stared for a long few seconds. Then, a bird flew off the tree, which shifted his gaze away, and he continued on his way without interest. We cut to the other side. The bully was still screaming in pain after Gyohwan broke his arm. The bully shouted, "No way. How could I lose to you?" But Gyohwan didn't answer his question. He stared steadily at him and said, "Keep your promise, Yongbin. You said you'd kneel before me and apologized." Then he looked up at him and said, "Do it now." The bully exploded with desperate laughter, then lunged quickly for the assault rifle. And once he grabbed it, he shouted, "Die, you bastard." But the surprise was that Gyohwan had already pointed his gun at him. With precise fire, Gyohwan shot the bully's weapon, and it fell to the ground hard. Then Gyohwan said, "You said it yourself. Don't act pathetic. You lost, Seongbin. Now kneel and apologize." The bully smiled pitifully and said, "I don't feel like it. I'd rather die than apologize to you. If I apologize, that means I admit I was wrong." Gyohwan was puzzled by his words and said, "What are you talking about? Didn't you do something wrong?" The bully replied in a crazed tone, "So, what did I do anyway? You're a loser, so I treated you like one. I only took what you deserved. Why is that my responsibility? Listen, do you think that if I hadn't picked you, someone else wouldn't have picked you to bully? You don't see the core problem here. If it wasn't me, someone much worse could have chosen you. So maybe you should thank me." Gyohwan shouted angrily, "Do you even hear yourself?" The bully shot back just as sharply, "If you don't like what I'm saying, then kill me. Why don't you?" The bully started walking toward him with unsteady steps, repeating madly, "Kill me. Kill me. Kill me." Then, in a broken voice, he said, "I can't go home anyway. I'm a monster now." He bowed his head and began to lament himself with deep sorrow before suddenly bursting into tears and saying, "At first, I was happy to get these powers. But now, when I think about it, I have nowhere to go." In the middle of Gyohwan's shock, the bully dropped to his knees and began to apologize. "I'm sorry, Gyohwan. I was taking my anger out on you. I'm sorry." But amid his crying, the bully reached into his pocket and pulled out a hand grenade, mocking the stupidity of Gyohwan inside himself. Then, with a swift motion, he pulled the grenade's pin, attempting to throw it at Gyohwan while shouting, "You damned loser. You never learn, isn't it?" But before he could finish, a probe pierced his head and drained his brain. Number 1 stood behind him and said, "Bully or not, I can't allow that." Suddenly, in a breathtaking scene, the grenade exploded near Number 1 while Gyohwan leapt back quickly when the smoke cleared. Gyohwan was standing outside the blast circle while Number 1's body began to convulse and scream in a strange way. Then, amid Gyohwan's astonishment, Number 1's consciousness moved into a dark black space where he faced the world itself. At first, he seemed stunned, but then he shouted excitedly, "Grant me the power you gave him. I can handle it." But his request was met with the surrounding space cracking, and he was expelled out of it. Amid his screams and rage in the real world, Gyohwan kept his gun trained on Number 1's convulsing body, wondering whether he should shoot. Then when he decided and fired, Number 1, having regained consciousness, dodged the bullet and retaliated with a probe that shot out of his head. But Gyohwan avoided it and hid behind a nearby rock. In that moment, Gyohwan thought to himself, "This really is the final boss battle." Then he shouted, lifting his head, "Dad, I'll survive no matter what it costs. He fired again at number one, whose flesh shielded him, and began to tear under the barrage of continuous gunfire. Number one also attacked, but his attack failed. Gyohwan realized he didn't want to kill him. He wanted to devour his brain. At that moment, a look of ecstasy crossed number one's face as he imagined devouring Gyohwan's brain to become qualified for the world's power. Gyohwan, who had been dodging number one's probes the whole time, was suddenly caught when number one grabbed his leg and flipped him upside down in front of him. Number one cried out, "Han Gyohwan, you've been weak for too long. You must be truly angry about everything." Gyohwan replied, "Shut up." Then a shot from Gyohwan pierced number one's head in a quick counter. Number one paused only for a moment, then continued, "Humans are corrupt, and you know that, boy. Let us fuse as one entity. Me and you, united, we can change the world." Gyohwan was shocked by his madness. So he fired another shot at his head and slid from his grip, speaking with disgust. "Change it yourself, you filthy monster." But suddenly a wall of probes shot out behind him, and number one said, "Will your little gun be able to stop this?" Gyohwan muttered in a strangled voice, "I can't breathe. I'm suffocating." As he writhed inside the probes, he began to feel symptoms of oxygen deprivation, scattered thoughts passing through his mind. But he felt inner satisfaction because at least he taught the bully a lesson before he died. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the probes and opened a gap between them, pulling him back toward life. The one who shot the arrow was none other than Shin-young. Zero, who was beside her, tore the probes away remotely. Gyohwan burst free from the wrapping arms and fired at them, destroying all the probes except for one, which then suddenly exploded for no apparent reason. Shin-young shouted as she checked on him, "Gyohwan, are you okay?" Gyohwan answered angrily as he threw the rifle to the ground. "I almost died. I literally almost lost my life." While they were talking, number one interrupted as he rose from the ground, saying, "Your little show made my day more exciting." Suddenly, Zero fell to his knees, which surprised everyone, unlike number one, who smiled happily and said, "It seems his energy has been depleted." Jones said in bewilderment, But I smashed your head." Number one responded, "My head? How lucky I am." Ironically, she thought luck would favor someone attempting to assassinate the governor. "Or, do you mean this?" he said, raising his hand and turning it into another head. Amid the others' terror, number one stood near the sun that was beginning to rise on the horizon and said, "I think it's time we end this night." At that moment, Chin shouted back at him, "Then try it, monster," and immediately fired an arrow at his head. But number one caught the arrow as expected, then hurled it back at her, driving it into her shoulder. Amid Gyohwan's panic, number one shifted to his side and whispered, "You should have been more alert." Then he grabbed Gyohwan by the neck violently and lifted him into the air, choking him. He taunted him after that and demanded he show him what humans could do. So Gyohwan raised his rifle and aimed it at number one's torso. But number one reacted quickly and knocked the rifle aside with one of his probes, saying, "It's time to stop playing with your little toy, boy." Gyohwan didn't give up and kept moving his rifle toward number one. And amid the monster's ridicule, Gyohwan laughed and said, "Monster, this is probably your real body, isn't it?" His words shocked number one. And it didn't stop there. Gyohwan's arm began to fuse with the rifle in a strange way, resisting the force of number one's probes. Sensing danger, number one sneered at him and sent one of his probes toward Gyohwan's head to drain his brain. But Gyohwan was faster and fired at number one's trunk. Number one fell to the ground after a direct hit and screamed at Gyohwan, "You fool. It's finished. You'll regret not devouring me first," Gyohwan answered. "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." Then, using his last rounds, he blew up number one's trunk. We returned to the ledge near the battle site. The wounded Shiny Young and the energy-depleted Zero were speaking with Gyohwan after the fight ended, but a few probes began to sprout from number one's neck, and the two turned toward number one's form as it started shrieking madly that it wasn't over yet. Before number one, or what remained of him, could finish, the bully's friend lunged at him from behind and began beating him, shouting, Die, you bastard. The bully's buddy saw Shin-young and raced to give her a hug, but she punched him instead, saying, "Don't act like we're close. Die, you monster." He continued to beat him until his head was totally smashed. "You're Seongbin's lackey," the big guy warned in a trembling voice.
Zongbin, speaking of him, you should be careful of him.
He's totally lost his mind. Shin-young didn't answer. She merely pointed at the bully's corpse and the big guy ran off wailing. Meanwhile, Gyohwan cast a long look at the bully's body before the big guy started to apologize, saying, "I'm sorry, Gyohwan. I realize it's late, but I'm really sorry." He apologized, but Gyohwan gave him an icy look and said, "If I had one round left, I'd shoot you." The big man shuddered, but Shin-young comforted him, saying, "He's kidding. Relax." Gyohwan then went to see how Zero was doing, saying, "Zero, are you okay?"
"They're coming," Zero replied.
"MM are coming." After that, the soldiers' lights appeared, approaching through the forest. Seeing this, the group was shocked and Shin-young advised them to run. But Zero stood up and said, "Go." One of the troops yelled, "Zero must be taken alive as per orders," as we made our way back to the opposite side. "I'll stay." A middle-aged man at the command center grabbed his phone and yelled, "Switch from special bullets to standard ammunition." "Taken alive? Quantities? Oh my, those lab suits." "We're going to lose a lot of men at this rate, sir," a soldier said to him, but the man retorted, "Orders are orders. Bring him in alive. Get rid of all the pupils." We moved to a different scenario as Zero, still holding off the troops despite his fatigue and suffering, says, "You guys go." He then turns to face Gyohwan and says, "See you next time, my friend." The first, whom everyone believed to be deceased. Amidst the woods, his body drifted on a lake. "What a beautiful view," he thought to himself. "Is it from the memories of someone I killed? Yes, I killed many humans. Some were useful, some weren't. Some were good, and the rest were evil." He then addressed the world that had at some point materialized in the sky, saying, "Don't you see? I wasn't trying to exterminate humans. I appreciate the world they built.
Part of it, at least.
So why not give me a chance? Is there a being more just than me?" An image of Zero standing in the lake appeared, and number one went on, "Zero, that boy knows nothing. Why would you grant him such authority?
Tell me."
That is not acceptable. Give me the authority. I can create a more perfect world." Number one finished by yelling at the world and received no answer, only that his body began to crack.
He spoke, lamenting.
"I didn't expect an answer from you. In the end, you're fake. You exist only inside my mind because I could never connect with you." In the midst of his despair, number one saw Zero, who was still fighting the soldiers in the forest. The scene then returns to Gyohwan and the other two as they were running away. Gyohwan turned to look toward Zero's position, but Shin-young stopped him, saying, "Don't look back." Zero made his choice. "You'll only be a burden to him." But Gyohwan stopped despite her reasoning, determined that he still had energy to help until Shin-young punched him in the stomach to snap him out of it and said, "Gyohwan, there are people who care about you, like you're either he or I don't want you to pass away. I'll follow you if you depart. Then those troops will kill me. All because of your choice, and don't even try to stop me." The bully's friend interrupted, saying, "I know this is silly, but I don't want you to die either." Shin-young went on, "Use your power to protect the people who are left. Please, Joan." Jan was given two options. Either follow the monster who saved him and leave those who bullied and laughed at him to be wiped out from the world, or abandon the monster who saved him and protect the humans. I'd rather be a bad human. And thus Zero was betrayed. We returned to Zero, who had been encircled by the soldiers. The half-dead number one appears trying to save Zero with the last of his strength. He transformed into a probic monster and wiped out all the soldiers. Then he said to Zero, "Zero, you are the governor. You can't let them treat you that way." After he finished speaking, his pupil vanished and his body cracked and shattered, leaving a single cell behind. In a split second, the cell's probe stabbed Zero from behind and drained his brain. Zero's body fell to the ground, his face still wearing a shocked expression. Then the cell slowly transformed into a new zero. Number 1 had returned. The first thing he uttered as he looked at the sun was, "At last, the sun has risen." The scene returns to an earlier moment when one of his victims asked him what he was, and he answered, "Me? Are you referring to my current self or my future self when the sun rises?" The new zero's scary smile marked the end of the scene. Number 1 started laughing uncontrollably, thrilled to have finally accomplished his objective. However, a severe shock interrupted his laughter. Everything in the world, from the tiniest grains of sand in the middle of the desert to the most enigmatic phenomena, has laws, structure, cause, and effect. Number 1's mind was filled with all existence and all knowledge. He was almost crushed by the weight of this knowledge. However, he disproved the world and demonstrated that the Number 1 was capable of carrying that burden with an unparalleled determination or a juvenile stubbornness. Jan and Shinyong, on the other hand, joined the others and started to run away. They had left the remains of the dead behind, but it appeared that their luck had run out this time. They were shot down one by the troops who ambushed them in the middle. Gyohwan made one last, desperate attempt to assault the troops after witnessing his buddies fall one after another, but he was also struck down. Gyohwan was unable to stop thinking about Zero or Number 1, even in his last moments. From his vantage point, he had seen everything. He intended to murder everyone just yesterday. However, Zero's residual feelings circulated throughout his heart today. Upon realizing what had happened to him, the new Zero became enraged and leaped from the mountain, utterly crushing the soldier who was going to take Gyohwan. Gyohwan grinned and eventually relaxed, losing consciousness when he saw his friend's shadow in front of him. Gyohwan, "This is the last time," was the last thing he heard as his consciousness vanished. After an unspecified period of time, the daylight finally illuminated the firm warehouse, exposing the atrocity whose perpetrator stood in front of the guy wearing glasses, the new Zero. Even though the man with glasses was very close to death, he nevertheless queried, "How?" The new Zero indifferently said that Zero could locate people with accuracy. The glasses-wearing guy yelled in disbelief, "1. You absorb Zero." However, the only response to his plea was a probe piercing his head. The new Zero promised to make pay for what they had made them endure after taking in the man's thoughts. In another scene, Gyohwan and the others woke up without any indications of life-threatening injuries. Nonetheless, after all this time, Gyohwan saw that his phone had finally picked up a signal. Zero vanished as a result, but only after saving everyone. Gyohwan is seen seated as the rest of the party waved at a rescue helicopter in the sky at an undisclosed time when the morning light had risen high. In the meantime, a truck passed close to the glasses-wearing man who was strolling on the side of the road. He changed into a young woman in her early 20s and gave the driver a wave. The young woman said, "I just had a fight with my boyfriend and he left me here. I've been walking for 2 hours. You're the first car that's come by." The truck driver consoled her and agreed to take her to Seoul when he stopped and asked, "Hey, miss, did you just wave at me? Is something wrong?" After she agreed, they left. After a while, the driver inquired, "Do you mind if I turn on the radio?" The young lady replied, "Not at all." He switched it on and the first thing they saw on the news was the following: "We've just received shocking news. 2 entire classes of students have gone missing during a camping trip. The only survivors are 5 students and a teacher, all of whom have been hospitalized, suffering from severe and unknown symptoms. They claim to have encountered monsters. The student school is in chaos as parents and reporters gather for answers." The driver laughed mockingly and called the report fake news before switching to a music station. The young woman, who had remained silent the entire time, pointed to a hanging photo and asked, "Is that your son?" The young woman said, Yes, that's my boy. He's beautiful." The driver grinned and added, "You're right. He was intelligent, attractive, and adored by all. However, he is no longer with us. Well, that's life. Nothing goes as planned. You just have to bury the pain and move on," the young woman remarked, giving him a steady gaze. "He was diagnosed with an incurable disease a few years ago. That's why you're sick. Elsewhere, inside Yongchan's psychiatric hospital, we see Gyohwan lying on a bed in room 501 with two policemen standing guard at the door. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in front of them, immediately fired his gun, and killed them both. He entered the room, aimed his pistol at the sleeping Gyohwan, and fired. But in the next moment, Gyohwan woke up in terror, realizing it had all been a dream. His relief didn't last long as he heard screams echoing through the hallways outside. Monsters are roaming the hospital. He opened the door immediately, and the entire group rushed into the room. Shin-young shouted at him, "Hurry, Gyohwan. We must immediately depart. There isn't time for an explanation." Confused, Gyohwan answered,
Lee? How?
"We're in quarantine." Shin-young gave a dejected response. Gyohwan, take a peek outdoors. He was utterly taken aback as soon as he looked at the window she indicated. The city had been completely inverted. After surviving one night of fighting monsters, Gyohwan, a 17-year-old high school student, and his buddies had just woken up to an even worse nightmare. The vehicle stopped once it was back on the road. The young lady smiled as she stepped out and gave the driver a farewell wave. However, she eventually started to gradually shift back into the top monster, the being that had previously promised to transform this universe into something else. The driver, meanwhile, carried on down the street. However, his body trembled and blood started to trickle from his nose before he lost control of the wheel and collided with another vehicle, carrying a 3-person family. Our narrative comes to an end there. However, you may discover what transpired in the globe following these events by reading Sweethome Manhwa or watching its television series. I appreciate your patience and for watching. For further episodes, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'll see you in the next manhwa recap.